Hey everybody, and welcome to There and Back Again. I'm Alistair Stevens. In this long-awaited episode, we at last with weary feet reach the end of The Lord of the Rings, returning to the Scourged Shire, saying farewell to those who pass into the West, and then returning at last to Hobbiton and the future. If you are listening to my voice right now inside of your podcast app of choice, then I urge you to check the show notes for a download link to the many, many slides that we're going to be discussing in the course of this, what I'm sure is going to be a very long episode. While it is a common complaint that the Return of the King just keeps ending, and it is undeniable that we hit the climax of the central plot surprisingly early in the book, there's a strong argument that this is the most important part of The Lord of the Rings, because it's in the Return to the Shire that Tolkien interrogates the concept of the hero's journey and how we reintegrate into society after a great adventure. Leaving home to take on an epic quest to save the world isn't a simple choice. It requires the hero to break the bonds of society, to exile themselves. And reintegration, can be difficult, or it can be impossible. Any societies axiomatically, want to preserve and protect their own existence. And that means making rules which both define the society, this is who we are, this is who we are not, this is what we do, this is what we do not do, and increase social stability. Leaving the small community of the Shire is A, not generally a thing that hobbits do, at least for very long, and B, bad for social stability, which is one of the reasons that it is frowned upon. If everyone left, the Shire would cease to exist. If everyone valued adventures and excitement over day jobs and agrarian productivity, life in the Shire would look very different. We studied this briefly and in a way that's consistent with the tone of that book back at the end of The Hobbit, of course, with the estate sale. And we doubled down with the beginning of The Lord of the Rings and our brief exploration of the ways in which Bilbo's outsider status has been safely integrated into the life of the Shire, and his revolution transformed into a very small, relatively safe kind of evolution. Hobbit society has been safely insulated from the dangers of all that nasty, uncomfortable adventure. Or at least, mostly so. But imagine if it had been different. Imagine if Bilbo, girt with sting and armored in mithril with a magical invisibility ring in his pocket and 2 small chests of dragon treasure behind him, returns to the Shire and decides that, actually, this bucolic idyll, this vision of England is totally played out, and he's going to make some changes. Maybe he's going to install himself as king. Maybe he's going to mechanize or gentrify. Maybe he's going to completely buy out the pipeweed farmers and monopolize the industry, turning Bag End into the economic center of the known world. He could do those things if he were truly unconstrained by the rules of the Shire. It doesn't seem like anyone in Hobbiton would be able to stop Bilbo from taking a hammer made of treasure and mithril and smashing the Overton window. But Bilbo doesn't do these things, of course, partly because he's a good hobbit, not a moral judgment there, but rather a social one, a kind of Aristotelian idea that Bilbo still largely represents the ideas of goodness by the standards of the Shire. And in those ways in which he doesn't represent those virtues, he is largely quiet and obedient. His Took side is adventurous, but it isn't invested in the reality of social change. So Bilbo comes home and mostly pretends to be the same as he was before, dispensing small amounts of dragon treasure in a way that doesn't destabilize the local economy or the local social order. He tells stories that quietly energize the young of the Shire, but he doesn't buy carts and ponies and supplies and take them all en masse on a field trip to Rivendell. He is very, very quietly destabilizing the Shire in a way that the Shire can absorb, and in a way that we, the readers, still understand to be broadly good. And let me take just a minute to clarify this, because we're going to be spending a decent amount of time in this episode talking about the battle for the soul of the Shire. In real life, social stability is valuable in terms of safety and comfort and a kind of low-level organic growth, but too much social stability is stultifying. Without a certain amount of good-natured disorder, societies can sink into reductive conservatism. So in the real world, even if you believe that your society is basically perfect in terms of opportunity, in terms of equality, in terms of justice, and it isn't, and neither is mine, then you still want a little social disorder just to keep things fresh, just to keep things moving. If your country is for example, woefully lacking in terms of opportunity, equality, and justice, which I can safely say it is wherever you happen to be listening to my voice, then social instability is absolutely required because that is how change happens. But for Tolkien's Shire at the end of the Third Age, for all of Middle-earth really, but the Shire in particular, society is at or near its perfect form, so stability is a thing to be valued. This is one of the most conservative arguments that Tolkien makes in the entire book, but it is important, it is crucial to understand that that argument is predicated on the existence of this idyll, this perfect England, this stratified, content, comfortable, insular, non-imperial, non-colonial country protected by a benevolent king in a distant city. So I say all of this to emphasize that when we're talking about the importance of social stability, we are talking about Tolkien's secondary creation, his imaginary world, which reflects his notions of a true England, but doesn't match a contemporary and certainly not a modern idea of what that land is really like. I'll also add that Tolkien's real-life political views were much more complicated than is usually assumed. Beside a somewhat skeptical, somewhat dubious view of industrialization and a fondness for independence and personal freedom, later in life, he passes through what we might think of as a kind of genial libertarianism to a self-described kind of anarchism, jaded by notions of the state, by propaganda, and by a war which, as he described later, of course, had orcs on both sides. This is a quote from a 1943 letter Tolkien wrote to his son Christopher, who was then aged 18 and had just been called up to the Royal Air Force and was training in Manchester. Quote, "My political opinions lean more and more to anarchy, philosophically understood, meaning abolition of control, not whiskered men with bombs, or to unconstitutional monarchy. I would arrest anybody who uses the word state in any sense other than the inanimate realm of England and its inhabitants, a thing that has neither power, rights, nor mind. And after a chance of recantation, execute them if they remained obstinate. If we could get back to personal names, it would do a lot of good. Government is an abstract noun, meaning the process of governing, and it should be an offense to write it with a capital G, or so as to refer to people." End quote. So anarchism and personal freedom, where society consists solely of consensual personal relationships, or a medieval king appointed by God to rule rightly. And we will remember that to Tolkien's medievalist mind, the king is actually appointed by God, is actually the right person to rule, and is genuinely, or at least almost always, wise and benevolent. And furthermore, that under a righteous feudal system, every single person, from the king to the lowest farmhand, is valued and protected and cared for. Personal connections, again, to those above and below, at least in the perfect theoretical version of the feudal structure. This political position, particularly as it applies to the Shire, certainly helps to explain the enormous popularity of The Lord of the Rings in the counterculture movement of the 1960s, particularly here in the United States, but that is probably more of a tangent than we can undertake right now. But if Bilbo, returning from adventure, could pretend that everything was normal, how can we expect our heroes of the Fellowship to do the same? They have been physically transformed. Well, apart from Sam, who is dependable enough that he could be used as an international scientific standard, the Samwise, the Gamgee. But Frodo of the Nine Fingers and the Morgul Wound is an entirely visibly different person than the Frodo Baggins who left. And that's without considering the new heights of Merry and Pippin, for example, who might be as much as a foot taller than the other hobbits after drinking the Ent draughts. And remember, they are now noted as being taller than Bulwer Took, who was 4 feet and 5 inches, which means that that extra foot of height would be more like a average contemporary human being putting on almost 2 feet, or a half meter, more than a half meter in height. That is hard to hide. You physically stand out. So it remains to be seen how well they'll be able to reintegrate back into their society. And this is important because, as I say, one of the things that we are fighting for across the span of the book is the stability of the Shire, this mythical England, this place of safety and peace. Our returning heroes could choose to overturn the established social order. They have the ability, we shouldn't doubt, to remake the Shire any way they would like, particularly in the power vacuum that exists after they've dealt with the Scouring. This is, in its way, as much a test of character as any that we've seen in the series so far, though the stakes are obviously objectively much smaller than the tests faced by Boromir or Galadriel or Theoden. But they are being asked a crucial question. Are you, in the Aristotelian sense, a good hobbit? And this isn't unique to The Lord of the Rings, because you'll recall Bilbo's first real artistic poem in The Hobbit, which he composes as he returns to the Shire. This is the end of The Road Goes Ever On and On. Quote, "Eyes that fire and sword have seen, and horror in the halls of stone, look at last on meadows green, and trees and hills they long have known." End quote. So Tolkien understood how important this part of the story is. He understood it when he was writing The Hobbit, and he understands it now. I don't generally want to put two quotes as close together as this, but I have to acknowledge that in the foreword to the second edition of The Lord of the Rings, he writes somewhat curtly, quote, "It has been supposed by some that the scouring of the Shire reflects the situation in England at the time when I was finishing my tale. It does not. It is an essential part of the plot, foreseen from the outset, though in the event modified by the character of Saruman as developed in the story without, need I say, any allegorical significance or contemporary political reference whatsoever." End quote. That is, as I've hopefully outlined in the last 5 minutes, completely true. It's also, of course, all but impossible to read the chapter without finding applicability to Tolkien's mid-century post-war political reality, and absolutely to our own reality here in 2025. But though the discussions we're going to have about this reading and the scouring in particular are inevitably going to be somewhat politically, let's say, resonant, we should bear in mind the sweep of the narrative and its necessity to resolve the real personal stakes of this story. This is still very much a story about hobbits. So we are inevitably, invariably, incontrovertibly transformed by adventure, and the hero that comes home is not the hero that departed. And all of this, of course, is foreshadowed by the last slide of the last episode of There and Back Again, the opening of Chapter 7 of Book 6, entitled Homeward Bound. At last, the hobbits had their faces turned toward home. They were eager now to see the Shire again, but at first they rode only slowly, for Frodo had been ill at ease. When they came to the ford of Bruinen, he had halted, and seemed loath to ride into the stream, and they noted that for a while his eyes appeared not to see them or things about him. All that day he was silent. It was the 6th of October. "Are you in pain, Frodo?" said Gandalf quietly as he rode by Frodo's side. "Well, yes, I am," said Frodo. "It is my shoulder. The wound aches and the memory of darkness is heavy on me. It was a year ago today." "Alas, there are some wounds that cannot be wholly cured," said Gandalf. "I fear it may be so with mine," said Frodo. "There is no real going back, though I may come to the Shire. It will not seem the same, for I shall not be the same. I am wounded with knife, sting, and tooth, and a long burden. Where shall I find rest?" Gandalf did not answer. Frodo has been transformed, and not even Gandalf has a ready solution. So it's the anniversary of Frodo's wound on Weathertop on October 6th, 3018. That's 1418 by Shire Reckoning, of course. That's the knife. The sting was from Shelob on March 13th, 6.5 months ago, and the tooth from Gollum on March 25th, 6 months ago. And on top of that, remember that Frodo held the ring for 17 years, which puts him squarely, by the way, in the middle of the ranked list of ring bearers through the ages. For those of you keeping track, Sauron had the ring for, like 1800 years before being separated from it at the end of the Second Age at the Siege of Barad-dûr. Gollum comes in a solid second place with 500 years. Bilbo's tenure as ring bearer is the third longest, lasting 60 years. Then it's Frodo with 17 years. Then we cut all the way down to Isildur with a paltry 2 years. And then Sam, who bears the ring for 2 days. After that, we get a flurry of very brief ring bearers, right? Diegel, of course, who finds it in the Anduin, holds it for a very short period of time. Tom Bombadil certainly holds it for a very short period of time, though it's technically unclear whether he even counts as a ring bearer. And possibly Gandalf, ambiguously Gandalf, before he throws it into the fire at Bag End. Though, of course, the ring spends less time with any one ring bearer than it does in the mud and the reeds of the Anduin, where it hangs out for a casual 2,641 years. And we must note that, as well as foreshadowing the conflict, both literal and metaphorical, which awaits us back in the Shire, we should take a moment to consider how seriously and respectfully Tolkien treats Frodo's wounds and the harm done to him through his long quest. Not just the physical wounds, but the weight that he gives to the suffering of those wounds. As you'll see, the influence of the Morgul blade returns every year. And there's also obviously a geographical specificity to Frodo's response here. It's the Ford of Bruinen, where Glorfindel led Frodo on October 20th of the previous year, that marks some of Frodo's pain and foreboding. All of which is to say, I guess, that while we're reluctant to engage in biographical reading, it is telling that Tolkien, who saw firsthand the horrors of war and the pains both of injury and recovery, consistently honors wounds with more care and honesty than many of the fantasy authors who would come after him. The following day, Frodo's pain eases. Later, they come to Weathertop, and Frodo urges them to pass by quickly, refusing to look at the hill. Some days later, through the autumnal rain, they arrive at Bree. We pass Bill Ferny's house, which is abandoned, and Pippin wonders, rather delightfully, if Sam killed him with the apple thrown all the way back in Chapter 11 of Book 1, A Knife in the Dark. And then, we make it to the Prancing Pony. At last, they came to the Prancing Pony, and that at least looked outwardly unchanged, and there were lights behind the red curtains in the lower windows. They rang the bell, and Nob came to the door and opened it a crack and peeped through, and when he saw them standing under the lamp, he gave a cry of surprise. "Oh, Mr. Butterbur! Master!" he shouted. "They've come back!" "Oh, have they? I'll learn them," came Butterbur's voice, and out he came in a rush, and he had a club in his hand. But when he saw who they were, he stopped short, and the black scowl on his face changed to wonder and delight. "Nob, you woolly-pated ninny," he said. "Can't you give old friends their names? You shouldn't go scaring me like that with times as they are. Well, and where have you come from? I never expected to see any of you folk again, and that's a fact, going off into the wild with that Strider and those black men about. But I'm right glad to see you, and none more than Gandalf. Come in. The same rooms as before. They're free. Indeed, most rooms are empty these days, as I'll not hide from you, for you'll find it out soon enough. And I'll see what can be done about supper as soon as may be, but I'm short-handed at present. Hey, Nob, you slow coach, tell Bob. But there I'm forgetting. Bob's gone home to his folk at nightfall now. Well, take the guests' ponies to the stables, Nob, and you'll be taking your horse to the stable yourself, Gandalf. I don't doubt, a fine beast, as I said when I first set eyes on him. Well, come in, make yourselves at home." The contrast here is, of course, striking, because for all that the hobbits were faced with some suspicion and hostility by the western gatekeeper of Bree, a man whose name we will only learn in this chapter, by the time they get to the Prancing Pony, they are met with the gregarious kindness from Barlam and Butterbur, all "Good evening, little master." The tension in that first sequence in Bree comes from the contrast between a normal life in the busy, bustling inn and the threat of the unknown from the shadows. It is a world besieged. It is a different world in which Butterbur's first instinct is to take up a cudgel and prepare for violence. But we also see that Frodo and company's departure from the Prancing Pony a year ago was important to those who remained behind, because Nob's simple "they've come back" implies at least that he's expecting Butterbur to know to whom he is referring. Otherwise, presumably, he would, as Butterbur demands, have been more specific. I love, too, Butterbur settling us back down into the world of Bree, almost back into the world of the Shire, with all of his capital letter proper nouns here, which are so broad and insufficient, particularly for people who have gone to the wild, that have traveled with Strider, that have faced down the Black Man. Bree is still, in a sense, the place that it was before. And it is a perfect intermediate step as we chart the progression from Rivendell all the way back to the Shire. We learn that the Shire is no longer exporting pipeweed to the men and hobbits of Bree, and more than that, not worse than that, but just additionally to that, violence has also come to Bree. People have been killed, and this is our first confirmation that Frodo's worst fears are well-founded. We're returning to a world that is different from the one that we left. 3 and 2, said Butterbur, referring to the big folk and the little. There was poor Mad Heathertoes and Rowley Appledore and little Tom Pickthorn from over the hill, and Willie Banks from up away, and one of the Underhills from Staddle, all good fellows in their midst. And Harry Goatleaf that used to be on the west gate, and that Bill Ferny. They came in on the strangers' side, and they've gone off with them. It's my belief they let them in. On the night of the fight, I mean. And that was after we showed them the gates and pushed them out, before the year's end, that was. And the fight was early in the new year, after the heavy snow we had. But now they've gone for robbers and live outside, hiding in the woods beyond Archet and out in the wilds north away. It's a bit of the bad old time tales tell of, I say. It isn't safe on the road and nobody goes far and folk lock up at night. We have to keep watchers all round the fence and put a lot of men on the gates at nights. Well, no one troubled us, said Pippin, and we came along slowly and kept no watch. We thought we'd left all trouble behind us. "No, you haven't, master, more's the pity," said Butterbur. "But it's no wonder they left you alone. They wouldn't go for armed folk with swords and helmets and shields and all. Make them think twice, that would. Must say, it put me back a bit when I saw you." Then the hobbits suddenly realized that the people had looked at them with amazement, not out of surprise at their return, so much as in wonder at their gear. They themselves had become so used to warfare and to riding in well-arrayed companies that they had quite forgotten that the bright mail peeping from under their cloaks, and the helms of Gondor and the Mark, and the fair devices on their shields would seem outlandish in their own country. And Gandalf, too, was now riding on his tall grey horse, all glad in white with a great mantle of blue and silver all over, and the long sword glamouring at his side. So this, as I mentioned earlier, is where we get the name for Harry Goatleaf, the gate guard who accosted the hobbits back when they first arrived in Bree. Or technically we are given the name Goatleaf back then too, but we didn't yet know that he belongs to it, as Gandalf might say. So Goatleaf and Bill Ferny have been exiled, but they return to cause a ruckus, to create a fight in the streets, after which they are also driven out with the strangers who came to Bree. And now they're up by Archet, by the Chetwood, where Strider and the hobbits go when they are leaving Bree. We're also here granting the hobbits this moment of self-awareness, seeing themselves by the standards of the Shire, or by Bree, the Shire Light, at least for the first time. It's a little wild to imagine Merry and Pippin riding along in their helmets on the road to Bree, but the whole point is that it wouldn't seem strange to them, having ridden armed and armored for so long, through lands less traditionally safe than the fairly secure Eriador. And the irony here, of course, is that they themselves therefore symbolize the violence that has come to Bree, albeit the kind of benevolent, well-ordered, and authoritative violence that we associate, not unproblematically, with the hierarchical social order of the Middle Ages and of Middle-earth. And Butterbur, of course, is feeling threatened by both the specter of violence and the reality of violence, which is manifesting, as it so often does, in a kind of insularity, in a fear of the other, of strangers, of specifically immigrants to this area. Gandalf reassures him after this conversation that there is again a king in Gondor, and that though the world has been darker of late, things will be different, but we are also, crucially, through the experience of the hobbits in Bree, foreshadowing what might await us in the Shire. "You will be let alone, Barliman," said Gandalf. "There is room enough for realms between Isen and Greyflood, or along the shoreland south of the Brandywine, without anyone living within many days' ride of Bree. And many folk used to dwell away north, 100 miles or more from here, up at the far end of the Greenway, on the North Downs, or by Lake Evendim." "Up away by Dead Man's Dyke," said Butterbur, looking even more dubious. "That's haunted land, they say. None but a robber would go there." "The Rangers go there," said Gandalf. "Dead Man's Dyke, you say, so it has been called for long years, but its right name, Barliman, is Fornos Dorian, Norbury of the Kings. And the king will come there again one day, and then you'll have some fair folk riding through." "Well, that sounds more hopeful, I'll allow," said Butterbur. "And it will be good for business, no doubt, so long as he lets Bree alone." "He will," said Gandalf. "He knows it, and loves it." "Does he now?" said Butterbur, looking puzzled. "Well, I'm sure I don't know why he should, sitting in his big chair up in his great castle hundreds of miles away, drinking wine out of a golden cup, I shouldn't wonder. What's the pony to him or mugs of beer? Not but what my beer's good, Gandalf. It's been uncommon good since you came in the autumn of last year and put a good word on it. And that's been a comfort in trouble, I will say." "Ah," said Sam, "but he says your beer's always good." "He does? Of course he does. He's Strider, the chief of the Rangers. Haven't you got that into your head yet?" It went in at last, and Butterbur's face was a study in wonder. The eyes in his broad face grew round, and his mouth opened wide, and he gasped. "Strider!" he exclaimed when he got back to his breath. "Him with a crown and all in a golden cup. What are we coming to?" "Better times, for Bree, at any rate," said Gandalf. Aragorn, as we have already seen, is an appropriately condescending king. Though he will rule the reunited kingdom of Arnor and Gondor, he knows the small places between Minas Tirith and Fornos Dorian, the northern fortress of the king. It's taking us back to those personal relationships that are so important in Tolkien's real-life political philosophy that I pointed out earlier. So we're acknowledging here that change is coming. Again, we are framing this question of the return to the Shire front and center. The world is going to be different as a consequence of the events of the War of the Ring, of the events of this book. And Gandalf is sure, as we note here, that better times are coming, for Bree, at any rate. And I take this to mean that it's going to be a good time for good people and a bad time for bad people, but also that something is passing now. And as we're looking forward, we'll see some measure of magic leaving the world, which centralizes Bree, unmagical, prosaic, prosy Bree, kind of at the heart of the new social order. And I mention this because as we're considering social stability and what we value, what we fear, well, change is by its nature destabilizing. We'll note, too, the good word that Gandalf put on Butterbur's beer, and I don't want to go too far down this road as we've discussed the mode of Gandalf's magic, wherein he is describing an event or a state of being that becomes true in response to his words, right? The shattering of Saruman's staff, for example. And I wonder if that is just exactly what happened here. He looked down upon the brewing vats of Butterbur and said simply, "Be good." And thus, lo, it was good. We learn that Bill the pony, last seen fleeing the Watcher in the Water at the gates of Moria, survived and has returned to Bree. Never underestimate the abilities of an animal to travel long distances on their own recognizance in Middle-earth. Sam insists on visiting Bill before the hobbits go to sleep that night. Our heroes stay at the Prancing Pony for the next day, and then depart amid the well-wishes of the Bree folk, who are beginning to think, perhaps, that there might be something to this king business after all. But we conclude our return to Bree with some ominous foreshadowing of the state of the Shire. "Well, good luck on your road, and good luck to your homecoming," said Mr. Butterbur. "I should have warned you before that all's not well in the Shire neither, if what we hear is true. Funny goings on, they say, but one thing drives another out, and I was full of my own troubles. But if I may be so bold, you've come back changed from your travels, and you look now like folk as can deal with troubles out of hand. I don't doubt you'll set it all to rights. Good luck to you, and the oftener you come back, the better I'll be pleased." They wished him farewell and rode away, and passed through the west gate and on toward the Shire. Bill the pony was with them, and as before he had a good deal of baggage, but he trotted along beside Sam and seemed well content. "I wonder what old Barlaman was hinting at," said Frodo. "I can guess some of it," said Sam gloomily. "When I saw in the mirror, trees cut down and all, and my old gaffer turned out of the row, I ought to have hurried back quicker." "And something's wrong with the South Farthing, evidently," said Merry. "There's a general shortage of pipeweed." "Whatever it is," said Pippin, "Lothal will be at the bottom of it, you can be sure of that." "Deep in, but not at the bottom," said Gandalf. "You have forgotten Saruman. He began to take an interest in the Shire before Mordor did." "Well, we've got you with us," said Merry, "so things will soon be cleared up." "I am with you at present," said Gandalf, "but soon I shall not be. I am not coming to the Shire. You must settle its affairs yourselves. That is what you have been trained for. Do you not yet understand? My time is over. It is no longer my task to set things to rights, nor to help folk to do so. But as for you, my dear friends, you will need no help. You are grown up now, grown indeed very high, among the great you are, and I have no longer any fear at all for any of you. But if you would know, I am turning aside soon. I'm going to have a long talk with Bombadil, such a talk as I've not had in all my time. He is a moss-gatherer, and I have been a stone doomed to rolling. But my rolling days are ending, and now we shall have much to say to one another." Sam references here his vision in the Mirror of Galadriel back in Chapter 7 of Book 2 of The Lord of the Rings, and it's fascinating, not least of all because Sam also foresaw Frodo pale-faced at the foot of a great cliff, which will echo in the pages to come, and then he sees himself climbing the stairs of Cirith Ungol, and only then does he see the tearing down of the trees of the Shire by Ted Sandyman, and that the mill has been upgraded and industrialized and is belching black smoke. And you'll remember, the mill was both the technological and social outlier in the Shire. Even at the beginning of the story, it was still an object of suspicion. More on that when we get to it. And Galadriel says, back in Lothlorien, when she's advising Sam that he shouldn't return home or abandon his master because of the visions, quote, "Some never come to be, unless those that behold the visions turn aside from their path to prevent them. The mirror is dangerous as a guide of deeds." Though what's interesting here is that all of the visions that Sam foresaw do indeed take place, and they take place in that order, as we will explicitly call out when we get to Bag End. More importantly, note the change that we've seen in Sam. The same sense of responsibility, yes, the same sense that he should have fixed or prevented or interceded in whatever was happening, but it's now paired with this complete acceptance of the prophetic power of Galadriel's mirror. He is expecting the vision that he foresaw. Even our Sam, dauntless and steadfast, has been transformed, which is to say that his worldview has been expanded, but his fundamental character has not changed. Now he trusts foresight, and he doesn't doubt the fell influence of those who would want to make the world worse, but his response is just the same. Roll up his sleeves and get to work, while, sadly, quietly chastising himself for ever letting it happen in the first place. Sam remains the best of us, but could also maybe use some therapy. I point this out to highlight that Frodo is not the only one transformed by his adventure. Merry and Pippin, obviously physically transformed by their adventure, but also, as we'll see, changed. Sam is also going to be fighting for reintegration. It's going to be a slightly different fight than that of the other hobbits, but it is a fight nonetheless. Much more significantly here, of course, we have to think about Gandalf. For the last time in what has become a long and storied career, he's bailing on the central plot. But at least this time, his reasoning isn't just clear, it's also clearly articulated. He loves the Shire, but he is not of the Shire. And societies can't be saved by outsiders without being changed. If you are fighting for restoration, it has to come from within. And that means hobbits. I also love the positioning of Bombadil here. Gandalf, like the reader, has neither forgotten him nor figured him out. Unlike the reader, of course, Gandalf has the power to go and ask as many questions as are necessary, and will, we might speculate when we see Gandalf again in this story, hang out with Bombadil for 2 full years. And so we get to the final parting for now and the last slide of this chapter. In a little while, they came to the point on the east road where they had taken leave of Bombadil, and they hoped and half expected to see him standing there to greet them as they went by. But there was no sign of him, and there was a grey mist on the Barrow Downs southward, and a deep veil over the old forest far away. They halted, and Frodo looked south wistfully. "I should dearly like to see the old fellow again," he said. "I wonder how he's getting on." "As well as ever, you may be sure," said Gandalf. "Quite untroubled, and I should guess not much interested in anything that we have done or seen, unless perhaps in our visits to the Ents. There may be a time later for you to go and see him, but if I were you, I should press on for now for home, or you will not come to the Brandywine Bridge before the gates are locked." "But there aren't any gates," said Merry. "Not on the road, you know that quite well. There's the Buckland Gate, of course, but they'll let me through at any time." "There weren't any gates, you mean," said Gandalf. "I think you will find some now. And you might have more trouble even at the Buckland Gate than you think. But you'll manage all right. Goodbye, dear friends. Not for the last time. Not yet. Goodbye." He turned Shadowfax off the road, and the great horse leapt the green dike that here ran beside it, and then at a cry from Gandalf he was gone, racing toward the Barrow Downs like a wind from the north. "Well, here we are, just the 4 of us that started out together," said Merry. "We've left all the rest behind, one after another. It seems like a dream that has slowly faded." "Not to me," said Frodo. "To me, it feels like falling asleep again." One quick aside, we don't know, of course, whether Gandalf is demonstrating some magical foresight about the new border security in the Shire, or if he simply asked Barlam and Butterbur or Nob a few extra questions off screen. There is a paper to be written, or at least a fun conversation to be had, about the ways in which Gandalf the White differs in the course of the story from Gandalf the Grey. But this exchange, at least, feels like a very Gandalf the Grey kind of thing. He's back in his Shire era. Merry noting the chiastic structure of the novel is really lovely. 4 set out and 4 return, though not one of them is as they were. And the contrast within the contrast here is also compelling. Merry is equating the return to the Shire as a return to what is normal, what is known, what is familiar, losing the dream of the world beyond. Frodo, though, has more fully internalized, or has had internalized upon him, the land beyond the Shire. So the return home is the leaving behind of what is most vividly real, and a kind of surrender to sleep. And what's beautiful here, I think, is that both of these perspectives are true. It's not that Merry is wrong and Frodo is right. It's that they're recognizing the threshold between the familiar and the unfamiliar, or if we're going to be more precise, the threshold between where they do not belong and where they do. And in this moment, Frodo is quietly acknowledging that he doesn't belong in the Shire anymore. Probably, we might speculate, as a consequence of the ring and the influence of the Morgul blade and the enormity of the hardships faced on his quest. Not to dismiss what Merry's been through, of course, right? But captured by the Uruk-hai at Parth Galen, and then the Ents of Fangorn and the fall of Isengard, and pledging oneself to Theoden and riding with the Rohirrim. I mean, contributing to the fall of the Witch King of Angmar is a big deal, but Frodo, I think we can all agree, has been through just a little bit more. I'm tempted now, but I'm going to keep this topic in a drawer, I think, for a future podcast. But I am tempted to ask of the listenership this question. which of the fellowship had the easiest time? And I'm obviously tempted to answer that question with what seems most obvious to me, Meriadic Brandybuck. I'll be taking no questions at this time. So as we move forward, we're going to see Merry and Pippin and Sam take on more primacy in the plot. And that's not just because Frodo is tired and wounded and worn out by his long burden. It's because in exactly the same way as Gandalf cannot win the Shire for the hobbits without changing it, neither can Frodo. It's a lesser case, but it's exactly the same phenomenon. Merry and Pippin as examples of the aristocratic class of the Shire, and Sam as the preeminent example of the working class, have to do it themselves. So let's keep an eye on when Sam acts and how, when Merry and, to a much lesser extent, Pippin act, and when Frodo acts, and look at how they use and fulfill their social position. And to preface that, let's note that in the upcoming Chapter 8, Merry gets more mentions than Frodo. Not by many, but more mentions. And both Merry and Frodo get more than double the number of mentions as Pippin. In earlier drafts, as Christopher Tolkien outlines in The History of Middle-earth, Frodo was more present, more active, more traditionally heroic throughout this chapter. But in revision, Tolkien came to a stronger understanding of Frodo's position, both as an individual and as a symbol of the Shire, and just hands off some of that agency and heroism to Merry, which is, as I'm sure you'll agree, a very effective change. And so we move into Chapter 8, The Scouring of the Shire. It was after nightfall when, wet and tired, the travellers came at last to the Brandywine, and they found the way barred. At either end of the bridge there was a great spiked gate, and on the further side of the river they could see some new houses had been built, two-storied with narrow, straight-sided windows, bare and dimly lit, all very gloomy and un-Shire-like. They hammered on the outer gate and called, but there was at first no answer, and then, to their surprise, someone blew a horn, and the lights in the windows went out. A voice shouted in the dark, "Who's that? Be off! You can't come in! Can't you read the notice? No admittance between sundown and sunrise!" "Of course we can't read the notice in the dark," Sam shouted back. "And if hobbits of the Shire are to be kept out in the wet on a night like this, I'll tear down your notice when I find it." So the hobbits finally arrive at the Brandywine Bridge, which is, as we know, 10 miles from the Bucklebury ferry that they used to leave the Shire and escape the Nazgul. And if that sounds like the wrong number, then you obviously read an earlier edition of The Lord of the Rings. In every edition prior, I think, to the 50th anniversary edition published in 2004, Merry tells Frodo that the Brandywine Bridge is 20 miles north of the ferry, which was consistent with Tolkien's earliest ideas about the size of Buckland. He later revises the size of Buckland so that it is only 20 miles from its northern tip to its southern, which makes the position of either the Brandywine Bridge, the Bucklebury Ferry, or both extremely unlikely. Thus, in the 50th anniversary edition, it gets changed to 10 miles, but that's 2004, so the movie script still uses 20 miles, which doesn't really matter in that particular case because, I mean, if you can make sense of the geography of Middle-earth by watching the movie, then you are a better person than I. The no admittance sign here is a bitterly ironic echo of Bilbo's party sign, of course. Everything here is constructed to imply not just security, but perfidy and untrustworthiness. The gates are spiked, the windows on the buildings narrow, the light is extinguished to conceal the identities and the numbers contained inside. This is paranoid, secretive, un-Shire-like behavior, as the narrative notes. But as Sam immediately understands, the larger problem here is the authority taken by anyone to limit the free passage of hobbits of the Shire. And more than that, to establish that authority by posting a sign. You don't have to know what's coming to understand that this is a very different social order than the Shire we left a year ago. We'll see this emphasized still further, of course, by the next slide. "I'm sorry, Master Merry, but we have orders." "Whose orders?" "The chief up at Bag End." "Chief? Chief, do you mean Mr. Lotho?" said Frodo. "I suppose so, Mr. Baggins, but we have to say just the chief nowadays." "Do you indeed?" said Frodo. "Well, I'm glad he has dropped the Baggins at any rate, but it is evidently high time that the family dealt with him and put him in his place." A hush fell on the hobbits beyond the gate. "It won't do no good talking that way," said one. "He'll get to hear of it, and you'd make so much noise you'll wake the chief's big man." "We shall wake him up in a way that will surprise him," said Merry. "If you mean that your precious chief has been hiring ruffians out of the wild, then we've not come back too soon. He sprang from his pony, and seeing the notice in the light of the lanterns, he tore it down and threw it over the gate. The hobbits backed away and made no move to open it. "Come on, Pippin," said Merry. "2 is enough." So, 2 things. Quote, "We have to say the chief," unquote, emphasizes this idea that the social order within the Shire has changed, not just because there is a new political authority present, but that Lotho is using his position to change the behavior of other hobbits in a very un-Shire-like way. Secondly, Hob, the talkative hobbit behind the gate, has already recognized Master Merry, which means that he knows that Merry is not the other. He's a Bucklander. It's already clear, therefore, that the Shire hasn't been conquered, but it has been transformed. We are back in the realm of hobbits, and it is so much more powerful in this first instance for other hobbits to be representing the new world order. Lotho, as I'm sure you'll recall, is Lobelia Sackville Baggins' sandy-haired son, introduced back in Chapter 3 of Book 1 as Lobelia takes possession of Bag End. He gets mentioned twice there, and then drops out of the narrative entirely until Pippin's mention of him in the previous chapter, wherein Pippin is already convinced that he's at the bottom of all of the trouble in the Shire. So here we're seeing exactly the kind of disruptive power that I was talking about earlier, right? Merry and Pippin are tall and strong and armed and experienced, and perhaps more importantly, they are confident, having faced down challenges that these Shire hobbits could not imagine. And literally the first thing they do is engage in a little civil disobedience. They're tearing down the notice. They are opening the gate. They are exercising their personal power to warp the fabric of society around them. Now, that is, in this instance, a positive act. I don't think anyone here is thinking, "Oh, now, hang on a minute, Merry, maybe you should just watch out and, respect the civil infrastructure of the Shire." I think that we applaud Merry and Pippin for taking the actions that they take. But that is because we are assured that they are still good hobbits, that they possess the virtues of the Shire in greater abundance than the hobbits that they are now facing. We are back, in a sense, to this question of identity and belonging. Being of the Shire means that you must be good at being of the Shire. You must embody those virtues which the Shire folk in aggregate hold to be virtues. We'll continue to see how that plays out. For now, we get straight into the next slide and the return of a familiar and unwelcome face. Merry and Pippin climbed the gate and the hobbits fled. Another horn sounded. Out of the bigger house on the right, a large, heavy figure appeared against the light in the doorway. "What's all this?" he snarled as he came forward. "Gate breaking? You clear out or I'll break your filthy little necks." Then he stopped, for he had caught the gleam of swords. "Bill Ferny," said Merry, "if you don't open that gate in 10 seconds, you'll regret it. I shall set steel to you if you don't obey, and when you've opened the gates, you will go through them and never return. You are a ruffian and a highway robber." Bill Ferny flinched and shuffled to the gate and unlocked it. "Give me the key," said Merry. But the ruffian flung it at his head and then darted out into the darkness. As he passed the ponies, one of them let fly with his heels and just caught him as he ran. He went up with a yelp into the night and was never heard of again. "Neat work, Bill," said Sam, meaning the pony. And this moment, as admirable and welcome as it may be, is exactly what we've been talking about. In this brief scene, we see just how much the hobbits have changed. We've seen now the power that they hold. And it's not just the power in the sense that they can wield violence, though again, the power to wield violence is throughout history, and particularly in the medieval period, kind of the first step in building out any other kind of power. But Merry and Pippin, as good hobbits of the Shire, wield something more powerful. They wield moral authority. And it might be surprising that we dispatch the despised Bill Ferny with so much ease, but it's all in the service of the greater conflict, and perhaps this rising sense of tension in the readers as to what Merry and Pippin will face next, and what they will do next. We're also drawing a contrast to the last time we saw Ferny back in Chapter 11 of Book 1 as the hobbits and Strider are leaving Bree. There he taunts Sam, who has recently purchased Ferny's ill-used pony, who will, after a brief time in Rivendell that will restore him, also be named Bill. Sam, as I mentioned earlier, hits Bill in the nose with an apple, and we contrast that scene with this one. That working class kind of dispute in which Sam is obviously right, but isn't empowered with real authority, contrasted with this actual judgment handed down by Merry. "Bill Ferny, you are accused of being a ruffian and a highway robber. I find you guilty. Your sentence is banishment." And we get the lovely moment of revenge, of course, from Bill the pony on Bill the ruffian, Bill the highway robber, and that's one thread tied off nicely. It also deftly introduces the greater threat, because this is the first use of the word ruffian by the hobbits, and it seems as though they picked up the word from the gatekeeper in Bree and Barnum and Butterbur himself, because it will become the default way to refer to the strange man in the Shire from this point on. And, well, there's some interesting stuff happening here, but we'll hold off on that until we meet those men in Bywater. We go from the confrontation with Bill Ferny straight into our next slide. "So much for your big man," said Mary. "We'll see the chief later. In the meantime, we want a lodging for the night, and as you seem to have pulled down the bridge inn and built this dismal place instead, you'll have to put us up." "I'm sorry, Mr. Mary," said Hob, "but it isn't allowed." "What isn't allowed?" "Taking in folk offhand, like, and eating extra food and all that," said Hob. "What is the matter with the place?" said Mary. "Has it been a bad year, or what? I thought it had been a fine summer and harvest." "Well, no, the year's been good enough," said Hob. "We grows a lot of food, but we don't rightly know what becomes of it. It's all these gatherers and sharers, I reckon, going around counting and measuring and taking off to storage. They do more gathering than sharing, and we never see most of the stuff again." "Oh, come," said Pippin, yawning. "This is all too tiresome for me tonight. We've got food in our bags. Just give us a room to lie down in. It'll be better than many places I have seen." So we've already been presented with one common tool of the authoritarian, the inculcated belief that we are not safe and thus must protect our borders from all the enemies out there in the world, thus the manned spiked gate on the bridge. Now we see other tools, just as familiar to us in the 21st century as they were to Tolkien in the 20th. Rigid instructions which are themselves not to be questioned, policies which isolate the individual and create relationships solely between the individual and the state, agents of the regime whose actions are neither transparent nor accountable, and, of course, the control of resources. The individual is dehumanized, is dehobbitized, and is turned into a gear in the machinery of that self-same capital G government that Tolkien derided in the letter we looked at earlier in the show. The personal connections between the good folk of the Shire are being systematically severed. Each is being aligned only in terms of his or her own relationship with the state. Pippin, though, has had enough, and as he notes, he has been through far greater hardship than this. And let's look at the next slide, continuing the scene to see how it all plays out. The hobbits at the gate still seemed ill at ease. Evidently some rule or other was being broken, but there was no gainsaying four such masterful travellers, all armed, and two of them uncommonly large and strong-looking. Frodo ordered the gates to be locked again. There was some sense, at any rate, in keeping a guard while ruffians were still about. Then the four companions went into the hobbit guardhouse and made themselves as comfortable as they could. It was a bare and ugly place, with a mean little grate that would not allow a good fire. In the upper rooms were little rows of hard beds, and on every wall there was a notice and a list of rules. Pippin tore them down. There was no beer and very little food, but with what the travellers brought and shared out, they all made a fair meal, and Pippin broke Rule 4 by putting most of the next day's allowance of wood on the fire. "Well now, what about a smoke, while you tell us what's been happening in the Shire?" he said. "There's no pipeweed now," said Hob. "At least only for the chief's men. All the stock seem to have gone. We do hear that wagon loads of it went away down the old road out of the South Farthing over Sarn Ford way. That would be the end of last year, after you left. But it had been going away quietly before that in a small way. That loath, though—" "Now you shut up, Hob Hayward," cried several of the others. "You don't talk of that sort isn't allowed. The chief will hear of it. We'll all be in trouble." "He won't hear naught if some of you weren't sneaks," rejoined Hob hotly. All right, said Sam. "That's quite enough. I don't want to hear no more. No welcome, no beer, no smoking, a lot of rules and orc talk instead. I hope to have a rest, but I can see there's work and trouble ahead. Let's sleep and forget it till morning." Frodo locking the gates against ruffians is a good moment. Specifically, of course, he is locking the gates against the return of Bill Ferny, the only guy we know for sure who is still out there in the dark. So here we see some of the consequences of this new authoritarianism in the Shire. Some of you might remember the most important descriptor of Hobbit culture. It's the last word of the first paragraph of The Hobbit. It was a hobbit hole, and that means comfort. Here, that core identifier has been stripped away. Yes, personal liberty, right? The product of one's own labor. Yes, these things have also been taken, but also the most hobbitish quality, the ability to be cozy and comfortable, is now being denied by the state. The building, as we saw, is 2 stories tall and the windows small and rectangular. This is opposed with our original description of hobbit holes as being all on one level with a preference for round windows. There is an aesthetic shift here, more than just a political shift, that is destabilizing Shire culture and transforming it into something else. Sam gets right to the heart of the comparison here too by complaining about orc talk. And the exchange between Hob and the other guards does feel very similar to Shagrat and Snogga and Gorbag back in Cirith Ungol at the beginning of Book 6. Suspicion, treachery, treason unto kin, and fear of treason, to quote from The Doom of Mandos. And we'll add, just as foreshadowing, of course, that the absence of pipeweed in the Shire has a double meaning. A deprivation, of course, part of this removal of notions of comfort from hobbit life, but also a nudge toward the identity of the culprit. The next morning, the hobbits awake and decide not to head to Crick Hollow for some rest as they had planned, but straight on to Hobbiton. And since we noted the change in the distance from the Brandywine Bridge to the Bucklebury Ferry, let's acknowledge the line here that it's a good 40 miles from the bridge to Bag End, which no, it isn't. Not according to any of the other descriptions of the Shire that we get. This topic is laid out really beautifully by David Cofield in Beyond Bree in July of 1994, but there's also a really good encapsulation of the argument in Hammond and Skull's Reader's Companion to the Lord of the Rings. I will link that book in the show notes, because if you care enough to be listening to this podcast, then you care enough to be reading the Reader's Companion. It has my most enthusiastic recommendation. I'll take this opportunity too to remind you that there are slides accompanying this material in case you're listening to the podcast version. The slide that I am now showing is a map of the Shire from the prefatory material to the Fellowship of the Ring. The argument then is this. Even in the second edition, Tolkien describes the Shire as being 40 leagues or 120 miles from west to east, from the Far Downs to the Brandywine Bridge. That would mean that there's a lot more Shire to the west of Hobbiton and Bywater than there is to the east, if the east is only 40 miles. And that the 3 farthing stone pictured here in the center of the map and described as being the center of the Shire is about 35 miles from the eastern border and about 85 miles from the western border. You'll note, judging roughly from the map, that the distance to Hobbiton is about 4 times longer than the distance from Bucklebury to the bridge, which would make it consistent with that 40-mile description. It seems as though it's the earlier description of the Shire's total width, which is erroneous. Rather than 40 leagues from west to east, it's probably more like 25, maybe 30 at the most. This, by the way, would have the effect of reducing the area of the Shire from the commonly understood and quoted 18,000 to 20,000 square miles to something more like 8,000, which would make the Shire as a whole slightly smaller than the state of New Jersey rather than slightly smaller than the state of West Virginia. 2 very common standards by which we measure all the things in our lives. I know, the area of New Jersey and the area of West Virginia, but glance at a map. That is the difference that we're looking at here. The inescapable conclusion, though, is that the distances as given in the book don't completely make sense. And when we are forced to pick and choose which we think are accurate, I am in favor of dismissing the fewest possible parts of the text and keeping as many as possible. There is a different approach, which is to keep a kind of seniority. The first thing that is stated is more likely to be true than later additions. But for me, I will go with the majority of the numbers given to us in the book. In either case, we set out the next morning for Frogmorton, noting that smoke, that proof of industrialization, is now hanging in the still air over the Shire. And that evening, they arrive. As evening fell, they were drawing near to Frogmorton, a village right on the road about 22 miles from the bridge. There they meant to stay the night. The floating log at Frogmorton was a good inn. But as they came to the east end of the village, they met a barrier with a large board saying, "No road." And behind it stood a large band of sheriffs with staves in their hands and feathers in their caps, looking both important and rather scared. "What's all this?" said Frodo, feeling inclined to laugh. "This is what it is, Mr. Baggins," said the leader of the sheriffs, a 2-feather hobbit. "You're arrested for gatekeeping and tearing up of rules, and assaulting gatekeepers and trespassing and sleeping in Shire buildings without leave, and bribing guards with food." "And what else?" said Frodo. "That'll do to go on with," said the sheriff leader. "I can add some more if you like it," said Sam. "Calling your chief names, wishing to punch his pimply face, and thinking you sheriffs look a lot of tomfools." "There now, mister, that'll do. It's the chief's orders you're to come along quiet. We're going to take you to Bywater and hand you over to the chief's men, and when he deals with your case, you can have your say. But if you don't want to stay in the lockholes any longer than you need, I should cut the say short if I was you." To the discomfiture of the sheriffs, Frodo and his companions all roared with laughter. Sheriff, as Tolkien tells us in the nomenclature, is a word of his invention to stand in for the English word sheriff, which is itself in real life derived from the term shire reeve, a representative of the crown intended to fulfill administrative and legislative duties for a given area. The word sheriff, therefore, predates the contemporary, almost exclusively American usage by more than 500 years. There are, we're told in the prologue to The Lord of the Rings, 12 sheriffs and all the shire, 3 per farthing. Their increased numbers here are another common tool of the authoritarian, in part because it presupposes an antagonistic relationship between governor and governed. The Shire police state is evident before we even get to the specific charges laid out against Frodo and the others, that when we get those charges, they're presented in appropriately, parodically overblown terms, complete with very important capital letters. It's a funny scene made funnier by Sam's working-class bluntness, but it continues to illustrate how the Shire has been shifted politically. The presupposition now is that everything within the Shire, from gates to buildings to rules, belongs first to the state and can only be used under prescribed circumstances. The lockholes are mentioned here for the first time. We'll learn later that though they are used now as prisons, as the name suggests, they are in fact quite simply storage tunnels at Mickledelving in the West Farthing, presumably a consequence of the delving, the excavation or mining which has occurred there. Frodo agrees to go to Bywater because that's where he was going anyway, but he is going to go there at his own pace. Sam had been looking the sheriffs up and down and had spotted one that he knew. "Hey, come here, Robin Smallburrow," he called. "I want a word with you." With a sheepish glance at his leader, who looked wrathful but did not dare to interfere, Sheriff Smallburrow fell back and walked beside Sam, who got down off of his pony. "Look here, Cock Robin," said Sam. "You're Hobbiton born and ought to have more sense coming away laying Mr. Frodo and all. And what's all this about the inn being closed?" "They're all closed," said Robin. "The chief doesn't hold with beer. Leastways, that's how it started. But no, I reckon it's his men that has it all. And he doesn't hold with folk moving about, or if they will or they must, then they has to go to the sheriff house and explain their business." "You ought to be ashamed of yourself having anything to do with such nonsense," said Sam. "You used to like the inside of an inn better than the outside yourself. You were always popping in, on duty or off. And so I would be still, Sam, if I could. But don't be hard on me. What can I do? You know how I went for sheriff 7 years ago before any of this began? Gave me a chance of walking around the country and seeing folk and hearing the news and knowing where the good beer was. But now it's different." "But you can give it up. Stop sheriffing if it stopped being a respectable job," said Sam. "We're not allowed to," said Robin. "If I hear not allowed much oftener," said Sam, "I'm going to get angry." "Can't say as I'd be sorry to see it," said Robin, lowering his voice. "If we all got angry together, something might be done. But it's these men, Sam, the chief's men. He sends them round everywhere. And if any of us small folk stand up for our rights, they drag him off to the lockholes. They took old Flower Dumpling, old Will Whitfoot the mayor first, and they've taken a lot more. Lately it's been getting worse. Often they beat him now." And in case we have missed it, in case we have failed to infer the difference between the then and the now in the Shire, here is the difference between the old system and the new, illustrated in the person of Robin Smallburrow. Being a sheriff used to mean being a representative of the civil authority of the Shire, yes, but being a part of the Shire was every bit as important. That role has been transformed. The sheriffs have been repositioned as tools of the state. The mayor, Will Whitfoot, is nicknamed Flower Dumpling because of the event which Pippin describes all the way back in the first book, At the Prancing Pony. Quote, "Pippin roused a good deal of laughter with an account of the collapse of the roof of the town hall in Mickledelving. Will Whitfoot, the mayor, and the fattest hobbit in the West Farthing, had been buried in chalk and came out looking like a floured dumpling." End quote. Robin notes that the incarceration of these hobbits is one thing, but the beating is quite another. See all the previous things that I have said already about violence as a tool of the state. More specifically, though, Sam is leaning here on the normalized virtues of the Shire, these things which good hobbits hold to be good, and encapsulating all of them as sense. You might remember the Greek chorus of the good folk of Hobbiton at the beginning of The Shadow of the Past, chapter 2 of the Fellowship, in which they say, quote, "If only that dratted wizard will leave young Frodo alone, perhaps he'll settle down and grow some hobbit sense," they said. And to all appearance, the wizard did leave Frodo alone, and he did settle down, but the growth of hobbit sense was not very noticeable. So what does Tolkien mean by sense in this context? Looking specifically at the examples that Sam gives us here, which either explicitly or implicitly give an accounting of good hobbit sense, we see that waylaying Frodo and closing the inn both stand as bad sense, while Robin protests that what he wanted was to be walking around the Shire, seeing folk, hearing news, and knowing where to find the good beer, all by implication desires which are indicative of a young hobbit in possession of good sense. But the most impactful point made by Sam, I think, is the accusation that if the job stopped being respectable, Robin should have stopped doing it. And Robin clearly concedes Sam's moral point because his protest isn't a moral one. Actually, Sam, this job is super important and I'm glad to be doing it. But a practical one. We're not allowed to quit. Good Hobbit sense, therefore, seems to be founded in this idea of personal freedom and responsibility, which kind of mesh with our social fabric to create respectability. The freedom of Frodo to go where he wants without being waylaid, for example, and the personal responsibility to reject the role of sheriff if it stops being a social good, leavened and informed by a healthy skepticism of the rules, particularly if those rules don't stem from the acceptable authority of, as Tolkien said in his letters, an unconstitutional monarch. What distinguishes the kind of moral authority which Tolkien describes here from a modern independent libertarianism is the social context. The greatest pleasure is still to be a hobbit among hobbits. There is something suspicious throughout Tolkien's legendarium of people who want to be alone. Rather, we should be sharing stories and beer and ease and comfort. But certainly the oppression of one's fellow hobbits on the instruction of a civil authority like Lotho Sackville Baggins seems to be bad sense. And according to Samwise Gamgee, at least, there doesn't seem to be much in the world that is worse than having bad sense. The next day, the hobbits are escorted, undercutting the authority of the sheriffs at every step, 14 of the 18 miles to Bywater. The company's pace is faster than the sheriffs, so rather delighting in the frustration of their captors, our heroes leave them behind and arrive in Bywater unescorted. The travellers trotted on, and as the sun began to sink toward the white downs far away on the western horizon, they came to Bywater by its wide pool, and there they had their first really painful shock. This was Frodo and Sam's own country, and they found out now that they cared about it more than any other place in the world. Many of the houses that they had known were missing. Some seemed to have been burned down. The pleasant row of old hobbit holes in the bank on the north side of the pool were deserted. Their little gardens that used to run down bright to the water's edge were rank with weeds. Worse, there was a whole line of the ugly new houses all along poolside, where the Hobbiton Road ran close to the bank. An avenue of trees had stood there. They were all gone. And looking with dismay up the road toward Bag End, they saw a tall chimney of brick in the distance. It was pouring out black smoke into the evening air. Sam was beside himself. "I'm going right on, Mr. Frodo," he cried. "I'm going to see what's up. I want to find my gaffer." "We ought to find out first what we're in for, Sam," said Mary. "I guess the chief will have a gang of ruffians handy. We'd better find someone who will tell us how things are around here." But in the village of Bywater, all the houses and holes were shut, and no one greeted them. They wondered at this, but they soon discovered the reason of it. When they reached the Green Dragon, the last house on the Hobbiton side, now lifeless with broken windows, they were disturbed to see half a dozen large, ill-favoured men lounging against the inn wall. They were squint-eyed and sallow-faced. "Like that friend of Bill Ferny's at Bree," said Sam. "Like many that I saw at Isengard," muttered Mary. Again, all the comfortable places of the Shire have been plundered and abandoned. The new buildings aren't hobbitish. This is the point where we begin to understand that part of what is happening to the Shire is a kind of colonization, right? We've displaced or perverted or twisted hobbit culture, but now it is being superseded by the culture of these strange men. Bywater, the home of the Green Dragon Inn, is going to act as another intermediary stage between the wilds beyond the Shire and home. Rivendell is one such stage, as is Bree. The Brandywine Bridge and Frogmorton are passed by rather quickly, but Bywater, no more than a mile from Hobbiton and Bag End, is going to be the threshold where we largely resolve the external threat to the Shire, as evidenced by the introduction of these unsavory men. By the time we get to Bag End, we're going to be largely looking at the internal, more subtle threat to the Shire, though the position of Saruman in that dynamic is particularly interesting. More on that when we get there. So now's as good a time as any, I think, to introduce the ruffians properly. The word ruffian comes into English in the early 16th century, meaning a boastful, low-level criminal predisposed to violence. It comes from the Italian ruffiano, meaning a pimp, someone who sells the services of sex workers. Ruffian may feel like a very Tolkien word. It may feel as though it is part of the linguistic landscape of these books, but it doesn't appear in the legendarium until the gatekeeper at Bree uses the adjective ruffianly to describe the weather. As for these ruffians, well, it isn't completely clear what Tolkien intends here, and there has been a lot of speculation over the years. They are described as large and ill-favoured and squint-eyed and sallow-faced. Squint-eyed here might remind us of Bill Ferny's companion back in Bree on the outward journey from the Shire. The term squint-eyed also appears in the chapter Flotsam and Jetsam, where Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli are reunited with Merry and Pippin after the Ents shatter Isengard. There it is used to describe sallow-faced, goblin-like men, which Aragorn compares to half-orcs in the Battle of Helm's Deep, where we get the description of, quote, half-orcs and goblin men that the foul craft of Saruman has bred from gambling. And these are connected to the southerner in Bree. The only time that the word sallow appears in the book and isn't used to describe these strange ruffians is in the chapter Mount Doom, where it is used to describe Gollum. So, not much of an improvement, honestly. It's worth noting, I suppose, that Christopher Tolkien speculates in Beyond Bree in 1990 that his father didn't intend squint-eyed to mean a quality of the ruffians' facial features, but rather of their conduct and behavior. They are squint-eyed because they are suspiciously glancing from side to side. I don't know how fully I can get on board with that, but I can concede that we offer at least the benefit of the doubt. Though, at the same time, we're going to note with equal care the letter Tolkien writes in 1958 to Forrest J. Ackerman about a possible film treatment of The Lord of the Rings, which includes wildly bird-like orcs. The professor writes in response, quote, "The orcs are definitely stated to be corruptions of the human form seen in elves and men. They are or were squat, broad, flat-nosed, sallow-skinned with wide mouths and slant eyes. In fact, degraded and repulsive versions of the, to Europeans, least lovely Mongol types." And obviously that strikes the modern reader very hard. But as we're walking this tightrope of interpretation, we must note that Tolkien's conclusion here is that a degraded and repulsive version of the least lovely Mongol type would be upsetting, would be monstrous, but it is crucially degraded and repulsive, which implies that those are not the ordinary forms associated with even the least lovely of the Mongol types, even to European eyes. It reads more like an admittedly insensitive and careless, but still earnest attempt to be properly descriptive. As ever, the professor's position on race is more complicated than is generally thought, I think, by either side of that debate. So who or what are the ruffians? What exactly are half-orcs? Well, they're counted among the Dunlendings, the men of the area west of the Gap of Rohan, who come into Saruman's service at Isengard. From a note recorded in Morgoth's Ring, Professor Tolkien lays out pretty clearly that they are the product of sexual reproduction between orcs and humans. The ability of orcs to reproduce, of course, being one of the main reasons that Morgoth relies on them for the bulk of his army even back in the First Age. Tolkien tells us in Morgoth's Ring, quote, "There is no doubt that long afterwards in the Third Age Saruman rediscovered this, or learned of it in lore, and in his lust for mastery committed this, his wickedest deed, the interbreeding of orcs and men, producing both men-orcs large and cunning, and orc-man treacherous and vile." End quote. So, there's not a lot here that's going to make us happy, and there's certainly a lot here of 19th century race theory, but at least we are more informed. And I'm not completely sure about this interpretive maneuver, but Tolkien is never settled in the course of his life about the role in the narrative of the so-called evil races, right? That manifests most directly in the orcs because they are the big unanswered question of the legendarium, but also, too, the races of man. And if you take as your starting point 3 precepts here: Tolkien's Catholic belief that God is good, his medievalist love of stories of heroism and warfare, and his absolute commitment to the accurate and authentic textual history of the document that we are holding, that is to say, his general refusal to fill in details that are incompatible with the perspectives from which these stories are being presented, then we wind up in an intractable position. Because if there are beings out there in the world that aren't singularly a priori evil, because a benevolent God wouldn't create beings that are a priori evil, and you can't delve into their experiences or their psychology, either because we don't have such physical documents which describe their philosophical and circumstantial needs, or such documents don't exist, and on top of those 2 things, you kind of want heroes who have swords and shields and fight and kill bad guys, well, then you're stuck. Those 3 things are almost impossible to reconcile. In fact, you inevitably, I think, inescapably wind up with the answer that Tolkien gives us again and again. These creatures have fallen under the sway of the root of all evil, the incarnate evil present in the world. But without framing that out, without balancing it, without saying, actually, Sauron is battling on the east of Mordor too with an alliance every bit as cool and heroic and good-looking as the army of the West, then you wind up inevitably simplifying these groups of enemies into antagonists who are, by all definition, attacking our heroes and supporting the forces of evil, because that's what they are. I believe that this is addressed directly in the Amazon series Rings of Power, but I've seen 2 episodes of Rings of Power, and that's more than enough until I have a good reason to watch it all. More on that, perhaps, later in the show. We reference here the figure of Sharky, the new big boss in charge even of Lotho, And then there's a certain amount of posturing from the ruffians. "Yes, I see," said Frodo. "For one thing, I see that you're behind the times in the news here. Much has happened since you left the south. Your day is over, and all other ruffians. The Dark Tower has fallen, and there's a king in Gondor, and Isengard has been destroyed, and your precious master is a beggar in the wilderness. I passed him on the road. The king's messengers will ride up the Greenway now, not bullies from Isengard." The man stared at him and smiled. "A beggar in the wilderness," he mocked. "Oh, is he indeed? Swagger it, my little cock-a-whoop. That won't stop us from living in this fat little country where you've lazed long enough. And," he snapped his fingers in Frodo's face, "king's messengers. That's for them. When I see one, I'll take notice, perhaps." This was too much for Pippin. His thoughts went back to the field of Cromallen, and here was a squint-eyed rascal calling the ring-bearer little cock-a-whoop. He cast back his cloak, flashed out his sword, and the silver and sable of Gondor gleamed on him as he rode forward. "I am a messenger of the king," he said. "You are speaking to the king's friend and one of the most renowned in all the lands of the West. You are a ruffian and a fool. Down on your knees in the road and ask pardon, or I will set this troll's bane in you." The sword glinted in the westering sun. Merry and Sam drew their swords also and rode up to support Pippin, but Frodo did not move. The ruffians gave back. Scaring Bree-land peasants and bullying bewildered hobbits had been their work. Fearless hobbits with bright swords and grim faces were a great surprise. And there was a note in the voices of these newcomers that they had not heard before. It chilled them with fear. "Go," said Merry. "If you trouble this village again, you'll regret it." The three hobbits came on, and then the ruffians turned and fled, running away up the Hobbiton road, and they blew their horns as they ran. The fields of Cromallen, of course, are the spot where Aragorn heals Sam and Frodo after their rescue by the eagles. Pippin is remembering, as is evidenced by his use of the term ring-bearer, how Frodo looked in the immediate aftermath of the destruction of the ring. His sword, which is still the one that he took from the Barrows more than a year ago, is here almost given a name, Trollbane, earned in the battle at the Morannon, the Black Gate, in which we close out the chapter with Pippin heroically. Well, here's the quote. You can judge for yourself how heroic it is. Quote, "At Pippin's side Beregond was stunned and overborne, and he fell, and the great troll chief that smote him bent over him, reaching out a clutching claw, for these fell creatures would bite the throats of those that they threw down. Then Pippin stabbed upwards, and the written blade of Westerness pierced through the hide and went deep into the vitals of the troll, and his black blood came gushing out. He toppled forward and came crashing down like a falling rock, burying those beneath him. Blackness and stench and crushing pain came upon Pippin, and his mind fell away into a great darkness." So Pippin, of course, passes out here and doesn't really know what happened, but he is later filled in by Gimli after the fact. Thus, Trollbane, the sword. So let's look here at how our hobbits are fulfilling their roles, embodying their experiences. Pippin is quick to be roused by anger and quick to take action. Merry embodies the authority of the Shire, and I think that we can see this as an extension of their pre-fellowship lives. Merry is the elder. He's the heir to the Brandybuck family. He will someday be Master of the Hall, Master of Buckland. Pippin, by contrast, is the younger. And in the tradition of the aristocratic families in which the elder son would inherit and the second son would join the army, Pippin is now positioned more as a soldier. Even the title that he'll inherit in later years, Thane of the Shire, is a now largely ceremonial but still quasi-military role. This contrast grants to Merry the authority of the aristocracy of the Shire, and to Pippin the role of soldier, of guard. And here we see them fulfilling those roles, as Pippin draws his sword first, but Merry speaks with authority. Civil authority and martial authority, unified in purpose and bounded by respect, alongside, of course, Sam's obedience and Frodo's. Well, let's take a look at the next slide to see exactly what it is that Frodo is fulfilling here. "Well, we've come back none too soon," said Merry. "Not a day too soon. Perhaps too late, at any rate, to save Lotho," said Frodo. "Miserable fool, but I am sorry for him." "Save Lotho? Whatever do you mean?" said Pippin. "Destroy him, I should say." "I don't think you quite understand things, Pippin," said Frodo. "Lotho never meant things to come to this pass. He's been a wicked fool, but he's caught now. The ruffians are on top, gathering, robbing and bullying and running or ruining things as they like in his name. And not in his name even for much longer. He's a prisoner in Bag End now, I expect, and very frightened. We ought to try to rescue him." "Well, I am staggered," said Pippin. "Of all the ends to our journey, that is the very last I should have thought of, to have to fight half-orcs and ruffians in the Shire itself to rescue Lotho Pimple." "Fight," said Frodo. "Well, I suppose it may come to that. But remember, there is to be no slaying of hobbits, not even if they have gone over to the other side. Really gone over, I mean, not just obeying ruffians' orders because they are frightened. No hobbit has ever killed another on purpose in the Shire, and it is not to begin now. And nobody is to be killed at all if it can be helped. Keep your tempers and hold your hands to the last possible moment." But if there are many of the ruffians, said Merry, it will certainly mean fighting. You won't rescue Lotho or the Shire just by being shocked and sad, my dear Frodo. No, said Pippin. It won't be so easy scaring them the second time. They were taken by surprise. You hear that horn blowing? Evidently there are other ruffians near at hand. They'll be much bolder when there's more of them together. We ought to think of taking cover somewhere for the night. After all, we're only 4, even if we are armed. A quick tangent here. No hobbit has ever killed another on purpose in the Shire is, of course, one of those famously provocative phrases that just gets casually dropped here in the close of the book. And it's fascinating to think about what implications this has. No one challenges Frodo, which suggests that he is at least broadly accurate. We are positioning the Shire as a place of decency, as a place of civility, as a place for which the application of terminal violence is still somewhat antithetical. It is broadly a peaceful place. But it has some interesting implications. First off, of course, the specificity of in the Shire does give us a loophole that will accommodate the violence performed by Smeagol, of course, most notably on Deagle, and allows space in which we might both play out a more violent origin story for the hobbits, more in line with the other great civilizations of Middle-earth, but also preserve the special nature of the Shire as the pinnacle of society. Sure, we were maybe violent before we came to the Shire, but then we mastered civility. Then we became hobbits of the Shire. And it never occurred to me until this particular reading, but if it is commonly understood that hobbits within the Shire simply do not kill one another, then it is all the more scandalous back in the first chapter of the book when Sandyman the Miller accuses, albeit in passing, Primula Brandybuck of killing Drogo Baggins. This is the accounting of the death of Frodo's parents, in which Sandyman says, "And I heard she pushed him in, and he pulled her in after him." Which, of course, the gaffer pushes back on immediately, but that is a staggeringly provocative statement if we live in a world in which hobbits are well known not to kill one another. We'll append this, too, with the observation that Frodo is the only member of the Fellowship who does not kill during the entire span of this book. He doesn't take a single life. He is engaged in combat, he inflicts some wounds, but Frodo is the only one who emerges from this entire conflict without blood on his hands. Topics, perhaps, for future conversation. Frodo here inhabiting this new role, balancing, mediating the others, embodying, most crucially, pity and mercy. Pity for Lotho and mercy for all their foes, even those hobbits, as he takes pains to make clear, who have really sided with the ruffians. Even if they have evil in their hearts, they are to be spared if at all possible. Ideally, there will be no killing at all. And of course, we're coming back to his famous conversation with Gandalf in Fellowship about Bilbo sparing Gollum, but we're also drawing a great deal from his own experiences with the ring and about being subjected to the influence of something malign. And of course, his own proximity to Gollum and his experience now of what desperation will do to a soul. If we're positioning the scouring of the Shire as being a kind of moral test to determine whether our heroes deserve to return home, which is a more complicated version of the standard hero's journey return that we see across dozens of other genre novels. I can't believe, in fact, that I have made it this far without referencing Joseph Campbell, but let me make up for that now. Quote, "The returning hero to complete his adventure must survive the impact of the world," end quote. If you don't, you end up like Jason, crushed under the prow of the Argo. But what's just as important here, arguably more important for fine fellows like our hobbits, is that the world must survive the impact of you. And ultimately, of course, Frodo won't quite survive his return, but that is a conversation that we'll get to in another, hour and a half or something. So where does this situate Frodo in our completely comprehensive social schematic? Not just showing pity and forgiveness and wisdom, but advocating for them, balancing Merry's desire for justice and Pippin's for vengeance. Well, if Sam is the working class and Pippin is the soldier and Merry is the nobleman, then the spot for Frodo seems obvious according to our medieval English schematic. He's the priest, the scholar, the philosopher. He is the moral authority. These are the 4 branches, in effect, of medieval life. And look at how Merry challenges him. Merry, to emphasize, challenging Frodo of all hobbits, assuming leadership of their endeavor. You won't rescue Lotho or the Shire just by being shocked and sad, my dear Frodo. Action must be taken, thinks Merry, and violence might be necessary. And of course, it's no surprise to readers of this book that we do not blink from necessary violence exercised in a just cause stemming from a just authority. And that's a crucial distinction here. Tolkien is not advocating for pacifism exactly, but is acknowledging the spectrum of action of violence between doing nothing and killing your foe. The use of violence to cow an enemy, to force a surrender, to ultimately save lives, to prevent further harm and pain, seems like a perfectly valid approach within this moral schematic. We might extend this principle to see where it intersects with the idea of industrialized war and automatic weapons, right? To bombs and machine guns and weapons of mass destruction, which, because they are indiscriminate, are incompatible with the idea of the careful and restrained application of violence wherein Tolkien seems to find virtue, and where Merry and Frodo here seem to find a middle ground. And we can take a moment to note that the experience of grief and pain leading to a greater wisdom and kindness is an absolutely foundational part of Tolkien's secondary creation. That is what Nienna teaches in her halls by the Endless Sea. That's what Gandalf learned from her before he ever came to Middle-earth. It's what Frodo has learned now. We'll also remember Frodo handing Sting over to Sam in Mordor when he says, "Sting I give to you. I have got an orc blade, but I do not think it will be my part to strike any blow again." Foreshadowing or foresight, it seems as though there's a part of Frodo that understands the change that he is experiencing here. More on this as we move forward. We'll tag one more thing here. Lotho's nickname, Pimple, is going to be used throughout the rest of the chapter, 7 or 8 times, I guess, but this is its first appearance in the book. It seems that Pippin arrives at it spontaneously in this slide, but we're later going to discover that Farmer Cotton also uses it, which means that it is probably in common usage throughout the Shire, which, given that it is not the most subtle or deft of insults, is probably fine. Speaking, though, of Tom Cotton, let's move on. "I have an idea," said Sam. "Let's go to old Tom Cotton's down South Lane. He always was a stout fellow, and he's a lot of lads that are all friends of mine." "No," said Mary. "It is no good getting under cover. That is what people have been doing and just what these ruffians like. They will simply come down on us in force, corner us, and then drive us out or burn us in. No, we have to do something at once." "Do what?" said Pippin. "Raise the Shire," said Mary. "Now. Wake all our people. They hate all this, you can see. All of them except perhaps 1 or 2 rascals and a few folks that want to be important, but don't at all understand what's really going on. But Shire folk have been comfortable so long they don't know what to do. They just want a match, though, and they'll go up in fire. The chief's men must know that. They'll try to stamp on us and put us out quick. We've only got a very short time. Sam, you must make a dash for Cotton's farm if you like. He's the chief person round here and the sturdiest. Come on. I am going to blow the horn of Rohan and give them all some music they've never heard before." They rode back to the middle of the village. There Sam turned aside and galloped off down the lane that led south to Cotton's. He had not gone far when he heard a sudden, clear horn call go up ringing into the sky. Far over hill and field it echoed, and so compelling was the call that Sam himself almost turned and dashed back. His pony reared and neighed. "On, lad, on!" he cried. "We'll be going back soon." Then he heard Mary change the note, and up went the horn cry of Buckland, shaking the air. "Awake, awake, fear, fire, foes! Awake, fire, foes, awake!" Sam, common hobbit that he is, wants to take shelter with the other good sorts and reliable souls of the working class Shire, but Merry here is in full-on Lord of the Manor mode, so much so that he's taking charge not just in the moment, but is kind of claiming an authority over the identity of the Shire, over the soul of this place. This, says Merry definitively, this is who hobbits really are, and I know because as a nobleman and the someday master of Buckland, the reins of society are in my capable God-appointed hands. They have been comfortable for so long that they don't know what to do, so they need leadership. They need the match, and then they'll go up in flames. What's even more interesting here, though, is that the Horn of Rohan, the Horn of the Mark, which is given to Merry by Éowyn after the war and comes with some pretty clear, and it turns out, accurate instructions, right? Quote, "This is an heirloom of our house," said Éowyn. "It was made by the dwarves and came from the hoard of Scatha the Worm. Eorl the Young brought it from the north. He that blows it at need shall set fear in the hearts of his enemies and joy in the hearts of his friends, and they shall hear him and come to him." End quote. And that is obviously exactly what happens. Not only is Sam affected by the ringing sound of the horn, but even Bill feels it. The modulation here from the straight sound of the horn to the horn cry of Buckland is fascinating and familiar, of course. This is the same horn call and the same attributed meaning as we saw sound in Buckland after Fatty Bolger saw the Black Riders at Crickhollow when the other hobbits are already sleeping in the Prancing Pony in Bree. Quote, "Fear, fire, foes!" The Brandybucks were blowing the horn call of Buckland that had not been sounded for 100 years, not since the white wolves came in the fell winter when the Brandywine was frozen over. "Awake, awake!" End quote. So we're seeing again Merry wielding the authority of his position, even though, of course, Bywater isn't Buckland. We are uniting the parts of the Shire. In any case, Merry has now roused the Shire. Sam goes to see Farmer Cotton and his sons, who have been itching for a fight this whole time. And then Tom Cotton encourages Sam to, stop by and visit with his wife and daughter before joining the fray. And what am I going to do? Not pull this slide? Not use this quote? Sam hurried to the house. By the large round door at the top of the steps from the wide yard stood Mrs. Cotton and Rosie, and Nibs in front of them grasping a hay fork. "It's me!" shouted Sam as he trotted up. "Sam Gamgee! So don't try prodding me, Nibs! Anyway, I've got a mail shirt on me!" He jumped down from his pony and went up the steps. They stared at him in silence. "Good evening, Mrs. Cotton," he said. "Hello, Rosie." "Hello, Sam," said Rosie. "Where have you been? They said you were dead, but I've been expecting you since the spring. You haven't hurried, have you?" "Perhaps not," said Sam, abashed. "But I'm hurrying now. We're seeing about the ruffians, and I've got to get back to Mr. Frodo, but I thought I'd have a look and see how Mrs. Cotton was keeping, and you, Rosie." "We're keeping nicely, thank you," said Mrs. Cotton, "or should be, if it weren't for these thieving ruffians." "Well, be off with you," said Rosie. "If you've been looking after Mr. Frodo all this while, what do you want to leave him for as soon as things look dangerous?" This was too much for Sam. It needed a week's answer or none. He turned away and mounted his pony, but as he started off, Rosie ran down the steps. "I think you look fine, Sam," she said. "Go on now, but take care of yourself and come straight back as soon as you settle the ruffians." A quick note here that might be slightly overdue. Cotton, as in the family name of Rosie and Tom et al., isn't derived from the name of the plant or the textiles derived from the plant, because that would be anachronistic to Tolkien's historical conception of where, or I guess more accurately when, the Shire is rooted. As we've said before, Tolkien didn't like loanwords or neologism. He preferred not to use any word that entered English past the 15th century, which is why we changed tobacco, for example, to pipeweed. The word cotton technically enters English in the 12th century, but it wasn't commonly used because cotton was relatively rare. In the 15th century, it is still, in Europe, the preserve of the Italians and the Dutch. It isn't until the 17th century that the cotton industry becomes a foundation for the British Empire. The word cotton, interestingly, only appears in the pages of The Lord of the Rings as the surname of this particular family. And our loophole here is that it's not referring to the plant or the textile, but simply means cottager, someone who lives in a cottage. I know that I've mentioned this before, but it is one of my favorite pieces of Tolkien trivia, so here we go. In which chapter of The Lord of the Rings is Rosie Cotton first mentioned? I mean, smart money would go on chapter 1, A Long Expected Party, or maybe chapter 2, The Shadow of the Past, maybe as late as chapter 5, A Conspiracy Unmasked, but no, the correct answer is chapter 56, the third chapter of book 6, as Sam is looking at the peak of Mount Doom, every bit of 50 miles distant, and finds a new resolve even as he feels his hope die. Quote, "Wow, if that's the job, then I must do it. But I would dearly like to see Bywater again, and Rosie Cotton and her brothers, and the Gaffer and Marigold and all." Then, later in the chapter, after Sam gives Frodo the penultimate mouthful of water, we fill in the names of her brothers. Quote, "He felt the cool mud about his toes as he paddled in the pool at Bywater with Jolly Cotton and Tom and Nibs and their sister Rosie. But that was years ago," he sighed, "and far away. The way back, if there is one, goes past the mountain." End quote. Rosie is the second child and only daughter of Tom and Lily Cotton. She is like her mother, named for a flower, as is Lobelia, who we'll see shortly, Angelica, to whom Bilbo sent a mirror, arguably Belladonna took. She is also, of course, fantastic. We're going to focus back on flower names later in this reading. I haven't got an infinite amount of time, despite the fact that this podcast so far would suggest otherwise, so I'm not going to delve too deeply into the discourse surrounding Tolkien and his female characters, but since you ask, and since we're more or less in the middle of this podcast episode, by number of slides at least, if not by running time, then let me take the opportunity to let you know that you can hear me talk about Tolkien's female characters in two places, one in the recent past and one in the near future, because over the last year and a half, I have been releasing a podcast entitled Stars and Swords. It's kind of the same approach that I'm taking here, but the idea was to cover all different kinds of genre literature, to discuss books over a handful of weeks. I mean, a small handful of weeks, at least in theory. So I've talked about the first two Narnia books, and I've talked about Dracula by Bram Stoker, and I've talked about Nadia Okorafor's African futurist fable Binti, and V.E. Schwab's excellent modern magical romance The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue, and I've talked about Catherine Kerr's Celtic fantasy Dagger Spell, and I've talked about the first two volumes of Brian Michael Bendis' Ultimate Spider-Man, and I've talked about lots more besides, but I mention it now because I'm in the process, as of this episode's release, of concluding a 6-month project discussing the Silmarillion. If you are interested in 40 hours, maybe more than 40 hours of me talking about the Valar and the making of Arda and the doom of the Noldor, about Feanor and Beren and Turin Turambar, about Gondolin and Menegroth and Nargothrond, about the lamps and the trees and the Silmarils, and about the surprising number of excellent female characters that we get passingly in those pages, then you can find that podcast in your app of choice or by visiting starsandswords.com. And now is an excellent time, because not only am I wrapping up the Silmarillion right now, but in a couple of weeks we're going to begin covering Jane Austen's timeless 1811 novel, Sense and Sensibility. It's Sense and Sensibility summer. It's Austen, August, or at least it will be soon enough. It's going to be a great time. Check it out at starsandswords.com. But Alistair, I hear you saying, of course I've heard of other books, and I'm sure that some of them are fine enough in their own way, but who has time to read anything that isn't Tolkien, or, at the furthest extension, Tolkien adjacent? Well, I have good news for you, hypothetical listener, because I'm also starting a brand new podcast dedicated to the works of Professor Tolkien. It is called Shire Reckoning, and it is going to consist of not one, but 2 episodes per week. Every Sunday, I'm going to release an episode with a bit of editorial, a brief lecture on something Tolkien adjacent that I've been thinking about, a topic-oriented discussion, as well as some listener correspondence and some up-to-the-minute news on what is happening Tolkien-wise in both popular culture and in Tolkien scholarship. Then, every Tuesday evening, I'm going to host a casual but passionate book club discussion, not unlike There and Back Again, on YouTube. It's going to be an opportunity to move through the legendarium at our own pace, discussing whatever seems the most interesting and relevant, adopting different reading strategies, enjoying the breadth and the depth of Tolkien's secondary creation. Our first book, following on after the Silmarillion reading that I have just finished, is going to be a little 1937 novel called The Hobbit, or technically we're probably going to be reading the 51 second edition, but we're going to look at how this story, which was never supposed originally to be part of the legendarium, sits alongside the world that Tolkien had already created, the world of the Silmarillion, the world of the Lord of the Rings, all the stories of the Elder Days. We're going to be talking about the roles of narrative voices, what we understand to be Bilbo's voice in the book, and how we reconcile these events with what we know of Middle-earth beyond one hobbit's journey. So that's Shire Reckoning, available now wherever such things are available, or at shirereckoningpod.com. I hope you check out both shows. Anyway, all of that is to say that Rosie is fantastic and is a welcome moment of levity to help us shift gears down into this domestic, playful, romantic kind of exchange. But the horn has been sounded, the Shire has been roused, and we can't wait all day. When Sam got back, he found the whole village roused. Already, apart from many younger lads, more than 100 sturdy hobbits were assembled with axes and heavy hammers and long knives and stout staves, and a few with hunting bows. More were still coming in from outlying farms. Some of the village folk had lit a large fire just to enliven things, and also because it was one of the things forbidden by the chief. It burned bright as night came on. Others at Mary's orders were setting up barriers across the road at each end of the village. When the sheriffs came up to the lower one, they were dumbfounded, and as soon as they saw how things were, most of them took off their feathers and joined in the revolt. The others slunk away. Sam found Frodo and his friends by the fire talking to old Tom Cotton, while an admiring crowd of Bywater folk stood around and stared. "Well, what's the next move?" said Farmer Cotton. "I can't say," said Frodo, "until I know more. How many of the ruffians are there?" "That's hard to tell," said Cotton. "They moves about and comes and goes. There's sometimes 50 of them, in their sheds up Hobbiton way. They go out there roving around, thieving or gathering, as they call it. Still, there's seldom less than a score around the boss, as they names him. He's at Bag End, or was. He don't go outside the grounds now. No one's seen him at all, in fact, for a week or two, but the men don't let no one go near." "Hobbiton's not their only place, is it?" said Pippin. "No, more's the pity," said Cotton. "There's a good few down south in Longbottom and by Sarnford, I hear, and some more lurking in the woody end, and they've sheds at Waymeet. And there's the lock holes, as they call them, the old storage tunnels at Mickledalving that they've made into prisons for those who stand up to them. Still, I reckon there's not above 300 of them in the Shire, all told, maybe less. We can master them, if we stick together." Someone, somewhere, and I'm aware that this is the second academic paper that I'm calling for in the podcast so far, someone should write an examination of how these former sheriffs, those who decide to take off their feathers and join in the rebellion, might be contrasted with the elves who returned from the dungeons of Angband in the Silmarillion in the First Age, who cannot be trusted and are turned to exile because many of them, though not all, are Morgoth's spies. But there's no such suspicion here. Good order is restored with a little healthy civil disobedience and the burning of a bright fire. This, as I mentioned earlier, is where we get the explanation of the lock holes, the storage tunnels at Mickledalving. There's a small part of something that's happening through this chapter that Tolkien, as far as I'm concerned, receives too little credit for, because allegory aside, his own historical context aside, This really is an excellent study in how authoritarians wield power primarily through fear and intimidation. There was nothing stopping the Shire from rising up against these 300 ruffians. As Tom Cotton says, we can master them if we stick together. And while I do accept that the swords of the returning Hobbit heroes are going to be helpful in this conflict, they're not the entire ballgame. If they were, there would be no reason to rouse the Shire in the first place. Merry and Pippin could simply play the hit new video game where you bloodily unscour the Shire on their own, racking up a fearsome body count. Obviously, I'm thinking of the Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War games, and if you haven't played those, they're kind of dumb, but they're fun enough in their own open-world way. They are so violently contrary to Tolkien's own writing that it is genuinely kind of breathtaking. Did you know that Shelob is oftentimes a sexy lady? Because Shadow of War would really like you to accept quests from her while being attracted to her slinky femme fatale ways. Like I said, pretty dumb and really bad Tolkien. In any case, the new authority in the Shire has slowly convinced the hobbits that they cannot trust their neighbours, and thus isolated, the hobbits don't believe that they have this collective power. But what Tolkien also understands is the power of the symbol, the rallying cry, the horn, absolutely, and the bonfire, visible proof that not everyone is afraid and that rebellion is possible. And consider, too, the complaint the travellers had about the guard post at the Brandywine Bridge, a mean little grate that would not allow a good fire? Well, we have our fire now, unconstrained by the brutalist architecture of the new regime out here in the open. The only thing missing is some of Gandalf's fireworks. Have they got any weapons? Asked Merry. Whips, knives, and clubs, enough for their dirty work. That's all they've showed so far, said Cotton. But I dare say they've got other gear if it comes to fighting. Some have bows. Anyway, they've shot one or two of our folk. There you are, Frodo, said Merry. I knew we should have to fight. Well, they started the killing. Not exactly, said Cotton. Leastways not with the shooting. Took started that. You see, your dad, Mr. Peregrine, he's never had no truck with his Lotho, not from the beginning. Said that if anyone was going to play the chief at this time of day, it should be the right Thane of the Shire and no upstart. And when Lotho sent his men, they got no change out of him. Tooks are lucky. They've got those deep holes in the green hills, the great smeals and all, and the ruffians can't come at them. They won't let the ruffians come on their land. If they do, Tooks hunt them. Tooks shot 3 for prowling and robbing. After that, the ruffians turned nastier. They're keeping a pretty close watch on Tookland. No one gets in nor out of it now. Good for the Tooks, cried Pippin. But someone's going to get in again now. I'm off to the Smeals. Anyone coming with me to Tuckborough? Pippin rode off with half a dozen lads on ponies. See you soon, he cried. It's only 14 miles or so over the fields. I'll bring you back an army of Tooks in the morning. Merry blew a horn call after them as they rode off into the gathering night. The people cheered. All the same, said Frodo to all those who stood near, I wish for no killing, not even of the ruffians unless it must be done to prevent them from hurting hobbits. We discussed the Thane of the Shire in terms of it being Pippin's role in the future, but right now, of course, it's a position held by his father, Paladin. Tuckborough, we're told, is in the West Farthing, 14 miles from Bywater, as Pippin notes, and the Smeals is the large warren of tunnels that serves as the ancestral home of the Took family. The word Smeal is an interesting one. It's a word invented by Tolkien, meaning burrow, but it is very much derived from the Old English word Smygel, S-M-Y-G-E-L, which of course sounds not unlike the original name of Gollum, which isn't a coincidence because Smygel, as we might think of his name, means burrower. Weirdly, that's also the same etymological chain that gets us to the name Smaug, who worm-like burrows. So Lotho is unpopular, we're told, with Paladin Took, from which we might speculate about Pippin's own dislike of the Sackville Baggins, and perhaps where he picked up the name Lotho Pimple in the first place. And they were in active rebellion from the beginning, so the ruffians have sealed them up and they watch the border, which is why Pippin summons these hearty lads on their ponies to accompany him. You'll note here that Frodo is again demanding that there be no killing of hobbits. Demanding is perhaps too strong. Pleading that there be no killing of hobbits. And the Tooks here are on the right side, for they have only shot Sharky's ruffians. Speaking of whom, a band of 20 ruffians, led by the same man Merry confronted earlier, come into town, openly contemptuous of the hobbits, threatening them with disproportionate and collective punishment. So, if you're wondering if the ruffians are conducting themselves in accordance with the Geneva Conventions, they are not. They approach Farmer Cotton by the fire, and the leaders order them to take Tom into custody. The men took one step forward and stopped short. There rose a roar of voices all around them, and suddenly they were aware that Farmer Cotton was not all alone. They were surrounded. In the dark on the edge of the firelight stood a ring of hobbits that had crept up out of the shadows. There were nearly 200 of them, all holding some weapon. Merry stepped forward. "We have met before," he said to the leader, "and I warned you not to come back here. I warn you again. You were standing in the light, and you are covered by archers. If you lay a finger on this farmer or on anyone else, you will be shot at once. Lay down any weapons that you have." The leader looked around. He was trapped. But he was not scared, not now with a score of his fellows to back him. He knew too little of hobbits to understand his peril. Foolishly, he decided to fight. It would be easy to break out. "At 'em, lads!" he cried. "Let 'em have it!" With a long knife in his left hand and a club in the other, he made a rush at the ring, trying to burst out back toward Hobbiton. He aimed a savage blow at Merry, who stood in his way. He fell dead with 4 arrows in him. That was enough for the others. They gave in. Their weapons were taken from them, and they were roped together and marched off to an empty hut that they had built themselves. And there they were tied hand and foot and locked up under guard. The dead leader was dragged off and buried. "Seems almost too easy after all, don't it?" said Cotton. "I said we could master them, but we needed a call. You came back in the nick of time, Mr. Merry." One of the things that's most striking about the ruffians through this confrontation is their dangerous combination of arrogance and ignorance. As we have seen again and again in The Lord of the Rings, failing to respect or to understand your enemy radically increases the chances that you are going to be overcome in a moment of confrontation, right? Secure in his belief of the timidity of hobbits, the ruffian leader puts himself in a dangerous position and pays the price. And in this way, we can see that the ruffians are following the very familiar paths of evil in Middle-earth, pride and arrogance both. Every great evil, and ultimately the downfall of every great evil, can be traced back to the belief that you are superior to others, that you have mastery over others. This is true of Melkor, of Smaug. It's very true of Saruman, and of course Sauron too. We're seeing in microcosm here the same conflict that we've seen play out on much larger stages. So when we think of the scouring of the Shire as I've described it, a battle for the soul of the Shire, which it is, we should also see it as a microcosmic encapsulation of the conflict between good and evil. We're not simply here in a political mode. We are also engaging with the very largest ideas that Tolkien has about good and evil. And we have Farmer Cotton to thank for really putting a button on this scene and delivering the moral. We could have done this at any time, but we needed a call. We needed the horn cry of Buckland. We needed the match. We needed to be roused. And we can thank Farmer Cotton, too, for carrying us into the next slide and giving us the whole backstory to what happened in the Shire while the hobbits of the Fellowship were gone. "It all began with Pimple, as we call him," said Farmer Cotton. "And it began as soon as you'd gone off, Mr. Frodo. He'd funny ideas, had Pimple. Seemed he wanted to own everything himself and then order other folks about. It soon came out that he already did own a sight more than was good for him, and he was always grabbing more, though where he got the money was a mystery. Mills and malt houses and inns and farms and leaf plantations. He'd already bought Sandyman's Mill before he came to Bag End, seemingly. Of course, he started with a lot of property in the South Farthing, which he had from his dad. It seemed like he'd been selling a lot of the best leaf and sending it away quietly for a year or two, but at the end of the last year, he began sending away loads of stuff, not only leaf. Things began to get short, and winter coming on, too. Folk got angry, but he had his answer. A lot of men, ruffians mostly, came with great weapons, some to carry off the goods south the way, and others to stay. And more came. And before we knew where we were, they'd planted here and there all over the Shire and were felling trees and digging and building themselves sheds and houses just as they liked. At first, goods and damage was paid for by Pimple, but soon they began lording it around and taking what they wanted. Then there was a bit of trouble, but not enough. Old Will the mayor set off for Bag End to protest, but he never got there. Ruffians laid hands on him and took him and locked him up in the hole in Mickle Delving, and there he is now. And after that, it would be soon after New Year, there wasn't no more mayor, and Pimple called himself Chief Sheriff, or just Chief, and did as he liked. And if anyone got uppish, as they called it, they followed Will. So things went from bad to worse. There wasn't no smoke left, save for the man, and the chief didn't hold with beer, save for his man, and closed all the inns, and everything except rules got shorter and shorter unless one could hide a bit of one's own when the ruffians went around gathering stuff up for fair distribution, which meant that they got it, and we didn't, except for the leavings, which you could have at the sheriff houses, if you could stomach them. All very bad. But since Sharkey came, it's been plain ruination. And there's nothing here, I think, that will surprise us, particularly here in 2025. It starts with inherited wealth. It's compounded by exploitative capitalism, and it ends in the willful deconstruction of democracy and social order and the advancement of individuals who do not embody the virtues of their community. That last point, that separation between Lotho and the other hobbits, I think is particularly interesting because Cotton's first criticism of Lotho Sackville Baggins is that he simply wants to own everything. A funny idea, says Tom Cotton. Lotho already owned a lot. And what follows thereafter is a greater and greater greed, a greater and greater ruthlessness. And obviously the scale is very different, but since we recently talked about enfolding the biggest ideas in Tolkien's Legendarium back down here into the Scouring of the Shire, doesn't this start to sound a little like dragon sickness? The greed that consumes and leaves one at best isolated and alone in a hoard of wealth that has no use, that has become robbed of its utility, of its actual power in the world? And I say this, I suppose, not to imply that Lotho is becoming draconic, but rather to highlight the blunt commonality of evil, to extract from that, to extend from that, I suppose, some greater, broader sense about what Tolkien believes to be good, to be true, to be the virtues of the Shire. Certainly, owning too much is bad, particularly if you, like Lotho, own businesses and industry. Multiple mills, for goodness sake. I mentioned back when we were talking about Sam's vision in the Mirror of Galadriel that the mill, and by extension millers, are usually viewed with distrust and distaste. They are often in literature associated with thieves and thievery. They are often shown to be so independently powerful that they could afford to be insufficiently respectful of their local lord, a grave situation in the feudal system. There is a kind of negative social change associated with the mill. There are two key reasons for that, both historically and within Tolkien's fiction. The first is that they represent technology. They represent industry, the changing world, which is particularly to Tolkien a thing that we do not want. The second is that they are the pinch point, economically speaking, between the farmers and the bakers. Millers are necessary middlemen, which means that they could, either in actuality or just in the supposition of their neighbors, charge whatever they want for this vital service, which couldn't be replicated without a great deal of investment. At the very least, millers are often suspected of shortchanging both farmer and baker and profiting from both sides. That takes hold in the popular imagination, well, with the drunk, vulgar miller Robin in Chaucer, probably, right? But we can extend it all the way through to the miller in Tolkien's own Farmer Giles of Ham. That's why, incidentally, the Sandyman boys are such atypical hobbits, with Ted, the son, being a kind of personal antagonist for Sam, the stalwart example of the good working class. It's Ted that gives Sam a hard time about his cousin Hal seeing an ant. It's Ted that Sam sees in the Mirror of Galadriel hewing down the trees on the avenue to Bywater. So we're positioning Lotho not just as a prideful hobbit, but as a mill owner worthy of your distrust and skepticism twice over. And everything that we understand about Lotho at this point in the story is cloaked in, is influenced by, is colored by his greed, his ever-expanding desire for more. We confirm the story that Robin Smallborough told Sam about Flower Dumpling the mayor being taken to the Lockholes, and thus we set the stage for the introduction of Sharky. "Who is this Sharky?" said Mary. "I heard one of the ruffians speak of him."
"The biggest ruffian of the lot, seemingly," answered Cotton. "It was about last harvest, end of September maybe, when we first heard of him. We'd never seen him, but he's up at Bag End, and he's the real chief now, I guess. All the ruffians do what he says, and what he says is mostly hack, burn, and ruin. And now it's come to killing. There's no longer even any bad sense in it. They cut down trees and let 'em lie. They burn houses and build no more. Take Sandyman's Mill now. Pimple knocked it down almost as soon as he came to Bag End. Then he brought in a lot of dirty-looking men to build a bigger one and fill it full of wheels and outlandish contraptions. Only that fool Ted was pleased by that, and he works there cleaning wheels for the men, where his dad was the miller and his own master. Pimple's idea was to grind more and faster, so he said. He's got other mills like it. But you gotta have grist before you can grind, and there was no more for the new mill to do than for the old. But since Sharky came, they don't grind no more corn at all. They're always a hammering and a letting out a smoke and a stench. There's no peace even at night in Hobbiton. And they pour out filth o' purpose. They fouled all the lower water, and it's getting down into Brandywine. If they want to make the Shire into a desert, they're going the right way about it. I don't believe that fool of a Pimple's behind all this. It's Sharky, I say." So we're going to jump the timeline just a little here, because as Gandalf implied prior to leaving the party, Sharky, the chief architect of the ills of the Shire, is none other and no less than Saruman. Cotton tells us that he shows up at the end of September, and we might remember the encounter on August 28th of the year 1419 in Shire Reckoning, when Frodo and the others passed Saruman and Grima Wormtongue on the road north. Our heroes go on to Rivendell, but Saruman came straight to the Shire, where he has already helped Lotho upend the social order and take power for himself. And with his coming to the Shire, we see the limits, perhaps, of hobbit evil and the much greater scale of wizard evil, because the mills, as bad as they are now being transformed from the symbols of the industrializing Middle Ages to the dark satanic mills referenced by Blake in the poem "And Did Those Feet in Ancient Time," better known nowadays, of course, as Jerusalem. We're seeing a real difference in industry. The mill was always bad, but as Cotton notes, right, Ted Sandyman's dad was the miller and his own master. It was still a position that was respectable in society. Now Ted has been completely subjugated to the machinery, to these outlandish contraptions that aren't understood by and aren't accessible to the good, doughty hobbits of the farms and fields.
A shift, of course, that's completely consistent with Saruman the Wise's craftiness and the Industrial Revolution seen and then undone at Isengard, and obviously compatible with Tolkien's own experience of the mechanization associated with the First World War. Mechanization, industry, particularly industry that we cannot personally understand, is bad. And partly, this is about that same personal connection, right? If you can see and interact with the machine in a way that is productive, then the machine is probably okay. The machine comes bad, as we've discussed before, at the point where it dehobbitizes the hobbit, at the point at which it dehumanizes the human, the point at which you yourself become a part of the functioning operative machine. So Tolkien is skeptical of industry, skeptical of technology, yes, but this is specific. This is a different kind of technology. Just to take a second to clarify that, of course, this is giving voice to the argument of the book, right? This is reflecting Tolkien's agrarian, small government, semi-libertarian, proto-anarchist views. I, personally, am fairly pro-technology, as you might expect by someone recording a podcast in a studio surrounded by tech. But I'm definitely recognizing Tom Cotton's feelings here. If you substitute Saruman's Dark Mill for a comparable scourge, for generative AI, say, they pour out filth of purpose, they fouled all the TikTok and it's getting down into the blue sky. Obviously, we've discussed the inherent evil of technology before as Tolkien sees it, going all the way to the comparisons between the goblins and the dwarves in The Hobbit. But it might be worth reiterating because Tolkien was absolutely okay with what we might think of as craft. Hobbits have mirrors, after all, and umbrellas and matches, and somewhat controversially, clocks. Swords are made by the great blacksmiths of the dwarven, elven, and human realms. They are prized, as is armor, as are pieces of jewelry, pieces of art, decoration. What Tolkien is suspicious of is this impersonal, dehumanizing industry of mass production, the factory, the assembly line, the rapacious, wasteful, poisonous, destructive thing that is created to create and can only fulfill its purpose in excess, the thing which exists primarily to continue its own existence. Let's take a break from all this doom and gloom to enjoy what is, for my money, one of the most successful comic interludes in the entire book. This is also, by the way, where we learn that Lobelia Sackville Baggins herself has also been taken to the Lockholes after confronting the ruffians with a well-wielded umbrella. And then, into the middle of this talk came Sam, bursting in with his gaffer. Old Gamgee did not look much older, but he was a little deafer. "Good evening, Mr. Baggins," he said. "Glad indeed I am to see you safe back, but I've a bone to pick with you in a manner of speaking, if I may be so bold. You didn't never ought to have sold Bag End, as I've always said. That's what started all the mischief. And while you've been trespassing in foreign parts, chasing black man up mountains from what my Sam says, though what for he don't make clear, they've been and dug up Bagshot Row and ruined my taters." "I'm very sorry, Mr. Gamgee," said Frodo. "But now I've come back. I'll do my best to make amends." "Well, you can't say fairer than that," said the gaffer. "Mr. Frodo Baggins is a real gentle hobbit. I have always said, whatever you may think of some others of the name, begging your pardon. I hope my Sam's behaved himself and given satisfaction." "Perfect satisfaction, Mr. Gamgee," said Frodo. "Indeed, if you will believe it, he's now one of the most famous people in all the lands, and they're making songs about his deeds from here to the sea and beyond the great river." Sam blushed, but he looked gratefully at Frodo, for Rosie's eyes were shining, and she was smiling at him. "It takes a lot of believing," said the gaffer. "Now I can see he's been mixing in strange company. What's come of his waistcoat? I don't hold with wearing ironmongery, whether it wears well or no." It's easy enough, I think, to get caught up in this comic interlude, in the affectionate mockery of the gaffer, deaf and in his dotage. Hamfast Gamgee at this point is 93 years old. Perhaps surprisingly, he will live for another 8 years before passing away in 1428, Shire Reckoning. And there's a lot just to like here. There's a lot to enjoy with Sam and Rosie and the comfortable hobbitry of the whole scene. But there is also, I think, a very serious point being made here, albeit almost in passing, because the truth is that the gaffer has a point about Frodo selling Bag End. Frodo isn't quite as noble as Merry or Pippin, but like Bilbo, he seems to be living the life of a country squire, a low-level nobleman who collects rents from his farms and cottages around his home, and in return cares for the neighborhood. So the gaffer has a point. If we ignore the whole thing about the ring and the Black Riders and the rising evil and the fate of the world and the necessity of the quest and all of that, right? Take all of that aside, then the gaffer has a point that Frodo did, in fact, abdicate his position. He created a power vacuum for the less principled Lotho to exploit. And it's worse than that even, because we're replacing a true, proper, God-sanctioned line of succession with crass commercialism and the exchange of money. That Bag End could be bought, I think, is even more objectionable. If the cover story that was offered to the other hobbits about Frodo moving to Crickhollow had been true, then I think it's fair to say that Frodo would, in fact, have been at least a little culpable for what happened in the Shire after his departure. And I bring this up because one of the things that we're going to be considering as we move forward is Frodo's social role in the Shire, his social role in Hobbiton, because someone is going to be living at Bag End, and that someone needs to fulfill the role of the person who lives at Bag End. And is Frodo going to be capable of doing that? Is Frodo going to be interested in doing that? Can Frodo reintegrate? These are the stakes that we're discussing. We should gloss a couple of unfamiliar terms here. By unfamiliar terms, I mean, words that Hamfast is probably getting wrong. Trepassing, maybe traipsing or trespassing, or some combination of the two. Waistcoat is the 19th century contraction of waistcoat, of course, which is usually used by working class people in England and Scotland, but which apparently jumped to colloquial use here in some parts of the United States, though I must admit that I have never heard it here. I am informed that waistcoat is also used here in the United States. But that is enough lightheartedness. We've got ruffians to roust. We pass the night with Farmer Cotton, and in the morning Merry announces that a band of 100 ruffians is closing in. Luckily, the Tooks have arrived, and the stage is set for a clash between the two armies right here in Bywater. The ruffians came tramping along the East Road, and without halting turned up the Bywater Road, which ran for some way sloping up between high banks with low hedges on top. Round a bend, about a furlong from the main road, they met a stout barrier of old farm carts upturned. That halted them. At the same moment, they became aware that the hedges on both sides, just above their heads, were all lined with hobbits. Behind them, other hobbits now pushed out some more wagons that had been hidden in a field and so blocked the way back. A voice spoke to them from above. "Well, you've walked into a trap," said Merry. "Your fellows from Hobbiton did the same, and one is dead and the rest are prisoners. Lay down your weapons, then go back 20 paces and sit down. Any who try to break out will be shot." But the ruffians could not now be cowed so easily. A few of them obeyed, but were immediately set on by their fellows. A score or more broke back and charged the wagons. 6 were shot, but the remainder burst out, killing 2 hobbits, and then scattered across country in the direction of the woody end. 2 more fell as they ran. Merry blew a loud horn call, and there were answering calls from a distance. "They won't get far," said Pippin. "All that country is alive with our hunters now." And so in Phase 1, the trap is set. The hobbits here relying presumably on their ability to move quietly and without being noticed, particularly by the big folk, which is a foundationally, inextricably hobbitish quality. We are saving the Shire by being the good folk of the Shire. Merry tries to negotiate with the ruffians, of course, but when the hobbits are moved to violence, they are effective. They are stalwart. 20 of the 100 ruffians break out. 8 are killed swiftly. The hunters will deal with the remainder, but the bulk of the band is still trapped in the lane, and so we move on to the Battle of Bywater. Behind, the trapped man in the lane, still about 80, tried to climb the barrier and the banks, and the hobbits were obliged to shoot many of them or hew them with axes. But many of the strongest and most desperate got out on the west side and attacked their enemies fiercely, being now more bent on killing than escaping. Several hobbits fell, and the rest were wavering when Merry and Pippin, who were on the east side, came across and charged the ruffians. Merry himself slew the leader, a great squint-eyed brute like a huge orc. Then he drew his forces off, encircling the last remnant of the men in a wide ring of archers. At last, all was over. Nearly 70 of the ruffians lay dead on the field, and a dozen were prisoners. 19 hobbits were killed, and some 30 were wounded. The dead ruffians were laden on wagons and hauled off to an old sandpit nearby, and there buried, in the battle pit, as it was afterwards called. The fallen hobbits were laid together in a grave on the hillside, where later a great stone was set up with a garden about it. So ended the Battle of Bywater, 1419, the last battle fought in the Shire, and the only battle since the Green Fields, 1147, away up in the North Farthing. In consequence, though it happily cost very few lives, it has a chapter to itself in the Red Book, and the names of all those who took part were made into a roll and learned by heart by Shire historians. The very considerable rise in the fame and fortunes of the Cottons dates from this time, but at the top of the roll in all accounts stands the names of Captains Meriadoc and Peregrine. So the specifics of the battle are simple and spare. The ruffians of Sharkey are consumed with the desire to kill, but Merry and Pippin are more than their equals. What's so interesting here, though, is the narrative maneuver, the pulling back of the camera, the retreat to this dispassionate historical mode. So ended the Battle of Bywater, 1419. The narrative now is not immediate. It's not visceral. We don't linger with the wounded and with the dying. Instead, we break the temporal frame of the story to fast forward to a point where these events have become safely distant. So safely distant, in fact, that we start pushing on the diegetic origin of the book that we are reading. The Red Book, mentioned here, is the book which is passed down from Bilbo to Frodo to Sam's daughter and the descendants of her line, all the way in the original conception of the Lord of the Rings to an Oxford don named J.R.R. Tolkien, who obediently translates the book from Westron into English and publishes it. In fact, we are going to see the beginning of that thread in the next chapter, and we will talk a lot more about the Red Book then. We're not done with the immediate action of this story. The next paragraph opens with a return to Frodo, for example, but this is a moment where we are foreshadowing both the end of the story and the nature of this text, and in so doing, we're settling back into a reaffirming of the Hobbit voice in which the entire book, more or less, has been written. This is a history of the small folk. Thus, the Battle of the Shire is positioned in appropriately Shirish terms, and necessarily Shirish terms, I think, because this is the ultimate extension of sending Gandalf off to Bombadil and recentering Merry, particularly, and Pippin to a lesser extent, at the heart of the narrative. Restoration has now come from within the mechanics of the society itself. So we can now move into a kind of wholesome restoration. Or at least we will soon. There are a few other things we have to deal with first, and this is the point at which my notes for each individual slide start growing longer and longer. So forgive me if the pace now begins to slow. Let's move on to Bag End. Frodo had been in the battle, but he had not drawn sword, and his chief part had been to prevent the hobbits in their wrath at their losses from slaying those of their enemies who threw down their weapons. When the fighting was over, and the later labours were ordered, Merry, Pippin, and Sam joined him, and they rode back with the Cottons. They ate a late midday meal, and then Frodo said with a sigh, "Well, I suppose it's time now that we dealt with the chief." "Yes, indeed, the sooner the better," said Merry, "and don't be too gentle. He's responsible for bringing in these ruffians and for all the evil they have done." Farmer Cotton collected an escort of 24 sturdy hobbits.
"For it's only a guess that there's no ruffians left at Bag End," he said. "We don't know."
Then they set out on foot. Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin led the way. It was one of the saddest hours in their lives. The great chimney rose up before them, and as they drew near the old village across the water, through rows of new mean houses along each side of the road, they saw the new mill in all its frowning and dirty ugliness. A great brick building straddling the stream, which it fouled with a steaming and stinking outflow. All along the Bywater Road, every tree had been felled. As they crossed the bridge and looked up the hill, they gasped. Even Sam's vision in the mirror had not prepared him for what they saw. The old grange on the west side had been knocked down, and its place taken by rows of tarred sheds. All the chestnuts were gone. The banks and hedgerows were broken. Great wagons were standing in disorder in a field beaten bare of grass. Bagshot Row was a yawning sand and gravel quarry. Bag End up beyond could not be seen for a clutter of large huts. "They've cut it down!" cried Sam. "They've cut down the party tree!" He pointed to where the tree had stood under which Bilbo had made his farewell speech. It was lying lopped and dead in the field. As if this was the last straw, Sam burst into tears. So let's begin here by noticing how Frodo is positioned outside of his own community. Not just in his actions, he's the voice of mercy, as we saw before, but he's even contrasted here with the hobbits. Not other hobbits, crucially, just hobbits. Frodo had been in the battle, but he had not drawn sword, and his chief part had been to prevent the hobbits in their wrath at their losses from slaying those of their enemies who threw down their weapons. Frodo, not included inside of that community, he has learned a greater wisdom, a greater empathy, a greater pity, but the same process has transformed him. Ultimately, of course, we will see the consequence of that transformation in the next chapter. We're revisiting the same kind of industrialization here that we've discussed previously, with the same associations, aesthetically speaking, ugliness and meanness, this disharmony with natural surroundings, a poisonous effect on the airs and the waters. But it's the detail of the party tree, as Tolkien obviously knows, that hits us hardest, certainly as hard as it hits Sam. This is waste. It's destruction for its own sake, because the tree hasn't been used. It hasn't been turned into resources for construction or even firewood. It has just been killed and left to rot, which is a different kind of indifferent destruction, in some ways worse than the greedy, intentional using up of the landscape in order to fuel industry. This isn't just wasteful in Tolkien's understanding of the world, it's also the abdication of the responsibility of stewardship, a key theme through the entire book. Consider Gandalf's words to Denethor in Minas Tirith, in which Gandalf says, quote, "And for my part, I shall not wholly fail of my task, though Gondor should perish, if anything passes through this night that can still grow fair or bear fruit or flower again in the days to come. For I also am a steward. Did you not know?" End quote. To quote Denethor's response, not literally to Gandalf in that moment, but to Pippin much later, in fact, I'm actually going to quote the book Ents, Elves, and Eriador, The Environmental Vision of J.R.R. Tolkien, written by Matthew Dickerson and Jonathan Evans, which is a great book that really leans into modern concepts of sociology and environmentalism and kind of retroactively applies them both to The Lord of the Rings as a book and also to Tolkien's view of the medieval world. It's a fascinating read. The link will be in the show notes. When discussing the stewardship of Gandalf, though, Dickerson and Evans write this, quote, "For Denethor, stewardship is all about rule and authority. He divides the worlds into tools and the users of tools. Rulers, including stewards, he explains, are those who use others as tools but are not themselves used." Denethor later goes on to compare his stewardship of Gondor with Sauron's rule over Mordor. Sauron, quote, "uses others as his weapons," he says to Pippin. "So do all great lords if they are wise, Master Halfling. Or why do I sit here in my tower and think and watch and wait, spending even my sons?" End quote. And that contrast, Gandalf with Denethor, to a certain extent, to Saruman in a more absolute sense, can be read as a kind of clash between good versus evil. In this sense, good stewardship demands that the steward serve the land under their care rather than seek to dominate it. Stewarded realms are beautiful and prosperous and good, valued for what they are. Dominated realms like Mordor are ugly and desolate and evil, valued primarily for what they yield. And this is particularly true of the Shire, of course, because the Shire is probably the most fully stewarded country that we see. Or, I suppose if I'm being painstakingly precise, and this seems like a time to be painstakingly precise, it's the most fully stewarded country that we see besides Lothlorien. But there is that desire for dominance on the part of Galadriel that makes Lothlorien straddle the gap. It makes Lothlorien its eerie, otherworldly self ill at ease with its place in the world. The Shire, though, is an agrarian landscape, cultivated into farms and fields and tree-lined avenues. It is special in part because it is protected. When we're talking about Tolkien as an environmentalist, and I'm once again going to dodge the temptation to talk at length about the countercultural impact of The Lord of the Rings in the 1960s, not today, that is the perspective we should take. Tolkien as an environmentalist who values stewardship. He doesn't value the wildness of the natural world so much, but rather the ordered care shown to a landscape in which we too live. It is no coincidence that numbered among the finest hobbits, barring our 4 returning heroes, of course, are 2 farmers, Tom Cotton and Farmer Maggot. And that's not to mention the 2 gardeners of renown, Samwise Gamgee and Faramir, the gardener of Ithilien, and that's doubly not to mention the Ents, the shepherds of the trees, the stewards of the forest. And, okay, I'm not going to go into the whole counterculture thing, having now said twice that I wouldn't, but I am going to mention this. One of the criticisms that you find levied against The Lord of the Rings by people who have not fully read The Lord of the Rings is that the Shire is insular and that it is small-minded and that it is exclusionary, and it is actually the worst kind of Little England, complete with distrust of difference and a general xenophobia. And that is true of certain characters, but it is demonstrably untrue of every character that Tolkien portrays as heroic and admirable, because in Tolkien's secondary creation, from the beginning of the universe to the dawn of the Fourth Age, one thing that routinely separates the good from the bad is the attitude one takes to others. Good people love things that are unlike them. Evil people want homogeneity. From the creation of the dwarves by the Vala Aule to Sam's love of elves, sir, from the dubious nature preserve of Lothlorien to the rich diversity of the environment of the Shire, we see again and again that diversity is a thing to be loved. It is explicitly a way to better experience the beauty and wonder of God's creation. So we'll simply note here that though the symbol of the party tree in this moment is powerful because it speaks to this corruption, this betrayal of the responsibility to steward the land, it also creates the opportunity for a really beautiful moment of profound restoration in the pages to come. Let's move on to Ted Sandyman. A laugh put an end to them. There was a surly hobbit lounging over the low wall of the mill yard. He was grimy-faced and black-handed. "Don't you like it, Sam?" he sneered. "But you always was soft. I thought you'd gone off on one of them ships you used to prattle about, sailing. What do you want to come back for? We've work to do in the Shire now." "So I see," said Sam. "No time for washing, but time for wall propping. But see here, Master Sandyman, I've a score to pay in this village, and don't you make it any longer with your jeering, or you'll foot a bill too big for your purse." Ted Sandyman spat over the wall. "Garn," he said, "you can't touch me. I'm a friend of the boss's, but he'll touch you all right if I have any more of your mouth." "Don't waste any more words on that fool, Sam," said Frodo. "I hope there are not many more hobbits that have become like this. It will be a worse trouble than all the damage the men have done." "You are dirty and insolent, Sandyman," said Merry, "and also very much out of your reckoning. We are just going up the hill to remove your precious boss. We have dealt with his men." Ted gaped, for at that moment he first caught sight of the escort that had a sign from Mary now marched over the bridge. Dashing back into the mill, he ran out with a horn and blew it loudly. "Save your breath," laughed Mary. "I've a better." Then lifting up his silver horn, he winded it, and its clear call rang over the hill, and out of the holes and sheds and shabby houses of Hobbiton the hobbits answered, and came pouring out, and with cheers and loud cries they followed the company up the road to Bag End. So, Ted Sandyman, disreputable miller that he is. He's echoing in that first paragraph, of course, Sam's beautifully fragmented, half-poetic account of the elves back in the first book. Quote, "They are sailing, sailing, sailing over the sea. They're going into the west and leaving us," said Sam, half chanting the words, shaking his head sadly and solemnly. But Ted laughed. End quote. That is a quote, of course, which will come back to haunt us at the end of this reading. There are very few connections between The Lord of the Rings and the 1986 Tony Scott movie Top Gun, but I can't read Sam's line about having a score to pay in this village and Sandyman footing a bill too big for his purse to be a more eloquent and thoughtful version of the line delivered by Stinger, played by the excellent and coincidentally named James Tolkien. "Son, your ego's writing checks your body can't cash." And if you are in the very small overlap of the Venn diagram of Tolkien fans and people who like Tom Cruise movies, I should probably take a second to recommend another podcast project that is available now. Last year, alongside the brilliant Elizabeth Ray, I looked at every single movie in the Tom Cruise filmography, breaking them down and figuring out their cultural import, their themes, their politics, what we're supposed to make out of the complicated and controversial and deeply strange real-life figure of Tom Cruise. That show is called The Last Star in Hollywood, and you can find it over at laststarpod.com. We can take a moment here to note the somewhat loaded depiction of Ted Sandyman as being dirty, which is historically a dismissive criticism levied against the working class by their quote-unquote social superiors. It doesn't quite land, of course, in a scene where Sam is such a prominent counterexample of the good working class, but there is a deeper point here about decency and the expectations of Shire life. Hobbits are comfortable, yes, but they are also decent, which is one of the things often missed by lazy, cheap parodies of Tolkien's work that depicts hobbits as gluttonous or lazy or generally ill-disciplined. Harvard Lampoon, I'm looking at you. In either case, the obviously villainous Sandyman sounds the alarm, and note the contrast between when Ted, quote, "ran out with a horn and blew it," and when Merry, quote, "lifting up his silver horn, he winded it, and its clear call rang over the hill." That is class contrast right there. Merry gets the better, more elevated language. And so we move into the final phase of the scouring of the Shire, and are introduced to Sharky himself. At the top of the lane the party halted, and Frodo and his friends went on, and they came at last to the once beloved place. The garden was full of huts and sheds, some so near the old westward windows that they cut off all their light. There were piles of refuse everywhere. The door was scarred, the bell chain was dangling loose, and the bell would not ring. Knocking brought no answer. At length they pushed, and the door yielded. They went in. The place stank and was full of filth and disorder. It did not appear to have been used for some time. "Where is that miserable Lotho hiding?" said Merry. They had searched every room and found no living thing save rats and mice. "Shall we turn on the others to search the sheds?" "This is worse than Mordor," said Sam. "Much worse in a way. It comes home to you, as they say, because it is home, and you remember it before it was all ruined." "Yes, this is Mordor," said Frodo. "Just one of its works. Saruman was doing its work all the time, even when he thought he was working for himself. And the same with those that Saruman tricked, like Lotho." Merry looked round in dismay and disgust. "Let's get out," he said. "If I had known all the mischief he had caused, I should have stuffed my pouch down Saruman's throat." No doubt, but you did not, and so I am able to welcome you home." There, standing at the door, was Saruman himself, looking well-fed and well-pleased. His eyes gleamed with malice and amusement. A sudden light broke on Frodo. "Sharky!" he cried. We should pause to admire the simplicity and the potency of this image. The westward windows, which allowed for natural light within Bag End, are now blocked by the ugly huts and sheds constructed nearby. The works of Mordor are literally blocking the light of the west. And that is potent stuff. So, this is Mordor. Frodo's making an interesting interpretive move here, positioning Saruman as a subservient evil to Sauron even when Saruman explicitly thought that he was acting autonomously. Similarly, Lotho slots in below Saruman, still delivering the evil ends of Sauron and Mordor even when unaware. This suggests, if not tells us outright, and we should be inclined to read this a little more carefully, given Frodo's role as priest or sage since returning to the Shire, that all evil springs of one evil. In the Legendarium, of course, that is literally true, because it is Melkor's marring of Arda in which we see the origin of all evil and discord. And perhaps Frodo, who has been closer to the root of evil in Middle-earth in the Third Age, can better recognize the evil that has been visited upon his home. He can see it more clearly than Merry can, for example, who seems to start the scene still convinced that Lotho is responsible. But here, in the halls of Bag End, it's an interesting choice to take the moment to reposition Saruman as the wretched, inadvertent subject of Sauron, right before he shows up to twirl his mustache and try to intimidate the hobbits. But I think that what we're getting here is, again, Frodo's capacity for pity. Even amidst the destruction that he has caused, Saruman is piteous. And Frodo doesn't need to see him again or talk with him to discover that, because anyone caught in the mechanisms of evil is piteous. And I guess this is the deeper point, right? Frodo has effectively transcended the morality of the Shire. As well-intentioned and generally just as that morality is, thanks to the magnitude of his own personal experience, he's pushing back against hobbitness and has been since he got back. Now he's seeing through even the destruction and worse than destruction, defilement of his home. He's moving through that to find pity. Merry, by contrast, clearly hasn't been so enlightened. Saruman laughed.
So you've heard the name, have you? All my people used to call me that in Isengard, I believe, a sign of affection, possibly. But evidently you did not expect to see me here.
I did not, said Frodo, but I might have guessed. A little mischief in a mean way. Gandalf warned me that you were still capable of it.
Quite capable, said Saruman, and more than a little. You made me laugh, you hobbit lordlings, riding along with all those great people, so secure and so pleased with your little selves. You thought you had done very well out of it, and could now just amble back and have a nice quiet time in the country. Saruman's home could be all wrecked, and he could be turned out, but no one could touch yours. Oh no, Gandalf would look after your affairs.
Saruman laughed again.
Not he. When his tools had done their task, he drops them, but you must go dangling after him, dawdling and talking and riding round twice as far as you needed. Well, thought I, if they're such fools, I will get ahead of them and teach them a lesson. One ill turn deserves another. It would have been a sharper lesson if only you had given me a little more time and more men. Still, I have already done much that you will find it hard to mend or undo in your lives, and it will be pleasant to think of that and set it against my injuries.
Well, if that is what you find pleasure in, said Frodo, I pity you. It will be a pleasure of memory only, I fear. Go at once, and never return. The hobbits of the villages had seen Saruman coming out of one of the huts, and at once they came crowding up to the door of Bag End. When they heard Frodo's command, they murmured angrily, "Don't let him go! Kill him! He's a villain and a murderer! Kill him!" So the nickname Sharky is suggested to be a Westron transliteration of the orc word Sharku, meaning old man. And this slightly odd and, if I'm honest, fairly unconvincing explanation stems from the fact that Sharky in earlier drafts of the story wasn't Saruman at all. Originally, the final boss of the Scouring was just the leader of the ruffians, and then in a later revision, an explicitly half-orcish leader of the ruffians. You can find more on this if you're interested in seeing how the story changes from revision to revision in the pages of Sauron Defeated, the 9th volume of Christopher's History of Middle-earth. It's interesting to speculate whether or not Saruman's assessment of Gandalf here is sincere or is a tactic designed specifically to anger or dispirit the hobbits, because there's no defensible argument or evidence that Gandalf dispenses with the services of tools after they have accomplished their goals. To go back to our previous conversation about stewardship, that's much more of a Denethor thing. But Saruman here is invoking it and taking credit, too, for the ruination of the Shire, though we'll remember. Lotho has already started that particular bull rolling down that particular hill long before he shows up. There is an influence of Saruman felt, right? The sails of the pipeweed to the south, for example. He is indirectly empowering Lotho. But it is not true to say that had Saruman never come to the Shire, the hobbits would have arrived home and found everything to be perfect and just as they remember. So, to cover the timeline here, The Ents attack Isengard on March 2nd, 1419 in the Shire Reckoning. Gandalf, Theoden, and the others arrive on the 5th for their parley. Saruman is imprisoned until the 15th of August when he is freed by Treebeard. And then it's on August 28th when the travelers meet Saruman on that road north from the Gap of Rohan. That, it is worth mentioning, is the first time that Frodo and Sam meet Saruman. That meeting apparently triggers in Saruman the desire to have his revenge on the Shire folk, so he heads to the Shire with great haste, arriving on September 22nd. We don't know exactly when the hobbits and Gandalf arrive at Rivendell. We don't get a date for that event, but we do know that they don't depart until October 5th, by which time Saruman has already been in the Shire for 2 weeks. As of this meeting, it is November 3rd, meaning that Saruman has been in the Shire for 6 weeks, building on the damage already done by Lotho. To demonstrate again how much distance there is between Frodo and the other hobbits of the Shire, we see an even stronger and more explicit version of the scene after the Battle of Bywater, right? Frodo is choosing pity, but there is wrath in the hearts of the hobbits. Saruman looked around at their hostile faces and smiled. "Kill him," he mocked. "Kill him, if you think there are enough of you, my brave hobbits." He drew himself up and stared at them darkly with his black eyes. "But do not think that when I lost all my goods, I lost all my power. Whoever strikes me shall be accursed, and if my blood stains the Shire, it shall wither and never again be healed." The hobbits recoiled, but Frodo said, "Do not believe him. He has lost all power save his voice that can still daunt you and deceive you if you let it. But I will not have him slain. It is useless to meet revenge with revenge. It will heal nothing. Go, Saruman, by the speediest way." "Worm! Worm!" Saruman called, and out of a nearby hut came Wormtongue, crawling almost like a dog. "To the road again, Worm," said Saruman. "These fine fellows and lordlings are turning us adrift again. Come along." Saruman turned to go, and Wormtongue shuffled after him. But even as Saruman passed close to Frodo, a knife flashed in his hand, and he stabbed swiftly. The blade turned on the hidden mailcoat and snapped. A dozen hobbits, led by Sam, leapt forward with a cry and flung the villain to the ground. Sam drew his sword. "No, Sam," said Frodo, "do not kill him even now, for he has not hurt me. And in any case, I do not wish him to be slain in this evil mood. He was great once, of a noble kind that we should not dare to raise our hands against. He is fallen, and his cure is beyond us, but I would still spare him in the hope that he may find it. It is useless to meet revenge with revenge. It will heal nothing." The takeaway here, I think, beyond the repetition and the reinforcement of Frodo's enormous capacity for pity, is the question of Saruman's status, right? As Frodo understands it, he was once one of the wise and a member of the White Council, and perhaps there is hope for his redemption, or, as Frodo frames it, a cure. So let's deal with Frodo first, because the idea of a cure implies the existence of a disorder within Saruman, which ties back to the earlier idea that this is all Mordor. Saruman may have done evil things, but he did so because he had fallen under the sway of Sauron and therefore was not truly, wholly culpable for his actions. This interpretation of the burden of pity, coupled with a theological understanding that there is, in fact, a single root cause of all evil, a root cause which predates Sauron, of course, but continued through him, this challenges our understanding of justice, particularly the shady world of carceral justice, because it implies that no one is truly and solely guilty of the crimes they commit. And honestly, when we look at the world of Tolkien, we don't see a lot of crime and punishment. Aragorn exiles Baragond for standing up to Denethor at the funeral pyre, but that is a sentence reduced from death, and it certainly seems that maybe exile in this particular case isn't the worst thing that could happen. Is that the only example of an actual sentence being carried out? There were lots of exiles, of course, particularly if you crack the Silmarillion, because we get Feanor for drawing his sword on his brother, and the Noldor en masse for the kinslaying, and Celegorm and Curufin from Nargothrond during the Beren and Luthien story. We get Eol, the father of Maiglin, right? He is actually executed in Gondolin. That's a pretty serious situation. It's the only other one that I can think of. The dwarves are imprisoned by Thranduil for a short time in The Hobbit, but I don't think we look to the King of the Woodland Realm for moral authority. And this is strange, given that we're in a world that actually has an unwavering moral authority in the form of the Valar, right? The doom of Mandos isn't quite a legal punishment, but, slain ye may be and slain ye shall be has a certain quality to it. So if there are only a few examples of crime and punishment, perhaps we should be thinking about the hope for a cure for Saruman, not in terms of his culpability for his previous crimes, but rather in terms of redemption for his previous sins. But despite how much time we spent with Gollum in this book, we don't have as many examples of redemption as one might expect either. Thorin, of course, back in the pages of The Hobbit, choosing to ride forth from Erebor and earning a noble death. We get Galadriel choosing not to take the ring. We get Boromir, probably the most dramatic case. In any case, though, there isn't an external cure. There is weakness in the first instance, followed by a strength that has grown. And the making of the choice seems to be sufficient. There doesn't seem to be a need for an external validation of the sacrifice or an external validation of the choice. The redemption comes from within. There is a personal connection. And hey, look, we're back at personal connections. There is a personal connection between the individual and Ilúvatar, the moral heart of this universe. Or is Frodo, for his own reasons, believing in an external source of redemption because in the final moment, his redemption came from something outside of his control? Is he aware that he's only here now and only counted among the heroes of the story because of Gollum? All of which is to say, I guess, that the only tried and tested way we know of getting some redemption into Saruman's story would be, like Boromir, to have him sacrifice himself and fill him full of arrows. Coincidentally, that's about to happen to someone standing very close to Saruman. Saruman rose to his feet and stared at Frodo. There was a strange look in his eyes of mingled wonder and respect and hatred.
"You have grown, halfling," he said. "Yes, you have grown very much. You are wise and cruel. You have robbed my revenge of sweetness, and now I must go hence in bitterness, in debt to your mercy. I hate it, and you. Well, I go, and I will trouble you no more, but do not expect me to wish you health and long life. You will have neither. But that is not my doing. I merely foretell." He walked away, and the hobbits made a lane for him to pass, but their knuckles whitened as they gripped on their weapons. Wormtongue hesitated, then followed his master. "Wormtongue," called Frodo, "you need not follow him. I know of no evil you have done to me. You can have rest and food here for a while until you are stronger and can go your own ways." Wormtongue halted and looked back at him, half prepared to stay. Saruman turned. "No evil?" he cackled. "Oh, no. Even when he sneaks out at night, it is only to look at the stars. But did I hear someone ask where poor Lotho is hiding? You know, don't you, Worm? Will you tell them?" Wormtongue cowered down and whimpered, "No, no." "Then I will," said Saruman. "Worm killed your chief, poor little fellow, your nice little boss. Didn't you, Worm? Stabbed him in his sleep, I believe. Buried him, I hope, though Worm has been very hungry lately. No, Worm is not really nice. You had better leave him to me." A look of wild hatred came into Wormtongue's red eyes. "You told me to do it. You made me do it," he hissed. Saruman laughed. "You do what Sharky says always, don't you, Worm? Now he says, follow!" He kicked Wormtongue in the face as he groveled and turned and made off, but at that something snapped. Suddenly Wormtongue rose up, drawing a hidden knife, and then with a snarl like a dog, he sprang on Saruman's back, jerked his head back, cut his throat, and with a yell ran off down the lane. Before Frodo could recover or speak a word, 3 hobbit bows twanged, and Wormtongue fell dead. So, as I was saying, arrow-based redemption for Wormtongue. You know, the Boromir system, it has its flaws, but it consistently works. Seriously, though, what we see here is exactly what Frodo was warning us about. Revenge for revenge heals nothing. In the end, there is no justice within the frame of Arda. What justice we get comes from a different source entirely, as we will see in a moment. At the same time, we're leaning hard here on the by now familiar idea that evil is self-regarding, self-centered, self-destructive. If Saruman had just held his tongue, if he had offered kindness to Wormtongue, even for a second, if he had just walked away, then both would probably have survived to go into exile. But evil is imprudent. Saruman could not have Frodo think that Wormtongue was anything other than his servant, his lackey, his tool. There aren't many ways in which Grima Wormtongue can be honestly compared to Durin's Bane the Balrog of Moria, but killing one of the Astari, we have to be honest, is a very exclusive club. Let's get to the end of Saruman, and then the end of the chapter, and then reflect. To the dismay of those that stood by, about the body of Saruman a grey mist gathered, and rising slowly to a great height like smoke from a fire, as a pale shrouded figure it loomed over the hill. For a moment it wavered, looking to the west, but out of the west came a cold wind, and it bent away, and with a sigh dissolved into nothing. Frodo looked down at the body with pity and horror.
For as he looked, it seemed that long years of death were suddenly revealed in it, and it shrank, and the shriveled face became rags of skin over a hideous skull. Lifting up the skirt of the dirty cloak that sprawled beside it, he covered it over and turned away.
"And that's the end of that," said Sam. "Nasty end. I wish I hadn't have seen it, but it's a good riddance."
"And the very last end of the war, I hope," said Merry. "I hope so," said Frodo and sighed. "The very last stroke. But to think that it should fall here at the very door of Bag End. Among all my hopes and fears, at least, I never expected that."
"I shan't call it the end till we've cleared up this mess," said Sam gloomily. "And it'll take a lot of time and work."
Both Sam Gamgee and the massed ranks of the army of the West see the swirling cloud of Sauron's demise after the destruction of the ring. And though it's difficult to determine how physically, objectively accurate those accounts are, the fact that they contain similar imagery, the dark cloud of Sauron and the grey mist of Saruman dissipated by wind, might suggest that we're seeing here the same kind of phenomenon. I don't want to go too deeply into the Silmarillion here to try to find an explanation for what is happening literally, not least of all because that wouldn't have been accessible to the contemporary reader of The Lord of the Rings, and what's presented on the page clearly makes a powerful metaphorical sense, even if we don't understand the mechanism. Unlike Sauron, Saruman appeals to the West, the source of goodness and light, and he is denied by the cold wind that seems to destroy his spirit utterly. And in that moment of release, his body decays immediately, revealing the long years of death that it contained, much as, I think, Barad-dûr falls upon the death of Sauron. Gandalf says of Sauron that his spirit, quote, cannot again grow or take shape. And this seems to be, per Tolkien's original manuscripts, the idea that the desire for power has so taken over the rest of the soul that when the soul is diminished, only that desire remains and can never increase. It's a scrap of want out there in the world, too small, too weak to be perceived. Which, now that I think about it, maybe sounds like an appropriate fate for Sauron and Saruman, both. There is, though, something rich about that moment of appeal, the sole point of contrast between Sauron and Saruman in the moment of their death and dissolution. Frodo has been holding to this notion of pity, and in that moment, it seems that Sauron at least turns to the West, which we might possibly interpret as a desire for, well, what? Forgiveness, redemption, mercy? And he is then emphatically denied. And we're reminded that pity, though it can be generous, is not acquiescent. It isn't toothless. As Gandalf presents it to Frodo, it is partly about the humility of those that feel pity.
"Many that live deserve death, and some that die deserve life. Can you give it to them? And do not be too eager to deal out death in judgment, for even the very wise cannot see all ends,"
as Gandalf says, right? But you know who can see all ends? Manwë, master of air and wind, king of the Valar. Or at least he can in conjunction and meditation with Eru Ilúvatar. Conversations, perhaps, for another time. And so we come, as Merry notes, to one of the ends of the war, though now the rebuilding begins. Despite Frodo's pleas for clemency and this extension of pity, the bad guys are dead or imprisoned or exiled, but the spirit, the structure, the substance of the Shire has been preserved. And with all that, we move into the final chapter of The Lord of the Rings and the end of the story. 15 slides left, but lots more to be said. Chapter 9, The Grey Havens. The clearing up certainly needed a lot of work, but it took less time than Sam had feared. The day after the battle, Frodo rode to Mickledalving and released the prisoners from the Lockholes. One of the first they found was poor Fredregar Bolger, fatty no longer. He had been taken when the ruffians smoked out a band of rebels that he had led from their hidings up in the Brockenbors by the hills of Scarry. "You would have done better to come with us after all, poor old Fredregar," said Pippin as they carried him out, too weak to walk. He opened an eye and tried gallantly to smile. "Who's this young giant with the loud voice?" he whispered. "Not little Pippin. What's your size in hats now?" Then there was Lobelia. Poor thing, she looked very old and thin when they rescued her from a dark and narrow cell. She insisted on hobbling out on her own feet, and she had such a welcome, and there was such clapping and cheering when she appeared, leaning on Frodo's arm but still clutching her umbrella, that she was quite touched and drove away in tears. She had never in her life been popular before, but she was crushed by the news of Lotho's murder, and she would not return to Bag End. She gave it back to Frodo and went to her own people, the Bracegirdles of Hardbottle. When the poor creature died next spring, she was, after all, more than 100 years old. Frodo was surprised and much moved. She had left all that remained of her money and of Lothos for him to use in helping hobbits made homeless by the Troubles. So that feud was ended. Add 1 to the register of the redeemed. Of all people, Lobelia Sackville Baggins has been transformed by hardship and woe and become a vastly better person. The chapter transition marks our first real and sustained shift in narrative tone since arriving back in the Shire. We modified the rhetorical tone, at least, immediately after the Battle of Bywater, as we discussed. But this is the narrative voice that we associate with the Shire. This is reassuring and upbeat. The clearing up certainly needed a lot of work. Then there was Lobelia, poor thing. We are once again offering commentary, offering editorial. This is Shire voice. We learn that the unofficial fifth hobbit of the Fellowship, Fredregar Bolger, was actively engaged in rebellion until his capture. In Tolkien's nomenclature included in Hammond and Skull's Reader's Companion, the Hill of Skari doesn't actually have a meaning in the language of the Shire, but it is speculated that it might be derived from the English word skar, meaning a rocky cliff, or scare in the Norse, meaning an isolated rock, which probably makes that pronunciation scary rather than something which sounds frightening. That's the guess I'm making anyway. The last thing we'll note here for this opening of the last chapter is Lobelia giving the remains of her wealth to Frodo in order to help unhoused hobbits. And that's the following spring, 4 or 5 or 6 months later, which means that for all of the narrative voice's reassurance, the problems in the Shire aren't solved overnight. Old Will Whitfoot had been in the Lockholes longer than any, and though he had perhaps been treated less harshly than some, he needed a lot of feeding up before he could look the part of mayor. So Frodo agreed to act as his deputy until Mr. Whitfoot was in shape again. The only thing that he did as deputy mayor was to reduce the sheriffs to their proper functions and numbers. The task of hunting out the last remnant of the ruffians was left to Merry and Pippin, and it was soon done. The southern gangs, after hearing of the news of the Battle of Bywater, fled out of the land and offered little resistance to the Thane. Before the year's end, the few survivors were rounded up in the woods, and those that surrendered were shown to the borders. Meanwhile, the labour of repair went on apace, and Sam was kept very busy. Hobbits can work like bees when the mood and the need comes upon them. Now there were thousands of willing hands of all ages, from the small but nimble ones of the hobbit lads and lasses to the well-worn and horny ones of the gaffers and gammers. Before Yule, not a brick was left standing of the new sheriff houses or of anything that had been built by Sharky's man, but the bricks were used to repair many an old hole, to make it snugger and drier. Great stores of goods and food and beer were found that had been hidden away by the ruffians in sheds and barns and deserted holes, and especially in the tunnels at Mickledelving and in the old quarries at Scarry, so there was a great deal better cheer that Yule than anyone had hoped for. One of the first things done in Hobbiton, before even the removal of the new mill, was the clearing of the hill and Bag End and the restoration of Bagshot Row. The front of the new sandpit was all levelled and made into a large sheltered garden, and new holes were dug there in the southward face, back into the hill, and they were lined with brick. The gaffer was restored to number 3, and he said often, and did not care who heard it, "It's an ill will as blows nobody no good, as I always say, and all's well as ends better." There was some discussion of the name that the new row should be given. Battle Gardens was thought of, or Better Smeals, but after a while, in a sensible hobbit fashion, it was just called New Row. It was a purely Bywater joke to refer to it as Sharky's End. So let's look at what restoration might look like. First of all, it seems as though Frodo inherits the position of deputy mayor only because the other 3 all have more clear and pressing responsibilities, right? Merry and Pippin are off hunting down the remaining ruffians, and Sam is doing the actual manual labor, or at least leading the actual manual labor, of fixing up his beloved Shire. Indeed, we are told specifically that Frodo only did one thing, but it is perhaps the most important thing. Frodo Baggins defunds the police. He returns the number of sheriffs to their proper pre-scouring number, 12, as you'll recall, 3 per farthing, and he limits their powers again. He doesn't allow for a standing militia or an active army. Hunting ruffians is a job better left to capital H heroes, because building out infrastructure to support that kind of endeavor would inevitably change the shape of the Shire. Bureaucracies exist primarily to perpetuate their own existence, and it is always easier to add rules and restrictions than it is to undo them, which is why it is so important, so vital to undo them. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that returning the sheriffs to their traditional number and roles is one of the most important steps in securing the future of the Shire we know and love, and also one of the most difficult. Thousands of willing hands is one of the more enticing invitations in the book to engage in some speculation regarding the population of the Shire. Estimates vary, and many use the apparently incorrect 20,000 square mile area for the Shire, which I described earlier. I'm not going to get distracted by math right now, but my best estimate, my best intuitive estimate, I would say, is that there are maybe 100,000 hobbits in the Shire. That may also be a topic for a future podcast or paper. Interestingly, as we move through this era of Reconstruction, we're not spending a lot of time on social reconstruction. We don't mention, for example, Ted Sandyman. The hobbits seem to be fairly quickly and effortlessly restored to a single unified community, or at least as, single and unified as they were before. This is also the only reference to Yule in the entire book, outside of the description of the calendar of the Shire that we get in the appendices. In the Shire calendar, Yule is the midwinter festival. It is 2 days between the end of the year and the beginning of the next. So for all that Yule wasn't traditionally Christian, and Shire Yule definitely isn't Christian, we are seeing a traditional kind of fairy tale reward for our heroes and a joyous season of celebration. The 6-day festival of Yuletide, including 2 days either side of Yule itself. And so we enter the year 1420 by Shire Reckoning with hope for the future. The gaffer here quotes 2 16th century idioms to a greater or lesser degree of accuracy. "'Tis an ill wind that blows nobody good" is credited to a playwright at the court of Henry VIII and his immediate successors, John Heywood. That's written in 1546. "All's well that ends well," which is sometimes credited to some hack playwright by the name of William Shakespeare, but seems by some sources to predate Shakespeare's plays by at least a few years, also seems to come from the pen of John Heywood. The first idiom originally meant a circumstance that benefits no one. The ill wind literally does nobody good, but Hamfast Gamgee is using the modified post hoc version of the idiom that means that even bad things bring some good, which is, of course, compatible with the idea that all's well that ends well, while also being compatible with the idea of eucatastrophe. We also see the good common sense humility of the Shire folk, who don't need monuments to battle. The new Row, of course, isn't going to be called Battle Gardens. Who are we, the Rohirrim? Even Better Smeals seems boastful. New Row is simply descriptive, without any judgment, and Sharky's End is almost self-deprecating in the way that it underplays what happened here. So we are back now, narratively, textually, in our Shire mode, which makes what unfolds in the pages to come all the harder. The trees were the worst loss and damage, for at Sharky's bidding they had been cut down recklessly far and wide over the Shire, and Sam grieved over this more than anything else. For one thing, this hurt would take long to heal, and only his great-grandchildren, he thought, would see the Shire as it ought to be. Then, suddenly one day, for he had been too busy for weeks to give a thought to his adventures, he remembered the gift of Galadriel. He brought the box out and showed it to the other travellers, for so they were now called by everyone, and asked their advice. "I wondered when you would think of it," said Frodo. "Open it." Inside, it was filled with a grey dust, soft and fine, in the middle of which was a seed like a small nut with a silver shale. "What can I do with this?" said Sam. "Throw it in the air on a breezy day and let it do its work," said Pippin. "On what?" said Sam. "Choose one spot as a nursery and see what happens to the plants there," said Merry. "I'm sure the lady would not like me to keep it all for my own garden, now so many folk have suffered," said Sam. "Use all the wits and knowledge you have of your own, Sam," said Frodo, "and then use the gift to help your work and better it. And use it sparingly. There is not much there, and I expect every grain has a value." So Sam planted saplings in all the places where specially beautiful or beloved trees had been destroyed, and he put a grain of the precious dust in the soil at the root of each. He went up and down the Shire in his labour, but if he paid special attention to Hobbiton and Bywater, no one blamed him. And at the end, he found that he still had a little of the dust left, so he went to the 3-farthing stone, which is as near the centre of the Shire as no matter, and cast it into the air with his blessing. The little silver nut he planted at the party field where the tree had once been, and he wondered what would come of it. All through the winter he remained as patient as he could and tried to restrain himself from going round constantly to see if anything was happening. Back near the end of the fellowship, Sam receives his gift from Galadriel. Quote, "In this box there is earth from my orchard and such blessing as Galadriel has still to bestow as upon it. It will not keep you on your road nor defend you against any peril, but if you keep it and see your home again at last, then perhaps it may reward you. Though you should find all barren and laid waste, there will be few gardens in Middle-earth that will bloom like your garden if you sprinkle this earth there. Then you may remember Galadriel, and catch a glimpse far off of Lorien that you have only seen in our winter, for our spring and our summer are gone by, and they will never be seen on earth again, save in memory." Sam went red to the ears and muttered something inaudible as he clutched the box and bowed as well as he could. End quote. Contrary to what Galadriel actually said, though, Sam is certain here that she wouldn't mean for him to keep it all for himself, And here we are thinking of perhaps even the temptation of the ring, the promise of a garden swollen to a realm. But Sam isn't thinking of the garden of the Shire as being his own garden, but as belonging to all of Hobbit kind. This is maybe the best opportunity to foreshadow the transition in Sam, the transformation that is more subtle than is seen in any of his companions, but also perhaps more consequential to the future of the Shire. Sam is no longer going to serve only Master Frodo, but all of the Shire. He is going to become a true steward, a true gardener. He does that here with the scattering of the dust of Lothlorien. He will do so later as mayor. And look at how he gets his counsel from his friends. Pippin all action and immediacy. Throw it in the air, woo! And Merry arguing that, well, maybe, it's a fine thing. Maybe you should keep it for yourself. Maybe you should use it to demonstrate a little social superiority. Why not? Frodo counseling wisdom and inner reflection, which is, of course, what Sam ultimately practices. Going out like a hobbit Johnny Appleseed, restoring the trees of the Shire. And as for the seed, spring surpassed his wildest hopes. His trees began to sprout and grow as if time was in a hurry and wished to make 1 year do for 20. In the party field, a beautiful young sapling leapt up. It had silver bark and long leaves and burst into golden flowers in April. It was indeed a Malorn, and it was the wonder of the neighborhood. And after years, as it grew in grace and beauty, it was known far and wide, and people would come long journeys to see it. The only Malorn west of the mountains and east of the sea, and one of the finest in the world. Altogether, 1420 in the Shire was a marvelous year. Not only was there wonderful sunshine and delicious rain in due times and perfect measure, but there seemed something more. An air of richness and growth, and a gleam of beauty beyond that of mortal summers that flicker and pass upon this Middle-earth. All the children born or begotten in that year, and there were many, were fair to see and strong, and many of them had a rich golden hair that had before been rare among hobbits. The fruit was so plentiful that young hobbits very nearly bathed in strawberries and cream, and later they sat on the lawns under the plum trees and ate until they had made piles of stones like small pyramids or the heaped skulls of conquerors, and then they moved on. And no one was ill, and everyone was pleased, except for those who had to mow the grass. And it's so tempting to take this as the end of the book, because what awaits us is going to be harder to read. The growth of the Malorn here is extremely significant. It is more than just an unusually beautiful replacement for the party tree. It is symbolic. It is deeply thematic. It is the ultimate unification of the two parts of Sam's character. This is his hobbity shireness and his elf-sir desire for the beauty of the elder children of Iluvatar, of the elder days. Unlike Bilbo, Sam wouldn't be happy at Rivendell, spending his days learning story and writing songs. Here, he is safely enfolding the beauty of Lothlorien in the context of the Shire, and I do mean safely. It is being accommodated by the Shire here. We are, again, bringing back this disruptive influence and transforming it into something that can synthesize with the strength and the beauty of the Shire as it is. It is, as I described Bilbo's actions earlier, evolution rather than revolution. So there stands the Malorn in the party field. And maybe we can indulge ourselves and imagine some midsummer festival years and years hence, when 5 beers deep Ted Sandyman is talking smack about Ents not being real or elves not being the way that Sam describes them. And maybe we can just picture Sam looking meaningfully at the tree and Ted falling silent. We marked the Yuletide celebration as the appropriately fairy tale kind of reward, and that is obviously repeated here with the happiness and the abundance of the year of 1420. And I'm tempted, because of the abundance of the crops of pipeweed and corn and barley and plums and strawberries and so on, to credit the dust of Galadriel with some of this beauty and magic. But we might also think of the removal of Sauron from the world, a kind of small-scale and temporary undoing of the marring of Arda at the beginning of time. The Shire, at least, has been restored. But not everyone is free of burden. Sam stayed at first at the Cottons with Frodo, but when the new row was ready, he went in with the gaffer. In addition to all his other labours, he was busy directing the cleaning up and restoring of Bag End. But he was often away in the Shire on his forestry work, so he was not at home in early March and did not know that Frodo had been ill. On the 13th of that month, Farmer Cotton found Frodo lying in his bed. He was clutching a white gem that hung on a chain about his neck, and he seemed half in a dream. "It is gone forever," he said, "and now all is dark and empty." But the fit passed, and when Sam got back on the 25th, Frodo had recovered, and he said nothing about himself. In the meanwhile, Bag End had been set in order, and Merry and Pippin came over from Crick Hollow, bringing back all the old furniture and gear, so the old hall soon looked very much as it always had done. When all was at last ready, Frodo said, "When are you going to move in and join me, Sam?" Sam looked a bit awkward. "There's no need to come yet if you don't want to," said Frodo, "but the Gaffer is close at hand, and he will be very well looked after by Widow Rumble."
"It's not that, Mr. Frodo,"
said Sam, and he went very red. "Well, what is it?"
"It's Rosie." "Rose Cotton," said Sam. "It seems she didn't like my going abroad at all, poor lass, but as I hadn't spoken, she couldn't say so, and I didn't speak because I had a job to do first, but now I have spoken, and she says, 'Well, you've wasted a year, so why wait longer?' 'Wasted,' I says. 'I wouldn't call it that.' Still, I see what she means. I feel torn in two, as you might say."
"I see," said Frodo. "You want to get married, and yet you want to live with me and Bag End too. But my dear Sam, how easy. Get married as soon as you can, and then move in with Rosie. There's room enough in Bag End for as big a family as you could wish for." So from Frodo marred to Sam married. Almost. Anyway, the specifics here are fascinating. It's the 13th of March. It's the 1-year anniversary of Frodo's wounding, or as Sam thought at the time, of Frodo's death during the attack of Shelob. Frodo is stung on the neck, and Sam fights with Gollum and then drives Shelob off and out of the story, and then he finds Frodo pale and lifeless, the first vision, you'll remember, granted him by the Mirror of Galadriel. Sam composes Frodo's body and then finally takes the ring and the Phial of Galadriel and goes onward alone, the last of the company. A year later, and Frodo is ill, half in a dream, clutching the white gem given him by Arwen after the War of the Ring was over, right after she says that she's making the choice of Luthien and offers Frodo her spot on the boat into the west. Quote, "When the memory of the fear and the darkness troubles you, this will bring you aid." And Frodo is explicitly remembering the darkness. It is gone forever, and now all is dark and empty. Though it's the anniversary of the wound, he isn't remembering Shelob. He's remembering the absence of the ring, the taking of the ring by Sam in the halls of Cirith Ungol. And that's not all, because Sam returns on the 25th, which is, of course, the anniversary of the day the ring is destroyed, the day that henceforth shall begin the new year in Gondor. But Frodo, paradoxically, is fine. We saw him troubled by the anniversary of the Morgul Blade back in October, and now the memory of Shelob / the loss of the ring in March. But the destruction of the ring itself doesn't seem to trouble him, despite the loss of his finger. One possible interpretation, and I offer these thoughts as fuel for the fire of discussion rather than anything more certain at this point, is that the taking of the ring by Gollum is so closely followed by the destruction of the ring that Frodo didn't have the opportunity to feel its absence in that moment, the way he presumably felt it, at some level, in his near-death state with Shelob's poison working within him. One bite, a long fall, a flash of fire, and the ring is done. But he lingers in that near-death state, knowing that the ring is gone for quite some time. A more upsetting interpretation is that Frodo Baggins of the Shire, the Frodo that is feeling the ache of the loss here a year later, didn't actually lose the ring to Gollum. Quote, "Then Frodo stirred and spoke with a clear voice, indeed with a voice clearer and more powerful than Sam had ever heard him use, and it rose above the throb and turmoil of Mount Doom, ringing in the roof and walls. 'I have come,' he said, 'but I do not choose now to do what I came to do. I will not do this deed. The ring is mine.' And suddenly, as he set it on his finger, he vanished from Sam's sight." End quote. Frodo seems, even in that moment, back within Mount Doom, to be transformed by his choice to claim the ring. He seems different to Sam, and we know from the narrative shift in that moment that Sauron is shaking and afraid. So perhaps that wound, that loss, the destruction of the ring in that moment, perhaps Frodo doesn't feel those things because Frodo wasn't himself at the time. There is a gap, an identity gap, the Frodo that succumbed to the temptation and the Frodo that nonetheless survived. And one last thought before we come ourselves to a dark reckoning, but here we go. If that is true, if it is true that Frodo with the ring is not entirely the Frodo who comes home, then it adds another layer of our understanding to the eucatastrophe of Gollum's intercession and the taking of the ring in that moment of crisis. Everything works out well, and Frodo is also insulated from the full consequence of the loss of the ring because he decided to claim it in that moment and become Frodo, Lord of the Rings, rather than simple Frodo Baggins. There is, I say with a heavy heart, another explanation for what Frodo is experiencing at this point. And it comes to us from the letters of Professor Tolkien himself. And before we get into that, two quick things. One, if you care at all about The Lord of the Rings, read his letters. In the single volume edited by Humphrey Carpenter, they are fantastic. Tolkien was one of the great letter writers of all time. And I guarantee that reading his letters will make you a better, more thoughtful, and I genuinely think more decent person. Secondly, well, this is a little more complicated because in this instance, we are forced to reckon with the presence of the living author within and around his own work. I am, as you may know, fairly disinterested in authors, or I cordially dislike authors and all their manifestations, right? I think that the story ought to stand on its own, and significantly, Professor Tolkien and I are in complete agreement as far as that goes. Tolkien, throughout his life, often sought to understand and to clarify the story as it came to him. Many of his revisions come from an author who has gained an understanding of something that isn't completely within his control. But he also revised his manuscripts and scribbled innumerable notes in the margins and wrote dozens and dozens of letters, all explaining or correcting or justifying his work. And I understand the temptation, I really do, to treat those letters like they are your own personal insights into the truth of the text, like they are the director commentaries on your Blu-ray, explaining everything with a cozy, genial authority. But the text is still the text. I have personally decided to treat the supplementary material written by Professor Tolkien as the work of a smart, notable academic who is carefully considering the works of Tolkien, the author. I value the insight, but I am aware that the conclusions presented are the product of a separate perspective, a separate process than that of the author. If a letter absolutely contradicts something that I take from the text, I side with the text. And I think that you should too. I say all of this as a preamble to a quote from a draft of a letter written in October of 1963 to Mrs. Eileen Elgar. In it, Tolkien writes, quotes, "Frodo undertook his quest out of love, to save the world he knew from disaster at his own expense if he could, and also in complete humility, acknowledging that he was wholly inadequate to the task. His real contract was only to do what he could, to try to find a way, to go as far on the road as his strength of mind and body allowed. He did that. I did not myself see that the breaking of his mind and will under demonic pressure after torment was any more a moral failure than the breaking of his body would have been, say by being strangled by Gollum or crushed by a falling rock. That appears to have been the judgment of Gandalf and Aragorn and all who learned the full story of his journey. Certainly nothing would have been concealed by Frodo. But what Frodo himself felt about the events is quite another matter. He appears, at first, to have had no sense of guilt. He was restored to sanity and peace. But then he thought that he had given his life in sacrifice. He expected to die very soon, but he did not, and one can observe the disquiet growing in him. Arwen was the first to observe the signs, and gave him her jewel for comfort, and thought of a way of healing him. Slowly he fades out of the picture, saying and doing less and less. I think it is clear on reflection to an attentive reader that when his dark times come upon him, and he was conscious of being wounded by knife, sting, and tooth, and a long burden, it was not only nightmare memories of past horrors that afflicted him, but also unreasoning self-reproach. He saw himself and all that he had done as a broken failure." End quote. And this, to put it plainly and colloquially, sucks. This is a really tough reading of the text as it's presented to us. Not that I can say it's invalid, of course, or even that I necessarily disagree with it in its entirety. In this moment, I'm responding less as a critic or a scholar and more as someone who has, like all of us, wrestled with my own regret and failure. Because this reading transforms the end of Frodo's story from a quiet tragedy, a kind of dignified suffering, to something more bitter, something more cruel. The notion of Frodo alone in Bag End, compiling Bilbo's work and writing his own account of the War of the Ring, laboring under the misapprehension that he ever had a chance of success and thus blaming himself for failure. That is tough. The trade-off for that, I suppose, is that it makes Frodo's ultimate fate an even greater kindness, a release not just from old wounds, but from present regret and recrimination. But I wish that Frodo was only wounded by the past and not the present. To be clear, and I think that the professor and I are on exactly the same page here, if Frodo is tormented by guilt, he isn't right. He didn't fail by any reasonable standard. He pushed to the point where the world cracked, where the light of eucatastrophe could come flooding in. Sometimes That's all you can do. Usually, particularly if you're a hobbit, that's all you can do. But the sad vignette of a Frodo who blames himself despite his victory, despite his sacrifice, well, that is enough to make me want to earn an explicit tag on iTunes. I shall resist the urge. Later, with Bag End restored, Frodo invites Sam to live with him, which is, I think, a gesture that has interesting implications for their class relationship, because he's not saying, move in with me as my butler, come be my go-to guy, be my servant, which would still be a promotion from gardener, for sure. And no, nor is he saying, move in with me and bring your girl, I don't care, we can be a chill polycule. It is something more like, move in with me like you are my family, which is one of the few ways that the bonds between people of different classes can be permanently, irrevocably changed. And I really do think that Frodo is feeling it. I also think that Sam never quite gets there, which is frankly adorable. And we can see too the connection between Bilbo taking in Frodo and making him his heir, and Frodo doing exactly the same with Sam. Speaking of adorable things, Sam is of course adorable when it comes to Rosie. He hasn't spoken. Spoken here meaning specifically proposed marriage, right? It's attested in English since the 16th century. It is still present today, weirdly, in the idiomatic phrase spoken for. If you are spoken for, then you have a spouse, or at least a betrothal has occurred. So Rosie didn't like Sam going on the quest of the ring in the first place, but couldn't say anything because Sam had not taken that first step. But now Sam has, and they are communicating more honestly, more directly. Specifically, Rosie is asking why they aren't married right now, but Sam is conflicted because he wants to marry Rosie and he wants to do what Frodo wants to do, and he has his service to the Shire. These things seem incompatible until Frodo suggests that easy, familial compromise of moving his new wife into Bag End too, which, lest we forget, would be an enormous social promotion for Rosie too. Not that she would care about such things. And so it was settled. Sam Gamgee married Rose Cotton in the spring of 1420, which was also famous for its weddings, and they came and lived at Bag End, and if Sam thought himself lucky, Frodo knew that he was more lucky himself, for there was not a hobbit in the Shire that was looked after with such care. When the labours of repair had all been planned and set going, he took to a quiet life, writing a great deal and going through all his notes. He resigned the office of deputy mayor at the Free Fair that midsummer, and dear old Will Whitfoot had another 7 years of presiding at banquets. Merry and Pippin lived together for some time at Crick Hollow, and there was much coming and going between Buckland and Bag End. The two young travellers cut a great dash in the Shire with their songs and their tales and their finery and their wonderful parties. Lordly, folk called them, meaning nothing but good, for it warmed all hearts to see them go riding by with their mail shirts so bright and their shields so splendid, laughing and singing songs of far away. And if they were now large and magnificent, they were unchanged otherwise, unless they were indeed more fair-spoken and more jovial and full of merriment than ever before. Frodo and Sam, however, went back to ordinary attire, except that when there was need, they both wore long grey cloaks, finely woven and clasped at the throat with beautiful brooches, and Mr. Frodo wore always a white jewel on a chain that he often would finger. All things now went well, with hope always of becoming still better, and Sam was as busy and as full of delight as even a hobbit could wish. Nothing for him marred that whole year, except for some vague anxiety about his master. Frodo dropped quietly out of all the doings of the Shire, and Sam was pained to notice how little honour he had in his own country. Few people knew or wanted to know about his deeds and adventures. Their admiration and respect were given mostly to Mr. Meriadoc and Mr. Peregrine, and if Sam had known it, to himself. Also in the autumn there appeared a shadow of old troubles. So hobbits are pairing off, including Sam and Rosie, and Flower Dumpling serves another term as mayor, all of which we should observe are markers of good social stability. Merry and Pippin are fated as heroes of the Shire and have brought some of the greatness of distant lands back in their own way, contrasted with Frodo, whose transformation is largely internal and philosophical, and Sam, who distributed his share of his greatness across the gardens and the fields and the orchards of the Shire, not just the dust of Lothlorien, but the work of his hands and his heart. And it's easy, I think, tempting even to the modern reader, to read this account of Meriadoc and Peregrine as being gently satirical. It's really tempting to imagine them putting on their gleaming armour and carrying their weapons and shields down to the floating log in Frogmorton or the Bridge Inn on the Brandywine to drink 3 pints and sing some karaoke versions of Silver Flows the Stream or the Song of the Ents and the Entwives, right? Come back to me and say my land is fair. One thing to dwell on for a moment here as we look at the contrast of the lordly Merry and Pippin and the quieter, more humble Frodo and Sam, is that Merry and Pippin had a different adventure than the Ringbearers had. After Parthgallen and the whole Isengard adventure, they swear themselves to actual kings. They enter into martial and courtly service. Merry to Theoden, Pippin to Denethor. Their service is accepted. They are actually, objectively accelerated up the social ladder. Those oaths aren't temporary things. They aren't a meaningless concession to the plot of the story. They are real oaths given and received with proper solemnity. So Merry and Pippin aren't cosplaying knights. They are knights. And their authentic, what does the slide say, splendidness, magnificence, and fair-spokenness are well-earned and well-deserved. I do like the quiet contrast that we're given here. I find this very amusing that Merry and Pippin are looking the part for sure, and Frodo and Sam are over here just being all unassuming, casually wearing cloaks given to them by the Lady of Lothlorien. Oh, and Frodo has a gemstone given to him personally by the High Queen of the reunited kingdom of Gondor and Arnor. But all, of course, as we foreshadow here, is not well. We'll move into the next slide and pick that up. Oh, one more thing. Note the use of Mr. Frodo here in the third paragraph. Mr. Frodo wore always a white jewel on a chain that he often would finger. This is, I believe, the only time in the entire book when the narrative voice, unambiguously the narrative voice, refers to Mr. Frodo, apart from a couple of times in chapter 3 of book 1 when we're hearing unattributed gossip, right? Where it is possible that we are hearing the unattributed dialogue of individual hobbits who are actually referring to Frodo as Mr. Frodo, but this is unambiguously the narrative voice. More on that in a couple of slides' time. One evening, Sam came into the study and found his master looking very strange. He was very pale and his eyes seemed to see things far away.
"What's the matter, Mr. Frodo?"
said Sam. "I am wounded," he answered. "Wounded. It will never really heal." But then he got up, and the turn seemed to pass, and he was quite himself the next day. It was not until afterwards that Sam recalled that the date was October the 6th, 2 years before, on the day it was dark in the dell under Weathertop. Time went on, and 1421 came in. Frodo was ill again in March, but with a great effort he concealed it, for Sam had other things to think about. The first of Sam and Rosie's children was born on the 25th of March, a date that Sam noted.
"Well, Mr. Frodo," he said, "I'm in a bit of a fix. Rose and me had settled to call him Frodo, with your leave, but it's not him, it's her. Though as pretty a maid child as anyone could hope for, taken after Rose more than me, luckily. So we don't know what to do."
"Well, Sam," said Frodo, "what's wrong with the old customs? Choose a flower name like Rose. Half the maid children in the Shire were called by such names, and what could be better?"
"I suppose you're right, Mr. Frodo," said Sam. "I've heard some beautiful names on my travels, but I suppose they're a bit too grand for daily wear and tear, as you might say. The gaffer, he says, make it short, and then you won't have to cut it short before you can use it. But if it's to be a flower name, then I don't trouble about the length. It must be a beautiful flower, because, you see, I think she is very beautiful, and is going to be beautifuler still."
Frodo thought for a moment. "Well, Sam, what about Eleanor, the sun star? You remember the little golden flower in the grass of Lothlorien?"
"You're right again, Mr. Frodo," said Sam, delighted. "That's what I wanted."
First off, my name is Alistair, and my partner is Elizabeth, and neither of our names are commonly shortened, so I have to disagree with the gaffer here. Long names are just fine. The significant dates, of course, are recurring. Frodo is sick again on October 6th, the anniversary of his wound from the Morgul blade. Again, he's sick on March 13th, the date he is wounded by Shelob and Sam takes the ring. And then Eleanor, Sam and Rosie's first child, is born on the anniversary of the destruction of the ring, the first day of the Gondorian New Year. And more than that, though we don't learn this detail here, this is the first year of the Fourth Age. Eleanor is born on the first day of the Fourth Age of Middle-earth. The more important detail here, oddly enough, is Eleanor's name, because Eleanor, like the Malorn tree, is perhaps the ultimate example of Sam synthesizing his hobbity, prosy side and his elves-sir poetic side. In both the Malorn and in Eleanor's name, Sam draws down some of the beauty and the grace of the elder days. He encapsulates them in ways which are perfectly appropriate, non-disruptive, non-transformative for the Shire. He's honoring the party tree with the Malorn, and here he's honoring the plant-based naming convention for female hobbits, right, which we noted earlier, by invoking the name not of Galadriel Gamgee or Arwen Undomiel Gamgee, but a simple flower, introduced to us by Haldir in the middle of the second book of the Fellowship. Quote, "Behold, you are come to Cairn Amroth," said Haldir, "for this is the heart of the ancient realm as it was long ago, and here is the mound of Amroth, where in happier days his high house was built. Here ever bloom the winter flowers and the unfading grass, the yellow Eleanor and the pale Nifredil. Here we will stay a while and come to the city of the Galathrim at dusk." End quote. In a brilliant 1969 letter to Amy Rowland, Tolkien describes Eleanor with one additional detail. It resembles a pimpernel, but, quote, growing sun-golden flowers and star-silver ones on the same plant, end quote. This is the blending, of course, of gold and silver. This is explicitly, I think, evoking the memory of the trees of Valinor, of Telperion and Laurelin, just in case elf flowers weren't inherently special enough. And lest we put too much emphasis on this and present Eleanor's name as being mostly about her father, Sam, let's observe how special she is to inherit the best of all her influences. Rosie's beauty and kindness, Sam's almost quintessential hobbitness, the spark of elven grace and the promise of this new age, even the social advancement of living in Bag End. She inherits all these things, but then takes them and transforms them into a truly exceptional life, including, per the appendices, being a maid of honor to Queen Arwen, living for a year in Gondor, building a new community in the Tower Hills on the west side of the Shire, and perhaps most significantly, keeping the Red Book after her father's death. She is, by any reckoning, a significant figure in the history of the Shire, and like so many of Tolkien's exceptional female characters, is sadly in the periphery of the story as it is presented to us. And that's it for easy, fun, cheerful, optimistic discussion. Let's get into the end of our story. Little Eleanor was nearly 6 months old, and 1421 had passed to its autumn when Frodo called Sam into the study. "It'll be Bilbo's birthday on Thursday, Sam," he said, "and he will pass the Old Took. He will be 131. "So he will," said Sam. "He's a marvel." "Well, Sam," said Frodo, "I want you to see Rose and find out if she can spare you, so that you and I can go off together. You can't go far, or for a long time now, of course," he said, a little wistfully. "Well, not very well, Mr. Frodo." "Of course not, but never mind. You can see me on my way. Tell Rose that you won't be away very long, not more than a fortnight, and you'll come back quite safe." "I wish I could go all the way with you to Rivendell, Mr. Frodo, and see Mr. Bilbo," said Sam. "And yet the only place I really want to be is here. I am that torn in two." "Poor Sam." "It will feel like that, I'm afraid," said Frodo. "But you will be healed. You were meant to be solid and whole, and you will be." Bilbo's birthday is the 22nd of September. What Frodo conspicuously does not mention here is that Bilbo's birthday is also Frodo's birthday. Bilbo will turn 131, Frodo will turn 53, and perhaps just as importantly, this particular birthday will be the 20th anniversary of the long-expected party. And we'll note first the sensitivity that Frodo shows, understanding that Sam won't be able to leave his wife and his young daughter for too long, though yes, some would say that 2 weeks is still considerable, but they also say that it takes a village, and let's be clear on the fact that Rosie Gamgee has, perhaps more than anyone in history, a village. What's fascinating here is that Sam doesn't question what Frodo has in mind. Traveling a week on the east road toward Rivendell, then Sam turns around and comes home by himself. That is not a very significant part of the distance to Rivendell. Heading out from the Shire with the ring, it takes Frodo 28 days to make it the 450 miles or so of their route to Rivendell. I am indebted here, as I so often am, to lotrproject.com for the amazing work that they have done over the years, compiling all the maps and the data. The link to that is in the show notes, so check it out. So 450 miles divided by 28 days is an average of 16 miles a day, though of course there's a lot of traveling cross-country. There's Old Man Willow and Barrow-wights and Nazgul and Knickerbreakers all on that route, so the pace isn't that reliable. Luckily, we do have another data point for this journey, though surprisingly it takes Bilbo and the dwarves 40 days to travel their much more direct 400-mile route to Rivendell. Turns out Thorin really wasn't in a hurry. Also, I don't know if I've ever mentioned this on a podcast before, but if you haven't seen the map of Middle-earth overlaid on the map of the United States, I will see if I can dig it up and put it in the show notes. But if you want to spend some time thinking about Hobbiton being Topeka, Kansas, and Thorin's company kicking Smaug out of a mountain near Akron, Ohio, and Frodo succumbing to the ring's influence in Mount Doom just north of Jacksonville, Florida, well, now you can, and you're welcome. In any case, if we take a rough average, let's say 15 miles a day on good roads, keeping a casual pace, then we might expect to cover the 100 miles or so to Bree, 40 miles beyond the borders of the Shire, in about a week. That seems to be a good spot to spend the night, and then send Sam off Shirewards once again, and it makes all the more sense, because there's nowhere else that's roughly Bree distance away that Frodo could be thinking of, right? Right? But just in case we think that a raucous night out in Bree is what Frodo has in mind, we have that ominous last exchange. Sam is feeling torn in two, not exactly between Rosie and Frodo, no matter what the fanfiction writers would have you believe, but between the Shire and Rivendell, between the prose and the poetry. We've talked about the ways in which this experience has been normalized both by Sam and effectively for Sam the Malorn and Eleanor, but Sam is still compelled by two things. His desire to see elves, still, sure, but far more powerfully by his loyalty to Frodo, which we can absolutely infer from this exchange, from Frodo's last line here, right? Because if Sam is really feeling torn between the Shire and elves, then this journey will do nothing to heal him, because the elves are still going to be there and Rivendell is still going to be there. He's still going to feel pulled in two directions. The resolution here is going to be the absence of Frodo. We'll get to that. We should note that we get no clear idea of what exactly is motivating Frodo's action at this point. When he left Rivendell back in Many Partings, chapter 6 of book 6, he had the brief exchange with Elrond, quote, "As Frodo stood upon the threshold, Elrond wished him a fair journey and blessed him, and he said, 'I think, Frodo, that maybe you do not need to come back, unless you come very soon. For about this time of the year, when the leaves are gold before they fall, look for Bilbo in the woods of the Shire. I shall be with him.' These words no one else heard, and Frodo kept them to himself." End quote. Now, we might be convinced by cynical minds to explain that Elrond had sent a letter to Frodo in the days preceding this conversation with Sam, outlining travel plans and specifying a rendezvous, right? September 22nd, just after nightfall, in that place where I put that thing that time. I don't know that that is what happened here. I don't believe that that is what happened here, for reasons which I'll get into when we get there. But for now, let's note the ambiguity for the reader. We might not think that they are going to Rivendell, but we don't necessarily think that Frodo is at this point heading out permanently. Well, not until he starts giving away his stuff. In the next day or two, Frodo went through his papers and his writings with Sam, and he handed over his keys. There was a big book with plain red leather covers. Its tall pages were now almost filled. At the beginning, there were many leaves covered with Bilbo's thin, wandering hand, but most of it was written in Frodo's firm, flowing script. It was divided into chapters, but chapter 80 was unfinished, and after that were some blank leaves. The title page had many titles on it, crossed out one after another, so: My Diary, My Unexpected Journey, There and Back Again, and What Happened After, Adventures of 5 Hobbits, The Tale of the Great Ring, compiled by Bilbo Baggins from his own observations and the accounts of his friends, What We Did in the War of the Ring. Here Bilbo's hand ended, and Frodo had written, The Downfall of the Lord of the Rings and the Return of the King, as seen by the little people, being the memoirs of Bilbo and Frodo of the Shire, supplemented by the accounts of their friends and the learning of the wise, together with extracts from books of lore, translated by Bilbo in Rivendell. "Why, you nearly finished it, Mr. Frodo," Sam exclaimed. "Well, you have kept at it, I must say." "I have quite finished, Sam," said Frodo. "The last pages are for you." I love the contrast of Bilbo's wandering hand and Frodo's firm, flowing script. Bilbo had all the time in the world to recount his somewhat picaresque adventures in the wild, but Frodo sits down with purpose and with one eye on the clock. So let's do some arithmetic. There are 19 chapters in The Hobbit, from an unexpected party to the last stage. There are 12 in Book 1 of Fellowship, from a long-expected party to Flight to the Ford. There are 10 more in Book 2, between many meetings and the breaking of the Fellowship. Book 3, the first half of Two Towers, has 11 chapters, from the departure of Boromir to the Palantir. Book 4 also has 10, from the taming of Smeagol to the choices of Master Samwise. Book 5, likewise, has 10, from Minas Tirith to the Black Gate Opens, and Book 6 has 9, from the Tower of Cirith Ungol to the Grey Havens, where we are right now. And that, friends, look, I know what you want me to say, I know what you want the answer to be, but that is 81 chapters. So, do we understand that Sam takes over the Red Book halfway through chapter 80 in the Scouring of the Shire? Because it is tempting to respect the detail that we're given and neatly demarcate within the text the point at which Frodo hands the books over and Sam picks up the quill, but it isn't, I'm afraid, quite that simple. And in fact, it hasn't been that simple for quite some time. Remember the conspicuous use of the phrase Mr. Frodo in the narrative just a couple of pages ago, which I called your attention to, which is certainly suggestive of Sam's hand rather than Frodo's, right? And if we take a small half-step back from the text, then it becomes almost inarguable that Sam is the primary author of several previous chapters. The choices of Master Samwise in the confrontation with Shelob back in the Two Towers, for example, during which Frodo is, mostly dead. The first 3 chapters of Book 6 are almost entirely in Sam's POV, with Frodo retreating from the narrative voice further and further. And when we return to the Shire, as we've noted, we get a similar kind of effect, albeit for different reasons. And that's without considering the accounts that we get from Merry and Pippin and Aragorn and their parts of the story. All of which invites us to ask, do we know who wrote what? And the most honest answer is no. But, to clarify that and to at least try and play the game, let's consider first the textual history of the Red Book itself. We mention it in passing right at the beginning of the epilogue in the last chapter of The Hobbit, as we note that Bilbo is sitting quietly years after his adventure, writing the memoir which he is considering calling There and Back Again, A Hobbit's Holiday. Bilbo takes that book with him to Rivendell at the beginning of The Lord of the Rings, and Frodo brings it home at the end of The War of the Ring, along with those 3 red leather-bound volumes in which Bilbo has written his translations from the Elvish, which is the in-universe origin of the book we know as the Silmarillion. So, as of this point in history, the Red Book has 2 authors. First Bilbo, who begins writing sometime between 1341, the year of the quest of Erebor, and 1349, the year in which Gandalf and Balin come to visit him in the Shire. He then takes the book with him in 1401 when he goes to Rivendell, and Frodo brings it back to Bag End in 1419, at which point Frodo takes over as author and spends almost 2 years writing his account of the War of the Ring. And we can see that timeline, that progression, in the titles as they are presented to us, as each is adopted and then dismissed. First, My Diary, which possibly even predates the quest of Erebor and the events of The Hobbit, but that story dominates the narrative arc of the book, so it's retitled My Unexpected Journey, which is presumably the complete version as of the end of the first edition of The Hobbit. Then There and Back Again and What Happened After, bridging The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, presumably. Then Adventures of 5 Hobbits, which I guess are Bilbo, Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin, which situates this title pretty clearly as being written by Bilbo after Frodo and the others make it to Rivendell in the Fellowship of the Ring, as are The Tale of the Great Ring, with the credit to Bilbo, and What We Did in the War of the Ring. And then we're told that Bilbo's handwriting ends, and Frodo has written The Downfall of the Lord of the Rings and the Return of the King, with the excellent subtitle, As Seen by the Little People, being the memoirs of Bilbo and Frodo of the Shire, supplemented by the accounts of their friends and the learning of the wise. And if the book is supplemented by friends now, that is nothing compared to where it ends up, as we read in the prologue to The Lord of the Rings, which accounts for the book passing to Sam and then to Elenor and then to the Wardens of Westmarch, and expanded copies being taken in Gondor, written brilliantly by Barahir, grandson of Faramir and Éowyn, namesake of the father of Beren. All of which is to say that I don't take the Red Book as 3 distinct, strictly demarcated accounts, Bilbo, then Frodo, then Sam, each picking up where the previous account left off. We know, for example, that either Frodo or Sam revised the story of Bilbo getting the ring, updating the version he originally told Gandalf and the dwarves, the version published in the first edition of The Hobbit, with the quote-unquote true story of his encounter with Gollum, which is the version we get in the second edition, making the ring more consistent with what is presented in The Lord of the Rings. So we know that there's revision after the fact, both for accuracy and to fold in different perspectives, different experiences. All of which, to me, suggests a more complicated authorial process than the handoff of the books would suggest. The more tantalizing question, as we look at these last days in the Shire for Frodo Baggins, is this. What does Sam think is happening? Because it's one thing to assume that Frodo is going to Rivendell to hang out with Bilbo for an extended holiday. Maybe, sure, he'll take Frodo's sets of keys for Bag End just in case they get lost, but what possible explanation can Sam offer for Frodo giving away the books? Frodo is going to see Bilbo. Wouldn't Bilbo presumably want to see what Frodo has written, how Frodo has continued his great work? Wouldn't Frodo, having spent 2 years on it, want to show it off a little bit? The books are large, sure, but they can't be that cumbersome. I suppose we should say cumbrous in acknowledgement of Professor Tolkien, or they would have merited some mention during the journey from Rivendell back to the Scourged Shire. And we're invited, when they finally set out on their journey, to wonder if Sam is deliberately avoiding the question. We're told, it was a fair golden morning and Sam did not ask where they were going. He thought he could guess. Though the narrative then points out that they aren't taking the East Road back through Bywater and Frogmorton and over the Brandywine Bridge to Bree, but rather going cross-country, southeast toward the Stock Road and Woody End, the exact route, as Sam will point out, that they took last time. They even revisit the scene of their first encounter with the Black Rider back in Chapter 3 of Book 1. But of course, there's a reason that Frodo is traveling this way, and it has nothing to do with Sam's assumption that he is bound for Rivendell. It was evening, and the stars were glimmering in the eastern sky as they passed the ruined oak and turned and went on down the hill between the hazel thickets. Sam was silent, deep in his memories. Presently he became aware that Frodo was singing softly to himself, singing the old walking song, but the words were not quite the same. Still round the corner there may wait a new road or a secret gate, and though I oft have passed them by, a day will come at last when I shall take the hidden paths that run west of the moon, east of the sun. And as if in answer from down below, coming up the road out of the valley, voices sang. A Elbereth, Gilthoniel, Silivren Penamiriel, O Menela Glarelanath, Gilthonia, A Elbereth, we still remember, we who dwell in this far land beneath the trees, the starlight on the western seas. Frodo and Sam halted and sat silent in the soft shadows until they saw a shimmer as the travelers came toward them. Sometimes you can really detect the presence of Professor Tolkien's Anglo-Saxon inspiration, right? And here it shows up not so much in the poems, but in that last line with the alliteration. They sat silent in the soft shadows until they saw a shimmer. It's just beautiful. I've talked before about Professor Tolkien's inclination toward typology, right? The literary device that establishes patterns and relationships which then recur throughout the legendarium. For example, in the recent Silmarillion series I recorded for Stars and Swords, I talk about Fingon and Mithras singing this musical call and response, which is echoed by Beren and Luthien doing the same thing, which is echoed by Sam and Frodo doing the same thing in Cirith Ungol. This is not quite the same, but we can see these echoes. You can see these patterns, and it's arguable that there isn't a stronger example of that kind of typology than this. Let's look first at the original use of the poem, and I will limit myself, mindful as I am of the running time of this podcast, to just the relevant lines. In Chapter 3 of Book 1, Frodo, Sam, and Pippin are singing, "Still round the corner there may wait a new road or a secret gate, and though we pass them by today, tomorrow we may come this way and take the hidden paths that run toward the moon or to the sun." So the first change that we see here is between opportunity and inevitability. And though we pass them by today, tomorrow we may come this way becomes, and though I oft have passed them by, a day will come at last when I. There's no indistinct future. There's no space of possibility. There is a sharp-edged, flinty, inevitable future. The day will come. There is also a shift, which I confess I find really sad, from the first person plural to the singular, from we to I. The second major difference, of course, is Frodo's sense of his destination. No longer toward the moon or to the sun, but west of the moon, east of the sun, implying the existence of a definite destination which can be reached by this hidden, magical path. And just like before, you'll remember, I'm sure, that this is the origin of the oft-quoted "Elves, sir" moment from Sam. Just like before, elves appear, singing their hymn to Varda, Elbereth Gilthoniel. This poem appears in fragments throughout the book, from the first meeting with the elves to Rivendell to Cirith Ungol. It's the closest thing to a prayer, I think, that we see in the book. Though, interestingly, both the first and last uses are less about the power and glory of Varda, Starkindler, and more about the magic of elves. The use of Elbereth Gilthoniel, of course, puts us in the same celestial mindset as the walking song Frodo sang mere moments ago, but perhaps more importantly, we're reminded of the presence of the Valar, an indistinct thing to readers of The Lord of the Rings, particularly readers approaching the book in the 2 decades after it was first published prior to the publication of the Silmarillion. And that's part of Tolkien's genius, of course, and a consequence to his rigor in understanding and laying out the story, because even in the absence of the Silmarillion material, we're still positioning the hobbits, just as we did before, on the threshold of Faerie. The first time out, Gildor leaves the hobbits east through Woodhall, and they travel by paths known only to elves. Now we're on that threshold again, ready for a greater journey. And this works because the connection with Faerie is accessible to pre-Silmarillion readers, or just non-Silmarillion readers, I guess I should say. The metaphor is still accessible. It is still transparent. And to those familiar with the stories of the Elder Days, they are also compatible because they are at every point compatible. If you think it's a generic realm of Faerie, that's great. It works. If you know that it's Valinor, the blessed realm of Aman wherein the Valar dwell, then you get a little more insight, you get a little more resonance, but the basic understanding is the same because Valinor is also, in this sense and at this time, a kind of Faerie. But fairies, elves, aren't the only ones who have come. There was Gildor and many fair elven folk, and there to Sam's wonder rode Elrond and Galadriel. Elrond wore a mantle of grey and had a star upon his forehead, and a silver harp was in his hand, and upon his finger was a ring of gold with a great blue stone, Vilya, mightiest of the three. But Galadriel sat upon a white palfrey and was robed all in glimmering white, like clouds about the moon, for she herself seemed to shine with a soft light. On her finger was Nenya, the ring wrought of mithril that bore a single white stone flickering like a frosty star. Riding slowly behind on a small grey pony, and seeming to nod in his sleep, was Bilbo himself. Elrond greeted them gravely and graciously, and Galadriel smiled upon them. "Well, Master Samwise," she said, "I hear and see that you have used my gift well. The Shire shall now be more than ever blessed and beloved." Sam bowed, but found nothing to say. He had forgotten how beautiful the lady was. Then Bilbo woke up and opened his eyes. "Hello, Frodo," he said. "Well, I have passed the old Took today, so that's settled. And now I think I am quite ready to go on another journey. Are you coming?" "Yes, I am coming," said Frodo. "The ring-bearers should go together." These are not the last of the elves of Middle-earth, but almost. And they aren't just leaving physically, bodily. The narrative draws our attention to Vilya and Nenya, two of the three elven rings, powerful artifacts untainted by Sauron, which are leaving too. The age of magic is drawing to a close. And if there's a sadness in that, there's also perhaps a joy that the simple comforts of the Shire will endure a different kind of magic in a different kind of world. But it's not quite as simple as the rings departing. We've seen Nenya before, of course. Frodo has seen Nenya, at least back in the Mirror of Galadriel. This is the Ring of Adamant, as Galadriel then describes it. It was given directly to her by Celebrimbor. I won't go too deeply into the backstory of the rings here. Maybe somebody will someday make a kind of TV show focused on that story. Nenya, like the other two rings, was worn in secret throughout the Third Age. But now, with the destruction of the One Ring, well, it is usually thought that the three are now powerless, based on predictions made by Elrond and Galadriel in the Fellowship of the Ring, but it isn't confirmed within this volume. Elrond says during the council, quote, "Some hope that the three rings which Sauron has never touched would then become free and their rulers might heal the hurts of the world that he has wrought. But maybe when the one has gone, the three will fail and many fair things will fade and be forgotten. That is my belief." End quote. Likewise, in the Mirror of Galadriel, she says to Frodo, quote, "Yet if you succeed, then our power is diminished and Lothlorien will fade and the tides of time will sweep it away." End quote. Which seems to be a compatible idea. It's not until the publication of the Silmarillion and the final part of the Rings of Power and the Third Age that it's made completely clear that this is exactly what happened. Quote, "Then it was made plain that the power of the three rings also was ended, and to the firstborn the world grew old and grey." End quote. All of this is true, too, of Elrond's ring, Vilya, the ring of air, the ring of sapphire, which was given by Celebrimbor to Gil-galad, which was then given to Elrond at the first meeting of the White Council back in the middle of the Second Age. And because we'll be busy when we get there, let's take the time now to note Gandalf's ring, Narya, the ring of fire, given to Gandalf by Círdan the shipwright, who received it from Celebrimbor himself. More on Gandalf and Círdan, surprisingly, in a moment. I don't normally delve too deeply into the print history of the books, which is a fascinating subject, just far too complex to be constrained by a single podcast. But it's interesting to note that the line, quote, "But Galadriel sat upon a white palfrey and was robed all over in glimmering white," was inexplicably changed in the fourth printing of the hardcover Lord of the Rings in 1958 to read, "But Galadriel sat upon a white palfrey and was roped all over in glimmering white." According to Hammond and Skull in The Reader's Companion, the error persisted until at least 1973, 15 years later, and it definitely changes the way we read Galadriel's appearance here and her words to Sam. Speaking of which, I absolutely believe that Galadriel can see the effects of her gift to Sam in the landscape of the Shire. It's a shame she doesn't get to swing by to see the Malorn, honestly, but I wonder about her hearing about it. Who has been telling her stories about the new and improved Shire? Or perhaps there are some, qualities in the forest that she can literally hear as they are traveling, some small part of Lothlorien come to the land of the hobbits. And the gift we see doesn't just make the Shire more blessed, but more loved. Because for all the dangers of loving too much the works of one's own hands, beauty, particularly the tended, nurtured beauty of a garden, is still good. I'll add, parenthetically, that I think we're once again invited here to interpret Sam's speechless response to Galadriel as being more about Frodo's destination than just strictly the beauty of Galadriel. It's not an open and shut case, but it is a possibility. I find it hard to believe that Sam has not by this point figured out what is going on. Well, let's get to the next slide. "Where are you going, master?" cried Sam, though at last he understood what was happening. "To the Havens, Sam," said Frodo. "And I can't come." "No, Sam. Not yet, anyway. Not further than the Havens. Though you too were a ring-bearer, if only for a little while, your time may come. Do not be too sad, Sam. You cannot be always torn in two. You will have to be one and whole for many years. You have so much to enjoy and to be and to do." "But," said Sam, and tears started in his eyes, "I thought you were going to enjoy the Shire too for years and years after all you've done." "So I thought too once. But I have been too deeply hurt, Sam. I tried to save the Shire and it has been saved, but not for me. It must often be so, Sam, that when things are in danger, someone has to give them up, lose them, so that others may keep them. But you are my heir. All that I had and might have had, I leave to you. And also you have Rose and Eleanor, and Frodo lad will come, and Rosie lass, and Merry, and Goldilocks, and Pippin, and perhaps more that I cannot see. Your hands and your wits will be needed everywhere. You will be mayor, of course, as long as you want to be, and the most famous gardener in history. And you will read things out of the Red Book and keep alive the memory of the age that is gone, so that people will remember the great danger, and so love their beloved land all the more. And that will keep you as busy and as happy as anyone can be as long as your part of the story goes on. Come now, ride with me." So Sam understands at last, or at least verbalizes the real reason for their journey together. And there is a bitter irony here that Sam is now living the story of the elves passing into the west, sailing, sailing, sailing. He foresaw, in effect, the circumstances that will see his oldest friend leave forever. I don't want to spend too much time on it because we are good Tolkien readers, we are faithful Tolkien readers, so we aren't going to be tempted into speculating about allegory, not in this house. But I will note that one lens through which we can view the story of Frodo and Sam here is as a study in grief. Sam has described himself as being torn in two, just as he would be, we might speculate, had Frodo died at Mount Doom. Sam continues on, but there is something missing, there is something incomplete, even in his beloved Shire with Rosie and Eleanor. Frodo's departure, as Frodo himself says, will heal Sam, will give him closure, will make him whole, will lead to acceptance. I know that some readers and academics are also very keen to interpret Frodo's situation as being rather like post-traumatic stress disorder, which is an interpretation that I don't subscribe to myself, largely because it isn't just applicable to what we read on the page, but depends upon us metaphorizing the experience of real-life sufferers of PTSD as, physical wounds and dark magic, which seems like an overextension of the interpretive maneuver, which is not to say that I couldn't be convinced, just that I haven't been convinced yet. You'll note that Sam's first response to his understanding is not a question, and I can't come, period. He isn't asking, he knows that the moment of final separation is coming, and then Frodo articulates much of what we've been discussing through this episode about the impact of the hero on the end of his journey, on the reintegration into his society, or in this case, the failure of that reintegration. And it's appropriate, as we see here, to get a prophetic moment from Frodo, naming the first 6 of Sam's eventual 13 children, though we will grudgingly acknowledge that introducing Eleanor maybe doesn't take so much foresight, but he still gets 5 of the remaining 12. It's appropriate to remember that Frodo has always had these moments of prophecy. When he talks here of saving the Shire, we're reminded of the moment in Shadows of the Past when he tells Gandalf, quote, "I should like to save the Shire if I could, though there have been times when I thought the inhabitants too stupid and dull for words and have felt that an earthquake or an invasion of dragons might be good for them. But I don't feel like that now. I feel that as long as the Shire lies behind, safe and comfortable, I shall find wandering more bearable. I know now that somewhere there is a firm foothold, even if my feet cannot stand there again." End quote. Now, obviously in that moment he is feeling daunted by Gandalf's account of the enemy and the belief that he'll go out into the world by himself. But let's remember that literally the only adventure he knows for sure happened resulted in Bilbo coming home, healthy, happy, and prosperous. But it seems that Frodo always knew that his quest, whether it ended in success or failure, would deny him the comfort of the world that he was trying so hard and giving so much to save. And in that sense, of course, The notion of grief fits perfectly. That's literally the version of the story in which Frodo doesn't get to return home. But it's to Tolkien's enduring credit that he maintains that perspective while also undertaking this nuanced, thoughtful, complex appraisal of the last phase of the hero's journey. I mentioned this in passing earlier, but to clarify, though The Hero with a Thousand Faces by Joseph Campbell was published in 1949, I could find no evidence that Tolkien ever read it, which is too bad, honestly, because on the one hand, you can imagine that he and Campbell, who was also a professor of literature as well as a mythologist, would have had a great deal to talk about. On the other hand, Campbell's reliance on direct allegory and archetype probably wouldn't have been so much to the professor's taste. So this isn't an example of Tolkien directly riffing off of Campbell's work. Rather, it's an example of a skilled, thoughtful, and well-read mythologist seeing the same patterns in the same stories. Before we completely leave behind the moment of Frodo predicting the names of Sam's children, I suppose I should clarify that according to Appendix C of The Lord of the Rings, Sam's fourth and fifth children are actually called Merry and Pippin, not Meriadoc and Peregrine, which is frankly nothing less than adorable. With all of that said then, let's turn to the focus of the passage, and one of the most vivid perspectives offered us by Professor Tolkien on what exactly constitutes a good life. Your hands and your wits will be needed everywhere, Frodo says, and Sam will be mayor, 7 times over, in fact, and he'll read stories and tell stories and keep the danger of the past and the beauty of the present alive for everyone who hears them. That's the kind of restoration which Tolkien presents as one of the great virtues of fairy stories, of course. He will be happy for all of his life, busy and happy. A useful counterpoint to anyone who still holds to the idea that the Hobbit notion of comfort is concomitant with laziness. And I have to tell you, though, I'm sure it will come as no surprise, that of all the visions of a worthwhile life presented to us in Tolkien's work, this life, work and stories and serving your community, being a gardener for your shire, not just the landscape, but for the culture too, this is the life that sounds best to me. Maybe not the 13 kids in 21 years part, but the rest of it for sure. One last catch, because it's going to be so important at the very end of the chapter. Notice the capital S use of story that Frodo has, calling back, of course, to Sam's understanding on the stairs of Cirith Ungol that they are in the same story as Beren and Luthien. Quote, "Why, to think of it, we're in the same tale still, it's going on. Don't the great tales never end?" "No, they never end as tales," said Frodo, "but the people in them come and go when their part is ended. Our part will end later, or sooner." And unlike Frodo in that moment, we at least know that we have 3 slides left. Then Elrond and Galadriel rode on, for the Third Age was over and the days of the rings were past, and an end was come to the story and song of those times. With them went many elves of the high kindred who would no longer stay in Middle-earth, and among them, filled with a sadness that was yet blessed and without bitterness, rode Sam and Frodo and Bilbo, and the elves delighted to honour them. Though they rode through the midst of the Shire all the evening and all the night, none saw them pass, save the wild creatures, or here and there some wanderer in the dark who saw a swift shimmer under the trees, or a light and shadow flowing through the grass as the moon went westward. And when they had passed from the Shire, going about the south skirts of the White Downs, they came to the far downs and to the towers, and looked on the distant sea. And so they rode down at last to Mithlond, to the grey havens in the long firth of Lune. And as they came to the gates, Círdan the shipwright came forth to meet them. Very tall he was, and his beard was long, and he was grey and old, save that his eyes were keen as stars. And he looked at them and bowed, and said all is now ready. Then Círdan led them to the havens, and there was a white ship lying, and upon the quay beside a great grey horse stood a figure robed all in white, awaiting them. As he turned and came toward them, Frodo saw that Gandalf now wore openly on his hand the 3rd ring, Narya the Great, and the stone upon it was red as fire. Then those who were to go were glad, for they knew that Gandalf also would take ship with them. Filled with a sadness that was yet blessed, and without bitterness. Tolkien reminding us even here at the last that sadness, that sorrow, that grief, that these things are not the enemy. They give, as so many antithetical pairings in Tolkien's world, they give clarity and intensity to each other. Sadness yields joy, grief yields wisdom. All the way back in the Ainulindalë, the beginning of the Silmarillion, we are told that the second theme is deep and wide and beautiful, but slow and blended with an immeasurable sorrow, from which its beauty chiefly came. We ought not to avoid sadness, particularly good, clean sadness, absent of bitterness, but instead embrace it as part of the emotional palette of life. More on that at the end of our discussion. I already presented the idea that we have once again crossed the threshold into the realm of fairy, escorted once again by Gildor, but now we know for sure, because the narrative voice switches out to the perspective of the good hobbits of the Shire, seeing nothing more than this swift shimmer or light and shadow as the travelers head west. It's important, I think, that they aren't traveling by the good East Road to Mickle Delving and beyond. They're traveling cross-country. They are taking older paths and routes which exist independent of the roads of hobbits. And this is important, I think, because it's proof that, in effect, those who are seeking to leave Middle-earth have already left. A good, prosy, common-sense argument could be made that Bilbo would maybe like to see the Shire again, to see Bag End after 20 years in Rivendell, to taste a little of that Green Dragon beer. But he can't, because having undertaken this journey, these worlds are now incompatible. He has already departed, and this fairy folk journey through the countryside is simply a kind of liminal space, a gap between the lives that were and the moment of passing. That, I think, is why Frodo has come to meet them, and is the key to how he knows where they are. Once the decision is made, which Frodo makes safely in Bag End, the logistics are just a formality. By making a choice and committing to the process, Frodo is already swept up by fairy. Círdan the Shipwright is almost certainly the oldest elf in Middle-earth. According to the supporting material in The Peoples of Middle-earth, he probably awakes on the shores of Cuivanen at the dawn of the First Age, and alongside the other Teleri, the third of the great elf clans, he heads west into Beleriand at the invitation of Orome of the Valar. Círdan stays in Beleriand and becomes the Lord of the Falas on the southwestern coast, where he becomes the greatest shipwright in history, so great that he helps Eärendil to build his ship Vingalot. After Beleriand is ruined in the War of Wrath, Círdan relocates up the Gulf of Lune to the Grey Havens, where he takes charge of shipping the men of the Edain to the newly established Numenor. Later, he joins Elendil and Gil-galad at the War of the Last Alliance, and then he returns to the Havens and hangs out for like 1,000 years before the Astari come out of the west, including Gandalf, to whom Círdan gives the fire ring Nadia. That makes him, drumroll please, something like 11,000 years old, almost 3,000 years older than even Galadriel, and 4,500 years older than Elrond. And with that, let's turn to Gandalf. You know, it's always fun to think of that Frodo doesn't know Legolas's name theory, but it genuinely took me a moment to figure out whether Sam would recognize Shadowfax. And he would, but only because of the long return trip from Gondor to the borders of the Shire. Though I guess technically, Shadowfax isn't named on the page during that time, so it is possible that Sam doesn't know his name, which is maybe why he's just described as a great grey horse. Clarification on the fate of Shadowfax doesn't come from the text. We don't know for sure that Shadowfax goes into the West, and for the longest time, until this reading, actually, I just assumed that Gandalf thanked Shadowfax for his service, maybe gave him a snack, some apple slices, and then Shadowfax made his way back to Rohan just as he did before. It turns out, though, that two different sources reassure us that Shadowfax had a different fate. In a 1965 letter, Tolkien writes, quote, "I think Shadowfax certainly went with Gandalf, though this is not stated. I feel it is better not to state everything, and indeed it is more realistic, since in chronicles and accounts of real history, many facts that some inquirer would like to know are omitted, and the truth has to be discovered or guessed from such evidence as there is." End quote. This guess, by the way, is confirmed in the unpublished epilogue, a rather charming chapter in which Sam primarily hangs out with his kids and answers their lore questions, just, putting a bow on various subjects. So Shadowfax of the Lion of Nahar, the steed of Orome the Hunter, goes into the West with Gandalf. Speaking of Gandalf, well, we don't know anything about the 2 years that he has been missing, and it's not impossible that his long talk with Tom Bombadil was a very long talk indeed. We, as I mentioned before, call out the third ring here, presumably as devoid of power now as the other two, emphasizing perhaps most vitally that magic is leaving the world. The rings, yes, but also the figure of Gandalf, the symbol of magic, the archetype of the wizard, all is leaving Middle-earth. Parenthetically, by the way, I take this moment to highly imply that Radagast the Brown is dead, as is implied when Elrond's scouts go to Rosgobel and find it empty. Were he still alive, I would expect him to be here too, heading home with Gandalf. The same, by extension, might be said of the Blue Wizards, if indeed anything of significance at all can be said of the Blue Wizards. So Gandalf's presence here gladdens the hearts of those who are taking ship, but as we see in the next slide, it doesn't really help those who are staying behind. But Sam was now sorrowful at heart, And it seemed to him that if the parting would be bitter, more grievous still would be the long road home alone. But even as they stood there, and the elves were going aboard, and all was being made ready to depart, up rode Merry and Pippin in great haste. And amid his tears, Pippin laughed. "You tried to give us the slip once before and failed, Frodo," he said. "This time you've nearly succeeded, but you failed again. It was not Sam, though, that gave you away this time, but Gandalf himself."
"Yes," said Gandalf, "for it will be better to ride back 3 together than 1 alone. Well, here at last, dear friends, on the shores of the sea comes the end of our fellowship in Middle-earth. Go in peace. I will not say do not weep, for not all tears are an evil."
Then Frodo kissed Merry and Pippin, and last of all Sam, and went aboard. And the sails were drawn up, and the wind blew, and slowly the ship slipped away down the long grey firth, and the light of the glass of Galadriel that Frodo bore glimmered and was lost. And the ship went out into the high sea and passed on into the west, until at last on a night of rain Frodo smelled a sweet fragrance on the air, and heard the sound of singing that came over the water. And then it seemed to him that, as in his dream in the house of Bombadil, the grey rain curtain turned all to silver glass and was rolled back, and he beheld white shores, and beyond them a far green country under a swift sunrise. But to Sam the evening deepened to darkness as he stood at the haven, and as he looked at the grey sea he saw only a shadow on the waters that was soon lost in the west. There still he stood far into the night, hearing only the sigh and murmur of the waves on the shores of Middle-earth, and the sound of them sank deep into his heart. Beside him stood Merry and Pippin, and they were silent. And so Frodo's story comes to an end, along with Bilbo and Gandalf and all the others who take the straight road from Middle-earth to the Blessed Realm. I would love, genuinely, to have the scene where Gandalf appears at Crickhollow, probably as Twilight is coming in and tells Merry and Pippin what's happening.
"Listen up, I need you to set out for the Grey Haven so that Sam doesn't have to ride back to Hobbiton on his own."
And Merry says, "And to say goodbye to Frodo, right?" It's the it's the Padme and Anakin meme format, with the top right picture being Merry saying that with a smile, and then the bottom right saying it again without a smile. Someone, I'm sure, can Photoshop that. So let's look at exactly what happens here, because for all the time we spend ending this story, it actually ends rather quickly with this deft, evocative efficiency. So first, the actual events, the literal events. Frodo and the others board the White Ship and sail west, not following the curvature of the earth, but taking the fairy road, the straight road to Valinor, which is made necessary when the world is remade by Iluvatar, turned from a flat earth into a globe after the destruction of Numenor. This is explicitly fairy. The straight road as an idea could be traced back to Beowulf and to Norse mythology, a kind of Bifrost, that's the Bifrost for my Marvel literate friends. They are born in their white ship from the world to a different place, lit by the light of the Phial of Galadriel, the light of the Silmaril carried by Eärendil, as it too becomes, for a moment, a distant star. The dream referenced here is the second dream that Frodo has in the house of Tom Bombadil. In the first night, he dreams of a cinematic camera move around Barad-dûr in Mordor, a very expensive CGI shot, a glimpse of the enemy. But the second dream that we're given at the beginning of Chapter 8, Fog on the Barrow Downs, is this, quote, "That night they heard no noises, but either in his dreams or out of them, he could not tell which, Frodo heard a sweet singing running in his mind, a song that seemed to come like a pale light behind a grey rain curtain, and growing stronger to turn the veil all to glass and silver, until at last it was rolled back, and a far green country opened before him under a swift sunrise." End quote. Now I'm going to frame this out a little bit because I love, as is probably apparent, Tolkien's commitment to the integrity of his texts as inherited things. So, on the one hand, we have to consider the fact that there is no way that Sam could know anything about Frodo's experience on the ship in order to record an accurate account of his journey. Within the text, then, it seems possible, if not probable, that Sam is using a version of the dream Frodo had in the House of Bombadil, presumably quoting directly Frodo's earlier passage in the Red Book. And this might explain why we get, in Sam's self-effacing style, right, what is basically a credit to the earlier scene, the dream that he had in the House of Bombadil. Sam wouldn't want to take credit for Frodo's poetic description. And this fits what is happening to Frodo as best as we can understand it without putting words in Frodo's mouth, or more directly, I suppose, only putting Frodo's own words in his mouth. And it gives us the sense of transformation and of transition and of joy. It's really lovely. But layering too much of this metatextual awareness into the experience can be a slippery slope because you run the risk of robbing yourself of the spontaneous and genuine artistic pleasure of the passage itself, because it also undeniably works if we just assume that this account is completely accurate to Frodo's own experience. What we take as poetic license from Sam on a night of rain, we're told, implying that the journey has taken days, but then we cut back hard to Sam, who is still on the dock with Merry and Pippin. Little time has passed. This becomes, in the suspension of our own skepticism, becomes in the reality of Frodo's lived experience, something less tangible, less specific, less anchored in the world. It becomes subjective. It becomes a metaphor. This is the light and shadow of the fairy road, elevated into something transcendental, a collapse of time and space, leaving only sense impression, these successive and phrases that wash over us like waves. And it is beautiful to frame this as Frodo's real experience, because it also retroactively turns his dream in Bombadil's house into a prophecy, into a promise made in that moment between the willow and the white, that someday, after the fire and the pain, there will be a night of rain and a distant light and sweet fragrance and the sound of singing and white shores and green country beyond. What a gift for the ring-bearer to have that dream and carry it with him through dark places. If we want to put a name to Tolkien's genius, if we, in our symmetrically intense appreciation and staggering lack of humility, want to define the chief virtue that we find in his work, it might be exactly this. It might be the both, the internal and the external, the diegetic and the mimetic, the huge and the intimate, the mythical and the historical, the prose and the poetry. It may be both sides, both interpretations, working perfectly and informing each other so that the combined effect is greater than each apart. All of which to say is that it makes me cry. And I guess while we're on the subject, let's pause to observe the layered, complex, emotional portrait that Tolkien gives us of masculinity here. We weep, we kiss, we grieve, we heal. And it's so rare to see a depiction of masculinity in a contemporary fantasy novel that comes close to matching the heroic sensitivity of Tolkien's work. And okay, since we're already talking about weeping, let's move on to our last slide. At last, the three companions turned away, and never again looking back, they rode slowly homewards. And they spoke no word to one another until they came back to the Shire, but each had great comfort in his friends on the long grey road. At last they rode over the downs and took the east road, and then Merry and Pippin rode on to Buckland, and already they were singing again as they went. But Sam turned to Bywater, and so came back up the hill as day was ending once more. And he went on, and there was yellow light and fire within, and the evening meal was ready, and he was expected. And Rose drew him in, and set him in his chair, and put little Eleanor upon his lap. He drew a deep breath. "Well, I'm back," he said. I mentioned the string of ands that we got in the last passage, and it continues here, giving us this drip of fragmented images that build to a sense of the whole, a sense of home. And it's lovely in part because of its ungainliness, its lack of unity. Note the repeated use of "at last" at the beginning of the first two paragraphs of this slide, and the similarity of the structure and the rhythm. At last, and, semicolon, and, but. Admittedly, the but in the second paragraph is offset by a period and not a comma, but still strikingly similar. Note the detail of Merry and Pippin going off singing, having honoured Sam's silent grief until the moment they part and not one moment longer, so still intruding on Sam's experience, also kind of ungainly. And look at that last line, that perfectly imperfect last line in which we don't prioritize the line, the dialogue, but instead structure it so that we end on the most quotidian verb in the English language, said. Why not say, he drew a deep breath and said, "Well, I'm back." Or even, "Well," he said, "I'm back." Which, by the way, is often how the line is quoted by people who don't remember the specifics of the book. Even fans of The Lord of the Rings oftentimes misquote this line. I myself have misquoted this line by moving the attribution into the middle of the phrase to make it more powerful. Our natural English language priority of end weight wants us to put the most important word at the end of the sentence, and the most important word is back. Or is it? Because, of course, this, as everything that Tolkien writes, is intentional. We have this evocation of comfort, yellow light and fire within, and evening meal and being expected, Rosie and Eleanor and home and an end to the journey and the promise of tomorrow. And Sam isn't grand. He isn't declamatory. He's home and cozy and quite a little fellow in the wide world, after all, to quote Gandalf from the end of The Hobbit. It's deliberately defying the expectation of grand rhetoric and a thunderbolt of a line to finish the book, to present us with, well, I'm back, he said. And it does finish the book, despite the fact that, as I mentioned earlier when we were discussing the fate of the Red Book of Westmarch, that there was originally an epilogue. This wasn't even the last line of the last chapter, but Tolkien edited it down and found this moment, this simple statement that says, without drawing any attention to itself, everything that needs saying. The adventure is over. Frodo is at peace. Sam has come home. In the end, of course, to whatever extent Professor Tolkien wants to impart a lesson to the readers of his work, this is it. We cannot know the comfort of home without knowing the dangers of the world. We cannot know joy and contentment without grief. That doesn't mean that we should seek out danger unnecessarily, or that sorrow, loss, and pain aren't terrible things. They are and remain so, even though they may, in the hearts of the wise, lead to pity, to gratitude, to contentment, and to wisdom. This is the life that Frodo foresees for Sam, as we discussed earlier. He has to be in the Shire to tell the stories of the War of the Ring and the Great Danger, not just so that people remember Frodo, Ninefingers, the Ring-Bearer, and Meriadoc, Esquire of Theoden, King of the Rohirrim, and Peregrine, Guard of the Citadel of Minas Tirith. Sam will tell these stories so that the hobbits of the Shire will better love the Shire. This is the fate that we see for good people across the reunited kingdom of North and South. Think of Faramir, now gardener of Ithilien, who did not love the bright sword for its sharpness, nor the arrow for its swiftness, nor the warrior for his glory, but loved only that which they defend. We endure these trials because the world is imperfect, because it is marred with evil. And though the end of the story may be good, evil, to quote Mandos from the Silmarillion, will remain evil. But through these trials, we earn the gift of perspective, the gift of wisdom, and the gift of pity. And that, my friends, is where we will draw our long journey together to an end. There are other things to be said, other adventures to share, but for now we will close the book on Sam, finally at peace, as he deserves. Thank you for joining me in this return to Middle-earth. Obviously, there's still a lot of ground to cover in the appendices of The Lord of the Rings and Tolkien's other work, in other books by, dare I even suggest, other authors, which is why I'd like to invite you to join me over on Stars and Swords, my genre fiction podcast, in which we're already nearing the end of our 10th unit, discussing Tolkien's history of the elves and the Elder Days, the Silmarillion. And if you're listening to this, if you've made it this far, then I know that you will enjoy Shire Reckoning, my brand new Tolkien show, in which we're going to talk about every part of the Legendarium and work our way through the books with live discussion, friendly conversation, and a comfortable pace. It is going to be a fantastic show, and I'm really looking forward to it, particularly in the company of such fine and admirable listeners and friends. And lastly, I'd like to take a moment to thank the many, many people who sent me emails and DMs and notes of encouragement and occasionally well-justified impatience asking that I return to this unfinished business. I am very fortunate to get to do this kind of work, and while this is the last episode of There and Back Again, I plan on doing this work for a very long time to come. So if this is the end of our journey together, then my sincere thanks for listening. I hope, though, that you will join me over on Stars and Swords, and particularly over on Shire Reckoning. The links to those are in the show notes. Until then, and for the final time, fly, you fools!